House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and Gallery, please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from the Capitol Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. If you were here yesterday, the word was behold. It's a Hebrew word, hene, and this means see, look, pay attention. God's about to do something. We'll build on that. There's one word, but there's an addition to that. It's hene ni. Hene ni means here am I. I'm here. See, I'm here. But it's more like a military guy going up to his commander and saying, I'm here, sir. I'm ready. Put me in. I'm ready to go. We're supposed to be saying that to the Lord, saying, here I am. Whatever you want, no matter how difficult, I'm here to do that for you. Say it Hanani. Abraham, when God called Abraham to sacrifice his son, he said, Hanani. When Moses was called to go before Pharaoh, he said, Hanani. When God had the vision that he was asking for, who am I going to send a prophet to these people that aren't going to listen? Isaiah said, Hanani. It's here am I. I'm ready. I'm praying that that's what we will say is, here am I. I'm ready. Whatever you have for me today, I'm ready to do it. No matter how difficult, I'm ready. Put me in, coach. So let's pray, Hanani. That's the word for today. If you hopefully remember, Hanani. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, may each person in this house, whether it's the representatives here or aides or clerks or visitors or whoever that hear your voice, that we'd be moved to say, Hanani. Here am I, present, accountable, willing. Here am I to lead with humility. Here am I to serve with integrity. Here am I, even when the path is difficult and the outcome uncertain. Here am I, Hanani. May Hanani not be just a word that we say that we maybe even learn today, but a posture that we live. A posture of readiness, humility, and faithful obedience to you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Charlene Ward Johnson of Harris County to lead us to the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, please join me as we recite the pledge to our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now to our Texas flag. Thank you.
Please excuse Mr. Venton Jones because of an illness on motion of Ms. Plessa. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Mark Edison from Weatherford as the Doctor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate.
admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 107, Simmons, sponsor Miles, relating to the establishment of the Sickle Cell Disease Registry, amended. HB 694, Gervin Hawkins, sponsor Cook, relating to the notification of certain persons concerning certain events related to children in the managing conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services. HB 923, Cassandra Garcia Hernandez, sponsor Blanco, relating to the Texas Medical Disclosure Panel. HB 1875, Janie Lopez, sponsor Flores, relating to a study by the General Land Office regarding veteran cemeteries in this state. HB 18...
Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to set a congratulatory and memorial resolutions calendar for 10 a.m. Friday, May 23rd.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Patterson for another motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I moved that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session pursuant to their committee postings or recess motions. For purposes of this motion, committees and subcommittees scheduled to meet or reconvene today upon final adjournment or recess or during bill referral if permission is granted are authorized to convene upon adoption by the House of today's adjournment motion.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Hefner for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 1 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Lambert for a motion. Mr. Lambert for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services to meet while the House is in session today at 3 p.m. in room 1W.14, Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Public Health in a public hearing on Thursday, May 22nd, 2025 at 8 a.m. in room E2030 to consider SB 125 by Hall relating to autologous and direct blood donations, SB 904 by Zaffarini, relating to the licensing and regulation of hearing instrument fitters and dispensers. SB 905 by Zaffarini, relating to the licensing and regulation of speech-language pathologists and audiologists.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs will meet today at 1 p.m. in Room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business. The Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services will meet today at 3 p.m. in Room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Public Education to meet while the House is in session today at 11:30 a.m. in Room 1W14, the Agricultural Museum, to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Public Education will meet today at 11:30 a.m. in Room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB 9, HB 102, HB 109, HB 132, HB 668, HB 677, HB 754, HB 791, HB 1193, HB 1520, HB 1639, HB 1922, HB 2187, HB 2510, HB 2559, HB 2607, HB 2789, HB 2960, HB 2970, HB 3041, HB 3370, HB 3699, HB 3805, HB 4325, HB 4804, HB 4885, HB 5342.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails. Mr. Guerin for an announcement.
Members, as you know, Senate Bill 31, the Life of the Mother Act, is on the floor today. If you wish to be a co-author on Senate Bill 31, would you come by my desk and sign this sheet? If you're already on the blue sheet, this is a completely different one, so please come by my desk and sign if you wish to be a co-author on Senate Bill 31. Thank you.
Is Mr. Harris on the floor of the House? Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial recognition. Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel for a memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm going to ask for a moment that you look at the folks standing behind me on this dais. These are not just visitors. They are the heartbeat of a family, the living testimony of love and faith. With us today, we have Pastor Randy Vaughn, Brandy Vaughn, Beverly Gore, Bailey Vaughn, and Imani Prince. I'm going to go off script because I have to do this. That's my first family. That is my pastor up there. He baptized me. He's the reason I love the Lord. He's the one who taught me the word. And a little over 2 months ago, his better half went home to the Lord. And she was more than just his wife, but I want to tell you the thing I loved about her is I always called her my First Lady, and she never used that title. She was always just Sister Vaughn. She was not born in Port Arthur, but she poured into her community. She poured into her church. She poured into the fellowship of the membership, because we were her family and she was ours, and she still is. She is everything that the Bible says is a good woman. Faithful, a woman of honor, a woman who gave love, but she could make you laugh. But she didn't stand for any grit. And I remember she said one time to someone, she said, there's 3 things you don't do. She said, you don't talk about my God, you don't talk about my pastor, and you don't talk about my husband. And she said, you have done 2 of the 3. And that man knew to leave her alone, because her husband was her pastor. She passed of pancreatic cancer. But even until she was called home, she, on her good days, made sure that they kept the house clean. And her granddaughter, who's up here, she was always with her. And even during campaigning time, she was always with her. And my favorite thing about her is she would stop at the house and they would say, did Randy come send you? And she said, no, I came to see my baby Christian. I would ask you to surround him with love. And I would ask you to remember God's grace. And I'm going to ask you to do the one thing that I know she would want us to do. Remember that God loves you, that he loves us all. He created us equal. And never forget to do everything you can to remember, to pray, to thank him for the loved ones in your life, for the struggles in your life. Because she is with God. She is with the one. We have to mourn her. They have to mourn her. But we can live right so that we can return to be with someone with such grace and love. And my pastor and his family mean so much to me because she was the neck and she led which way that went. And I'm going to say it again. She, as the leader of her family, by being the neck, is the reason I love the Lord. And I hold on to him. And I won't ever give him up. So I thank my pastor and his family, and I thank you all for giving that moment to my First Lady, Sister Vaughn. Thank you.
Members, guests in the gallery, please rise and join us in observing a moment of silence. Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel for a recognition.
Mr. Speaker and members, I'm so sorry. I forgot also, my church family is here in the left side of the gallery. Mount Sinai Missionary Baptist Church, I love you all. Thank you so much for coming and being here. I love you. And my beautiful mother and my beautiful aunt.
Come on, Christian.
Members, please take your seats for a memorial recognition. The chair recognizes Mr. Toth for a memorial recognition.
Members, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a truly exceptional man and also a dear friend, Dave Thomas Roberts, who went to be with the Lord on June 30th, 2024. Dave was an amazing guy. My freshman year in the Texas house, I got back to my room at about 2 o'clock in the morning, and there on my bed was a book, Patriots of Treason. And I picked the book up, started reading it, and the next thing I knew, it was time to go back to the house floor the next morning. It was just captivating. Dave had a way of drawing you in as a writer. He was an amazing man. He was a pillar in our community. He was a man whose life embodied the values of hard work, faith, and service. He was born in Illinois, and Dave's life embodied the old saying that you don't come to Texas, you move to Texas, right? How's this go? You don't move to Texas, you come to Texas, and then Texas moves into you. Dave embodied that. I mean, he was the essence of what it was to be a Texan. He grew up in Houston, graduated from Aldine High School, went on to study at the University of Texas at Austin, and Texas quickly became more than just a home. It became his heart and his identity. His entrepreneurial spirit knew no bounds. He founded several successful ventures, including Telegistics, Defiance Press and Publishing, Procurologics, and Comanche Rose Ranch, which he named after his loving wife, Rose, who's with us today in the audience. Each business bore the mark of his bold vision and relentless work ethic. Dave believed deeply in the power of small businesses to drive innovation and opportunity, and he championed the role of an entrepreneurship in building a better future, not just for him, not just for his family, but for all of Texas. Dave was a Texan to his core. Anybody that knew him can attest to this. Perhaps nothing captured that spirit more than his Texas-shaped swimming pool that he proudly built behind his house and behind the Texas dance hall that he had built behind his house, which was the most amazing thing. But as much as he loved Texas, his greatest devotion was to his family. For over 40 years, he stood beside his beloved wife, Rose, raising Tiffany, Tanya, Travis, and Tanner. And to his grandchildren, he's known as Papa. He was a steady source of warmth, wisdom, and love. He's a great guy. And we want to recognize his family who is with us today in the audience. We love you guys. You're in our hearts and prayers. We love your dad, and we're so thankful for you and the legacy that you guys will continue to bring forth to us here in Texas.
The passing of Dave left a deep void, not only in the hearts of his family and friends, but in the entire community that he served with such passion and purpose. And members, I ask you to join me in honoring the life of David Thomas Roberts. He was a champion of Texas values and a man whose impact will be felt for generations to come. He was a true Texan through and through.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my 20th session, and one of the things that's been present throughout all of those sessions was we never had enough money in the budgets, in our budgets, to hire enough staff. And that meant we were hostage almost to trying to get staff the best way we could. But one of the things that changed that status was we now have access to interns. And so I'd like to take a moment to recognize a group of exceptional students who have served with distinction in my office during this legislative session. They are in the South Gallery. I'd like to have them stand at the moment. Rose Ray, who is a sophomore at the University of Texas at Austin, who majoring in African Diaspora Studies with a minor in Communications and Social Change. Anthony Gonzalez, a sophomore at the University of Texas at Austin, who is pursuing a double major in Economics and Government. Carolyn Downing, a junior at the University of Texas at Austin, who is pursuing a double major in Public Relations and Spanish. Bailey Dickerson, who recently graduated from Texas State University with a degree in Political Science and Latino Studies. And finally, Tristan Benson, who has just earned his Juris Doctor degree from my alma mater, Thurgood Marshall School of Law. Each of these persons have served with outstanding capabilities and conducted themselves with professionalism and integrity. They are now valuable contributors to our team. They represent the next generation of leadership in our state and across this country. I would ask the House to join me in applauding these outstanding students and all of the interns throughout all of the offices, the interns at Harold Dutton's office.
All right.
Thank you all very much. Thank you all for being a part of this. And for all of you who haven't graduated, like I tell my granddaughter who is at Arizona State, now go graduate.
The chair recognizes Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'd like to suspend all necessary rules to take up House Resolution 1076 honoring Ms. Afrelyn Roberts.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, and the rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1076 by Y. Davis of Dallas, honoring Afrelyn Roberts on her election as president of the National Association of Negro Musicians.
Chair recognizes Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a resolution honoring her recent election as a national leader in music. Move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'd like to suspend all necessary rules to take up House Resolution 1276 honoring Lucius Williams, a Korean War veteran.
You've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, and the rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
HB 1276 by Y. Davis of Dallas, commending Lucius Williams of DeSoto for his service in the U.S. Army during the Korean War.
Chair recognizes Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas to explain the resolution.
Members, this is honoring one of our Korean War veterans. I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'd like to suspend all rules to take up House Resolution 1277 honoring my legislative intern, Ilya Hicks.
You've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, and the rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1277 by Y. Davis of Dallas, commending Ilya Hicks for his service as a legislative aide in the office of State Representative Yvonne Davis.
Chair recognizes Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is to honor one of my legislative interns who recently graduated from Rice University and has been working in a legislative office all session. With that, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to suspend all necessary rules to take up House Resolution 1279.
You've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, and the rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1279 by Y. Davis of Dallas, commending Joy Chancellor for her service as a legislative intern in the office of State Representative Yvonne Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this resolution honors the legislative intern for this session who was a student at University of Houston. With that, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
If a member of this body offers an amendment to a bill, then votes the next day to keep that amendment on third reading, and then goes and registers a no vote on the amendment they offered, does it actually exist? Does the amendment actually exist?
Mr. Tinderholt, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
And the reason why is because that business is not before the body at this time.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Tinderholt, state your inquiry.
So we have a conference committee happening on SB 17. And due to the fact that that is happening right now and there's a conference committee, the individual that offered the amendment essentially wrote that they should have voted no on their own amendment after it passed. Is that conference committee actually necessary? Does that amendment exist? Or is there some full circle that happens when they say no to their own amendment that they could have pulled? Does that amendment exist, and is that conference committee necessary for SB 17?
Mr. Tinderholt, that business is not before the House at this time, and accordingly, your parliamentary inquiry is not proper at this time.
Thank you.
Mr. Shaheen, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Can the members look at the journal to see whether, in fact, I had changed my vote to no?
Mr. Shaheen, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for answering that, because I think if the members check their journal, they'll say that Mr. Tenderholt's representation is inaccurate. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Public Health and a public hearing on Thursday, May 22nd of 2025 at 8 a.m. in room E2030 to consider SB 968 by Zaffarini relating to the licensing and regulation of the practice of podiatry.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted.
Speaker.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
May I move that the parliamentary inquiries and the responses of the chair by Representative Tenderholt and Representative Shaheen that just occurred be reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Members, we will be taking up the local and consent calendar shortly. Be advised.
Members, we're ready to begin consideration of local consent and resolutions calendar. If you have a bill on today's calendar, please be ready to explain your bill when it is reached on the calendar. Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock to explain SB 546.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill, what it does is a study for seat
Speaker.
belts on school buses.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Pursuant to Rule 6, Section 14.3 of the House Rules, the following members raise notice that they intend to oppose this bill. Would you like me to read them to you or bring it down front?
Why don't you go ahead and bring the signatures down front?
All right.
Thank you. Members, the chair has received notice of opposition to Senate Bill 546 pursuant to Rule 6, Section 24. The bill is withdrawn from the calendar and returned to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain SB 647.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 647 deals with the problem of deed fraud, and it clarifies statute and codifies best practices for county clerk's office. Move adoption.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SB 647. Is there objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out SB 647. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 647 by West relating to the
Question occurs in the passage of third reading of SB 647. Is there any objection? Chair is none. SB 647 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain SB 648.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. SB 648 targets fraudulent documents by increasing the burden of proof for document signatories and requiring grantors to sign.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SB 648. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out SB 648. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 648 by West relating
Question occurs in the passage of third reading of SB 648. Is there any objection? Chair is none. SB 648 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain SB 1493.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is lighting equipment requirements, motor vehicles.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SB 1493. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out SB 1493. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1493 by Parker.
Question occurs in the passage of third reading of SB 1493. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. SB 1493 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain SB 1709.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1709 would designate part of FM 70 as Los Robles Trail.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SB 1709. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out SB 1709. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1709 by
Question occurs in the passage of third reading of SB 1709. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. SB 1709 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock to explain SB 2001.
Mr. Speaker, members, what this does is relating to the registration of vehicles, the issuance of disabled parking place cards, and certain benefits associated with the registration and issuance of certain peace officers. I move adoption.
Members, you heard the explanation of SB 2001. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out SB 2001. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 2001 by King relating to the registration.
Question occurs in the passage of third reading of SB 2001. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. SB 2001 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan to explain HB 5669.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This reorganizes the port of Sabine Pass.
Members, heard the explanation of HB 5669. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out HB 5669. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5669 by Phelan relating.
Question occurs in the passage of engrossment of HB 5669. Is there any objection? Chair is none. HB 5669 is passed through engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to explain HB 3115.
This is an update to the Cow Creek Groundwater Conservation District. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 3115. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 3115. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3115 by Troxclair.
Question occurs in the passage of engrossment of HB 3115. Is there any objection? Chair is none. HB 3115 is passed through engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain HB 5655.
Creation of Fort Bend County Water Control Improvement District number 13.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 5655. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5655. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5655.
Question occurs in passage of engrossment of HB 5655. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5655 is passed through engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, HB 5675, has been withdrawn by the author. Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to explain HB 5689.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this bill amends the enabling legislation of the Coal Ranch Improvement District in Denton County. The City of Denton is in support of the charges. Move it passage.
Members have heard the explanation of HB 5689. Is there objection, consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5689. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5689 by Hayes, relating to the powers and duties, validating certain acts and proceedings.
Question occurs in passage and engrossment of HB 5689. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5689 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to explain HB 5690.
This bill amends the enabling legislation of Hunter Ranch Improvement District, which is abutting the one I just did, has the same changes. City of Denton is in favor. Move it passage.
Members have heard the explanation of HB 5690. Is there objection, consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5690. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5690 by Hayes, relating to the powers and duties.
Question occurs in passage and engrossment of HB 5690. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5690 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Luther to explain HB 5653.
Good morning. This bill relates to the composition of the Juvenile Board of Grayson County.
Members have heard the explanation of HB 5653. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5653. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5653 by Luther, relating to the composition of the Juvenile Board of...
Question occurs in passage and engrossment of HB 5653. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5653 is passed to engrossment. Members of the chair's intent to adjourn briefly so we can start a new legislative day. Representative Patterson moves that the House stand adjourned till 11:15 a.m. today. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the House stands adjourned until 11:15 a.m. today. The House will come to order. Members, please register. Show Ms. Ordaz present. Show Garcia Bear present. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Representative Patterson moves to excuse those members on this legislative day who were excused on the previous legislative day. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Representative Patterson moves to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider at this time on third reading and final passage the bills on the local consent and resolutions calendar to be read by bill number and author only, which were considered on the previous legislative day. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the rules are suspended. Representative Patterson moves to use the first record vote taken on third reading and final passage for all bills on the local consent and resolutions calendar, with the understanding that a member may record an individual vote on any bill with the journal clerk. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion prevails. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage SB 647. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 647 by West, relating to the filing or recording of documents or instruments conveying or purporting to convey an interest in real or personal property.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the bill.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This relates to the filing and recording of documents or instruments conveying or purporting to convey an interest in real or personal property. Move adoption.
Members, the question occurs in the final passage of SB 647. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Show Ms. Kerwin voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 140 ayes, 1 nay, SB 647 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage the following bills to be finally passed by the record vote just recorded on Senate Bill 647. The clerk will read the bills.
SB 648 by West, SB 1493 by Parker, SB 1709 by Hinojosa of Nueces, SB 2001 by King, SB 5669 by Phelan, HB 5659 by Phelan, HB 3115 by Choclair, HB 5655 by Gates, HB 5689 by Hayes, HB 5690 by Hayes, HB 5653 by Luther.
Pursuant to a previously adopted motion, the chair declares those bills just read by the clerk to be finally passed. Members, we're about to bring up a memorial recognition. Please take your conversations outside the rail and take your seats. Chair recognizes Mr. Curry for a memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to extend my condolences to the family of Landon Harris from Lorena, Texas. Landon was an 18-year-old senior in Lorena High School who had just graduated early in February on the LEAP program and was headed to a wonderful life and sports life as well. Well loved, well recognized. He passed away in a tragic vehicle accident yesterday. It was not his fault. All 3 people involved in the accident passed away, and it just breaks my heart to know that we lost a high school senior with such a long life to go, and God has a plan. The family's certainly having a difficult time understanding the plan. He's a bright light in the community. He was well known, and he was always there for anyone in need. He was just one of those kids that did everything he could to be the best person he could. And our hearts will go out through prayer and for his family and friends and all the students at Lorena ISD, a great school district, rural school district, and the closest school district to my home. So my heart goes out. I would request a moment of silence, please, and to keep the Harris family in your thoughts and prayers.
Members, please rise and observe a moment of silence. Thank you, members. Following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral, clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
SB 524 by Campbell relating to the exemption from the franchise tax and certain filing fees of certain businesses owned by veterans for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 781 by King relating to certain files maintained by law enforcement agency regarding certain employees of the agency for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veteran Affairs. SB 1782 by Miles relating to the maintenance of criminal history record information for the group home applicants and employees creating criminal offense for the Committee on Human Services. SB 1861 by Hughes relating to the appointment of special prosecutor by the Court of Criminal Appeals in the certain criminal cases for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2309 by Hughes relating to the election integrity and security of ballot boxes, including the preventing fraud in the conduct of elections in the state, authorizing penalty for the Committee on Elections. SB 2497 by Zaffarini relating to the installation of a treatment system by certain public drinking water supply systems for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 2617 by Creighton relating to the policy adopted by school district or open enrollment charter schools regarding the expression of dates for the Committee on Public Education. SB 2969 by Parker relating to the creation of criminal offense of trespass in a facility housing an animal and to the restitution of property damage resulting from that trespass for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. Following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars: H.R. 1280 by Collier, H.R. 1281 by Garcia Hernandez, H.R. 1282 by Bella Kaufman, H.R. 1283 by Longoria, H.R. 1284 by Plessa, H.R. 1285 by Perez of El Paso, H.R. 1286 by Perez of El Paso, H.R. 1287 by Verdell. The following resolutions by Turner are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars: H.R. 1288 through H.R. 1291, H.R. 1292 by Martinez Fisher, H.R. 1293 by Ashby, H.R. 1294 by Reynolds, H.R. 1295 by Martinez, H.R. 1296 by Reynolds, H.R. 1297 by Howard, H.R. 1298 by Howard, H.R. 1299 by Cunningham, H.R. 1300 by Cunningham, H.R. 1301 by Mesa, H.R. 1302 by Mesa.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 3 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Local and Consent Calendars will meet today at 3 p.m. in room 3W.9 in a formal meeting to consider committee business.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail for a memorial recognition. The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia of Bear for memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, I rise today with a heavy heart and a deep sense of gratitude to honor the life and legacy of a remarkable woman of faith, service, and strength, Reverend Cassandra Mack Brown, or lovingly referred to as Ma Dukes, the mother of our friend Al B. Shore. Reverend Mack Brown was more than a spiritual leader. She was a healer, a teacher, and a tireless servant of the people. And every prayer she lifted, and every sermon she delivered, and in every soul she touched, she embodied the spirit of compassion and justice. For decades, she served as a guiding light to her congregation and her community, reminding us all that faith without works is dead, and that love is an action of our greatest calling, whether it was to feed the hungry or grieving, comforting those who were grieving, mentoring the next generation. Reverend Mack Brown walked the walk. She reminded us that leadership is not about titles and positions. It's about leadership and service. Her legacy is woven into the lives she's uplifted and the injustices that she has challenged, along with the hearts that she has healed. As a woman of both the pulpit and the people, she stood with courage and conviction, always grounded in truth and humility. She made the room for the voiceless, and she challenged systems while doing it all with grace. Reverend Cassandra Mack Brown leaves behind not only a family who loved her so deeply, but a community forever changed by her presence. We honor her memory today, not with silence, but with continued service. May we carry her torch with the same passion and purpose that she lived every day of her life for. May her memory be a blessing, and may her work inspire generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. Please excuse Representatives Ashby, Bryant, Leo Wilson, Frank, Hinojosa to attend a meeting of the Committee on Public Education on a motion of Mr. Landgraf. Is there objection? The chair has none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is my honor to recognize an intern who has been a very valuable source for my office, Freeman Crawford IV. Stand up, young man. This is a great student at Houston-Tillotson University. As a student, he's been a great leader on the campus. He helped me and other members of the HBCU Legislative Caucus this session with great research on bills, helping us present several of the bills before the Higher Education Committee. This young man is very sharp, bright, and has a wonderful future. I wish you all the best in your future. Thank you for serving with us during this 89th legislative session, and God bless you, young man. Thank you for everything. Thank you.
Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill on the calendar, please be ready. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 4. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 4 by Betancourt relating to an increase in the amount of the exemption of residents' homesteads from ad valorem taxation by a school district and the protection of school districts against certain losses in local revenue.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 4 increases Texas School District homestead exemption to a record $140,000 for over 5.7 million homeowners across the state. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 4. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Show Mr. Paul voting aye. Have all voted. There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 4 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 23 to designate the following members as co-sponsors. Spiller.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 23. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 23 by Betancourt relating to an increase in the amount of exemption from ad valorem taxation by a school district of the appraised value of the residence homestead of a person who is elderly or disabled and the protection of school districts against certain losses in local revenue.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 23 increases the additional homestead exemption received by individuals who are disabled or 65 years of age or older to $200,000. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 23. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all voted. There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 23 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1762. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1762 by Blanco relating to geothermal energy conservation wells.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
I make a motion that all the dialogue on the previous day from SB 4 and SB 23 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 762 makes changes for the operator of orphaned oil and gas well, and I want to thank my young colleague here for helping me pass this bill. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1762. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. Being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1762 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 34. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 34 by Sparks relating to the preparation, prevention, and mitigation of wildfires.
Chair recognizes Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 34 supports our volunteer fire departments. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 34. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Well voted. Being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 34 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 60. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 60 by Zaffarini relating to the disposition by a public junior college library of certain library materials.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean.
Speaker, members, donation library books at public junior colleges. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 60. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 60 is finally passed. Mr. Hefner for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D, to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors for Senate Bill 706, all joint authors and co-authors for House Bill 1337.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 706. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 706 by Schwertner, relating to the recognition of a handgun license issued by another state.
Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 706 will recognize handgun license issued by another state in Texas, allowing law-abiding citizens of other states to be able to exercise their Second Amendment right to bear arms here in this state. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 706. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Verdell voting aye. We've all voted. Being 89 ayes, 51 nays, Senate Bill 706 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1814. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1814 by Hancock, relating to the creation and maintenance of an electronic database to provide information to certain members of the United States Armed Forces regarding the resources and benefits provided to veterans.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that just creates a database to help veterans know what their benefits are. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1814. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. We've all voted. Being 138 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1814 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1220. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1220 by Hughes, relating to the subject matter jurisdiction of the criminal trial courts of this state.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that clarifies the jurisdiction of our courts in criminal matters. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1220. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. We've all voted. Being 127 ayes, 10 nays, Senate Bill 1220 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 523. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 523 by Zaffarini, relating to the issuance of a driver's license to certain persons that includes an alternative to the license holder's residence address.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill just gives the same privacy protection to probation officers as other peace officers, judges, and prosecutors. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 523. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. We've all voted. Being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 523 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 565. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 565 by Perry, relating to a compliance agreement for the suspension of an enforcement action against a regional water supply, sewer, wastewater treatment, or solid waste disposal service for certain violations.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 565 is a cleanup from HB 3232 from last session that allows all retail public utilities to enter into safe harbor agreements with TCEQ after small system consolidation. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 565. The record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. Being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 565 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1253. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1253 by Perry, relating to the authority of a political subdivision to provide credits against impact fees to builders and developers for certain water conservation and reuse projects.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that allows for our communities to provide credit for impact fees against developments, and I believe there's a third reading amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the amendment authorizes the Water District to provide a credit for eligible water reuse and conservation projects. I believe the amendment is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Romero sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1253. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 112 ayes, 28 nays, Senate Bill 1253 is finally passed. Chair lays out Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 840. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 840 by Hughes relating to certain municipal and county regulation of certain multifamily and mixed-use residential development projects and conversion of certain commercial buildings to mixed-use and multifamily residential occupancy.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Members, Senate Bill 840 would allow properties in commercially zoned areas to be built or converted to residential or mixed-use development without having to go through the rezoning process. And I do have a third reading amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hefner.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a clarifying amendment that would ensure that notwithstanding the bill's requirements that local ordinances developed for water, wastewater, and stormwater are protected and enforced. I move adoption.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was unable to see the amendment. This amendment deals with water and wastewater. It
Mr.
doesn't-
Anchia, for what purpose?
I apologize, Mr. Speaker. That was my bad. Apologies. Will the gentleman yield for some
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions? The
Yes.
gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, apologies. Now, I see the amendment. You know, I just, Chairman Hefner, I just got a text from one of the cities, two of the cities I represent actually, about the bill, and they're concerned about the fact that they have a lot of multifamily in their communities already, and they're worried about a proliferation of multifamily in these areas, so that the percentage of multifamily in these cities becomes very, very high, right? This amendment doesn't deal with that particular issue, does it?
No, this just basically clarifies that we're not doing something that the bill already doesn't do. This is just kind of this is what the cities wanted, this clarification amendment, to make sure that it was clear.
Okay, so this is a safe harbor then in this amendment.
Correct.
Okay, very good. And I'll have some questions about the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank
Move
you,
adoption.
Chairman Hefner.
Mr. Hefner sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions
Will
on
the
the bill?
gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman yields.
Yes.
Thank you again, Chairman Hefner, for engaging on this bill, and I apologize. I literally got a text on this, again, related to my prior line of questioning. There's a concern by some of the cities that I represent that this will cause an explosion of multifamily in areas that are already very, very dense with multifamily, and they're concerned about the ability of the city to keep up with infrastructure. That's one concern. And then secondly, they're also concerned about already having a high percentage. One of the cities I represent is 70% multifamily. They're worried that that is going to increase further. The reason I asked the question is, would you be open to an amendment that said, hey, if already 50% of your city is multifamily, you'd be exempt from this provision?
Not having the time to research and study on that, I would have to say I would not be open to it. But you know, I think there's safeguards in there with allowing them, what this amendment clarified, that you know the health and safety things still have to be have to be provided for, and so.
Say that last part again.
Well,
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, just that they still have to maintain the health and safety, water, sewer, drainage, all those things. But I'd be uncomfortable with an amendment this spur of the moment.
Got it. Well, that's what they're worried about too, by the way, is that they're going to be required to maintain all these services at very high densities when they already have, in some cases, 70% of their city that's multifamily. So I know this is late. It's a third reading amendment. I apologize for not coming to you sooner, and it's reasonable that you may not want to do that now. If this goes to conference, would you work with me on discussing this issue further?
I'd be happy to have more conversations with you, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you entertaining the questions. And again, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. Members, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 840. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. You've all voted. Show Mr. De Ayala voting aye. There being 106 ayes, 33 nays, Senate Bill 840 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 764. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 764 by Zaffarini, relating to the procedure for a hearing by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation on the denial of an electrician's license or disciplinary action against an electrician.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan, hopefully without a candy bar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill removes obsolete and inaccurate language and brings consistency to licensure hearings. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 764. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 764 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2383. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2383 by Betancourt, relating to the employment of certain peace officers of the Department of Public Safety.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This just allows for DPS officers who have retired in good standing to be rehired. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2383. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2383 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2155. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2155 by Perry, relating to the regulation of veterinary professionals and facilities by the State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners and the temporary administration of the board by the Department of Licensing and Regulation.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, 2155 just continues the sunset process on the Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2155. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kitzman voting aye. All voted. Being 113 ayes, 26 nays, Senate Bill 2155 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1535. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1535 by Zaffarini, relating to the establishment by the Texas Workforce Commission of an advanced nuclear energy workforce development program.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 1535 creates a TWC training program for advanced nuclear energy skills. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1535. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 138 ayes, 4 nays, Senate Bill 1535 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1423. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1423 by Hughes, relating to the designation of a portion of Farm to Market Road 2275 in Gregg County as the Bill Stout Parkway.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean.
Speaker, members, Bill Stout Parkway in Gregg County. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1423. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. We've all voted. There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1423 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1566. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1566 by Betancourt, relating to connection of utilities by certain entities in certain subdivisions formerly located in a municipality's extraterritorial jurisdiction.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1566 until 9 o'clock a.m. on Thursday, May the 22nd.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 1804 to designate the following members as joint sponsors: Flores, Y. Davis of Dallas, Harris, and Bumgarner.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1804. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1804 by Alvarado relating to restitution and compensation paid to victims of certain offenses for tattoo removal related to the offense.
The chair recognizes Dean Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, if you remember, this is the bill that allows those persons who have been victims of human trafficking and walk around with tattoos that their perpetrators pay for those tattoos to be removed. I move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1804. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. There being 135 ayes, 9 nays, Senate Bill 1804 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1728. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1728 by Perry relating to the participation of certain juvenile justice entities in the Jobs and Education for Texans grant program.
The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1728 allows the Texas Juvenile Justice Department, Juvenile Board, and Juvenile Probation Department across Texas to be eligible for JED grants. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1728. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. They've all voted. There being 93 ayes, 47 nays, Senate Bill 1728 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1816. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1816 by Hancock relating to the titling, registration, and operation of a miniature vehicle.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1816 codifies what the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles recently did on miniature vehicles. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1816. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. All voted. Being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1816 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1952. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1952 by Paxton relating to the administration and operation of the School Health and Related Services Program.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to clear up a little confusion because I did a short layout yesterday, but it seems like a few people were confused on the bill. This is moving the SHARS program over to HHSC from TEA because HHSC is the one that does Medicaid. So this is to help catch more fraud. There's a lot of things that HHSC said they would have been able to catch. This will save taxpayer dollars, and that is why we are moving it, is to catch fraud and save dollars. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1952. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. Being 123 ayes, 17 nays, Senate Bill 1952 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 75. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 75 by Hall relating to the resilience of the electric grid in certain municipalities.
The chair recognizes Colonel Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 75 creates the Texas Grid Security Commission under the Texas Department of Emergency Management in order to protect from all vulnerabilities, both man-made and natural, our grid. Let's protect the grid. I greatly appreciate everybody's work and the unanimous vote yesterday. Thank you for helping us get this across the threshold. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 75. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 144 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 75 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2068. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2068 by Betancourt relating to the administration for property tax protests and appeals.
The chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bill that would prevent children's personal information from being disclosed to the public through appraisal boards. Formalizes their protection. Move passage. Thank you.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2068. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all voted. Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2068 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1455. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1455 by Hagenview relating to the funding mechanism for the regulation of workers' compensation and workers' compensation insurance authorizing surcharges.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that will prevent other states from charging Texas companies a retaliatory sales tax for operating in their states. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1455. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting nay. Have all voted. Being 134 ayes, 11 nays, Senate Bill 1455 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 213. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 213 by West, relating to prohibiting insurers from requiring the bundling of personal lines, property, or casualty insurance policies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain the bill.
Speaker, members, no forced bundling of home and auto insurance. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 213. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. All voted. Being 145 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 213 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 627. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 627 by Zaffarini, relating to the licensing and regulation of dietitians.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is simply a cleanup bill for TDLR. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 627. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. All voted. Being 103 ayes, 34 nays, Senate Bill 627 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2037. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2037 by Sparks, relating to permit application review and contested case procedures for environmental permits involving a project to construct or modify a liquefied natural gas export terminal, authorizing a fee.
Please excuse Ms. Gervin Hawkins because of important business on a motion of Ms. Bowers. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is that bill that we passed yesterday on expedited natural gas permitting.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2037. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. Being 109 ayes, 29 nays, Senate Bill 2037 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 670. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 670 by Hughes, relating to patient authorization to access certain investigational sun protection products.
Chair recognizes Ms. Campos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will allow patients access to investigational sunscreen protection products upon physician's recommendation and written informed consent. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 670. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 115 ayes, 27 nays, Senate Bill 670 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 896. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 896 by Blanco, relating to the enrollment period for newborns under certain employer health benefit plans.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ward Johnson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that was passed yesterday that simply extends the insurance enrollment period for newborns from 31 days to 60 days. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 896. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Ward Johnson voting aye. Have all voted. Being 130 ayes, 14 nays, Senate Bill 896 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 917. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 917 by Zaffarini, relating to certain boiler inspection reports and the composition and governance of the Board of Boiler Rules.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a lot like Chairman Patterson's bill in that it too was passed yesterday. It's a TDLR bill dealing with the Board of Boiler Rules. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 917. The record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 917 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1184. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1184 by Creighton, relating to the age of wine authorized to be sold by a wine collection seller.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This allows a wine collection seller to sell wine that is 10 years old instead of 20 years old. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1184. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 129 ayes, 16 nays, Senate Bill 1184 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 971. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 971 by Sparks, relating to the definition of a rural political subdivision for purposes of the Texas Water Assistance Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 971 corrects the definition of rural water from last session. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 971. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. Being 126 ayes, 20 nays, Senate Bill 971 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1255. The clerk will ring the bell. Read the bill.
SB number 1255 by Zaffarini, relating to the regulation of mold assessors and remediators.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill removes mycotoxins from statute and allows demolition activities to occur after a disaster. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1255. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. Being 123 ayes, 23 nays, Senate Bill 1255 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1261. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1261 by Perry, relating to the financing of water supply projects included in the state water plan, authorizing the issuance of obligations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gurdess to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill has nothing to do with the Marvin Nichols Reservoir, just to be clear from what happened yesterday. But what it does do is provide new financing tools to help with our water needs in our state for developing water infrastructure. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1261. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. Being 119 ayes, 23 nays, Senate Bill 1261 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Ms. Hull for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 1283 to designate the following members as joint sponsors: Patterson, Noble, Morales-Shaw, and as co-sponsors Leilani Ward-Johnson.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1283. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1283 by Parker, relating to resident safety from criminal activity in senior retirement communities.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday protecting our senior citizens and senior retirement communities. Thank you for your vote of confidence yesterday for this critical legislation. And again, thank you to Chairman Patterson, Vice Chair Noble, Representative Morales-Shaw, and Representative Little for their joint authorship of this bill, and for Senator Parker for allowing me to sponsor this bill. In memory of Doris Gleason, Phyllis Payne, Phoebe Perry, Joyce Aberwitz, Juanita Purdy, Leah Corkin, Margaret White, Sol Spring, Norma French, Glenna Day, Helen Lee, Marilyn Bixler, Minnie Campbell, Mammy Mia, Diane Delahunty, Doris Wasserman, Carolyn McPhee, Rosemary Curtis, Mary Brooks, Martha Williams, Ann Conklin, and Lou Thee Harris. I move passage in their memory.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1283. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. They've all voted. Being 146 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1283 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 991. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 991 by Betancourt, relating to the inclusion of chronically absent and truant students as students at risk of dropping out of school and the collection and reporting of data regarding those students.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I was proud to work with Senator Betancourt on this bill for chronic absenteeism in our schools, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 991. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. They've all voted. There being 100 ayes, 44 nays, Senate Bill 991 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1733. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1733 by Colkhorst, relating to the composition of the board of the Calhoun Port Authority.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lozano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill obviously just is a simple bill for the Port of Calhoun, which adds one more port commissioner to make it a 7-member port versus a 6. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1733. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. Being 130 ayes, 15 nays, Senate Bill 1733 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 21 to designate the following members as additional co-sponsors. Representatives Lalani, Linda Garcia, Mary Ann Perez.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 21. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 21 by Schwartner, relating to the establishment and administration of the Texas Strategic Bitcoin Reserve for the purpose of investing in cryptocurrency and the investment authority of the Comptroller of Public Accounts over the reserve and certain other state funds.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today is a pivotal moment in securing Texas's leadership in the digital age with the passage of our Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. Now we embrace a modern asset with traditional properties but future promise. This reserve not only strengthens our fiscal sovereignty, but positions Texas as a forward-thinking state prepared for the evolution of global finance. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 21. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all voted. There being 101 ayes, 42 nays, Senate Bill 21 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 231. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 231 by King, relating to temporary emergency energy facilities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this creates regulatory clarity, specific guidelines, and strong accountability around mobile generation procurement. Move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 231. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 231 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 739. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 739 by Kolkhorst, relating to the definition of authorized peace officer for purposes of certain laws governing the installation and use of tracking equipment and access to certain communications.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 739 clarifies that an investigator authorized by TDI can directly investigate fraud and arson instead of going through another agency. This is government efficiency at its best. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 739. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 96 ayes, 50 nays, Senate Bill 739 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1252. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1252 by Schwartner, relating to the authority of a municipality to regulate the installation or inspection of a residential energy backup system.
The chair recognizes Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Speaker and members. Senate Bill 1252 prevents cities from adopting or enforcing local rules to regulate installation or inspection of residential energy backup systems. Instead, these systems will follow the National Electrical Code, ensuring a uniform standard across the state of Texas. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1252. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 137 ayes, 6 nays, Senate Bill 1252 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1371. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1371 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, relating to the operation of certain metropolitan transit authorities.
Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1371, the biggest thing this bill does is allow Corpus Christi Transit Authority to have tax exempt fuel during hurricanes. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1371. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 109 ayes, 37 nays, Senate Bill 1371 is finally passed. Members, it's the chair's intent to take a brief lunch break. Mr. Guerin moves that the House stand in recess until 12:45. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The House stands in recess. Speaker Moody for an announcement.
Thank you, members. Since we're going to get a lunch break, I just want to let you know that Scott Wall with Capital Commission is upstairs in 3W9. They've got lunch up there for you. It's come and go. Take a break. Enjoy some fellowship with your fellow colleagues up there. Appreciate you.
The House will come to order. The chair lays out Senate Bill 646 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 646 by West relating to repayment of certain mental health professional education loans.
The chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 646 until today at 4:15 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out Senate Bill 3 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 3 by Perry relating to the regulation of consumable hemp products and the hemp-derived cannabinoids contained in those products, requiring a registration, imposing fees, creating criminal offenses, providing administrative penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 3 till 4 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out SCR 27 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
SCR number 27 by Eckhart, authorizing the burial of Guy Herman in the State Cemetery.
The chair recognizes Ms. Flores for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SCR 27 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out SB 552 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 552 by Huffman, relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 552 until 9 a.m. Thursday, May 22nd.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out SB 1405 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1405 by Nichols, relating to increasing access to and reducing taxation of internet services.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1405 clarifies the deadlines and requirements for BDO program reports. It modernizes the standards to align with FCC designations. It also accelerates and enhances competitiveness of the BDO grant process and provides tax relief to support broadband expansion. And with that, I move passage. I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Craddock.
The chair recognizes Mr. Curry to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an amendment that's acceptable to the author. That's an amendment from Tom Craddock on this bill, and I move passage, move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Craddock to explain his amendment.
I got the wrong. Mr. Speaker, members, this is an amendment that, Mr. Speaker, members, this is an amendment that was in Ways and Means, and what it does, it's property used in the Cablevision and internet, and it takes away the tax, and that's all it does. It was voted out unanimously, just didn't make it to the calendar. I move adoption.
Mr. Craddock sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1405. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Show Ms. Zwiener voting aye. You've all voted. There being 94 ayes, 31 nays, Senate Bill 1405 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Gates for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Land and Resource Management to meet while the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14 Ag Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Craddock for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Transportation to meet while the House is in session at 4 p.m. in room 1W-14 in Agricultural Museum to consider pending and referred committee and business.
Members,
Move
you've
adoption.
heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The following announcements, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Land and Resource Management will meet today at 2 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Transportation will meet today at 4 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Please excuse Representatives Canales, DeRazio, Hefner, Hickland, Holt, Isaac, Louderback, McLaughlin, and Pearson to attend a meeting of the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs on a motion of Mr. Metcalf. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1948 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1948 by Perry, relating to the authority of a political subdivision to regulate fire prevention standards for certain agricultural facilities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1948 is really just nothing more than a common sense bill for our farmers and ranchers and those in agricultural production. It says that it would prevent any governmental entity in Texas from requiring that sprinklers be required in our barns, non-residential farm buildings, cotton gins, livestock markets, feed mills, cotton seed storage, etc. And with that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1948. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. We've all voted. There being 98 ayes, 26 nays, Senate Bill 1948 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out Senate Bill 243 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 243 by Flores, relating to the regulation of migrant labor housing facilities, changing the amount of a civil penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you'll bear with me, a lot of you are familiar with this bill. I've been working on this for 5 sessions, and with the help of Senator Flores, we are finally here to pass it out of both chambers. I'm going to take a different approach today. I am going to talk about my uncle like I normally do, but I'm going to ask you to imagine this. Imagine someone who is an essential worker, and they work in the oil fields. And during COVID, they had to go to work. We depend on them to keep our country going, to keep our state going, to keep our lives going. Now, imagine that oil field is a field full of produce, vegetables and fruit, and they're still essential workers who had to work during COVID. But they probably make about $60,000 less, and they don't have the same protections. They are in the country legally, doing work that we all depend on. Every day, we literally consume the fruit of their labor. And just to be clear, there are many people that you serve with, including me, whose families have been a part of this tradition, right? Representative Romero, myself, my grandfather, my grandmother, my uncle, my dad were these essential workers. What this bill does is create and provide baseline health and sanitation standards for the places they live. If an owner of the land provides them with a place they live, what the bill does is ensure that that place is clean, it is sanitary, and it is safe. We're talking about making sure that the toilets aren't overflowing and there's not a live wire coming out of the wall. This is pure, humane treatment. So there's no way that any one of these workers can get wealthy through this bill. All the money that's collected by the state, if there is a fine or a fee, goes back to the program so that it can keep going. I know there are some amendments. I'm going to tell you now, we have worked for almost a decade crafting this very carefully with the Farm Bureau and with Senator Flores, who has done a tremendous job passing this out of the Senate 31-0, which means that your favorite senator voted for it this way. And so I know there are amendments, and I'll take them, but thank you for your attention, and thank all of you for being here with me. All right.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Olcott.
The chair recognizes Mr. Olcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as I've already expressed on the floor of this House, I don't think we need more illegal immigration or legal immigration. But having said that, I do feel for the people that are being underpaid and abused, and I appreciate everything Mr. Bernal has done with this legislation. But one thing I'm kind of puzzled by is that in statute right now, there is a $200 fine for a violation, and he has reduced that down to $50, and I'm bringing it back. My amendment simply brings it back to $150, because if these people are being underpaid and living in really bad conditions, and it's been shown, if it's shown that they are in violation of how they're supposed to be treating these people, we need to be making sure that the fine's stiff enough to prevent them from undergoing these types of conditions. So my amendment's very simple. Currently in statute, the fine is $200. He's reduced it to 50. I'm bringing it to 150.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
So, Mr. Alcott, I just want to make sure I understand.
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
Oh, will the gentleman yield for
Will
a
the
couple
gentleman
of
yield for questions?
I will.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Alcott, I just want to make sure I understand. The purpose of this amendment is actually to strengthen the bill and give it a little bit more enforcement teeth so that we can better protect the kinds of people that Senator Flores and Representative Bernal are
That's
trying
right.
to do.
It simply strengthens the deterrent for people to be abusing these people.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bernal in opposition.
Who thought we'd be here? We agree. I actually really like this amendment. I like the aggressive posture of it. I don't think that we should be taking kid gloves to people who mistreat any human being. That being said, as I mentioned before, in the most respectful way, I've worked for almost a decade on this version of the bill. It is agreed upon between myself, the other stakeholders, the Farm Bureau in particular, and Senator Flores. And so in order to keep my word, I have to oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Alcott to close on the amendment.
It's a simple vote. If you believe in this bill and you believe there should be a strong deterrent to abuse these people and to make sure they're provided adequate, humane housing, let's increase the fine, not even to what is currently 200, but at least back to 150 to send a strong message. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Vote aye, vote nay, division vote. Strike the board. The amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hopper.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hopper to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I also appreciate this bill. Thank you for Representative Bernal for bringing this forward. This is just a really simple amendment that would amend the part of the bill requiring the Attorney General to intervene only upon the request of the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, would allow the AG to have discretion to enter on his own. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you if you support this amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bernal in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you very much. Again, members, worked on this for a very long time. I think we've all learned that keeping our word amongst each other is important. Even if I like an amendment, I think keeping my word is more important after all this time. So I'm going to do a motion to table.
Mr. Hopper to close on the amendment.
Move adoption.
Mr. Hopper sends up an amendment. Mr. Bernal moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bernal voting aye. Show Mr. Tepper voting aye. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Have all voted. There being 98 ayes, 36 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hopper.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hopper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple amendment that would make it so money collected for a violation would only go to supporting border security efforts through the local border security program or Operation Lone Star grant programs instead of the Department of Housing and Community Affairs. I appreciate it if you support this amendment.
Mr. Bernal in opposition.
All right. Two things. One, I have to keep my word. I have to keep it clean. Two, this amendment would kill the program. So let's not do that. Motion to table.
Mr. Hopper to close on the amendment.
You know, I think it's really important for us to stand up for our border and our border security. I appreciate the intention of this bill. I think that it's important to make a stand and make sure that, you know, if any monies are collected, that it goes to securing our border. It's the most important mission that we have been given to us by our voters, and I think that this would actually help ensure that. So I move adoption.
Mr. Hopper sends up an amendment. Mr. Bernal moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Mr. Tepper voting aye. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Have all voted. Being 97 ayes, 39 nays, the motion to table prevails. Chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have to admit to you that this is the bill that I'm most emotionally attached to. I've been working on it the whole time that I'm here, and there's something just really touching to me as I think about my dad. And then I've got all these young guys from my hometown and my old neighborhood, coincidentally in the gallery. So with that, move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 243. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Show Mr. Bernal voting aye. Show Mr. Tepper voting aye. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Have all voted. There being 117 ayes, 24 nays, Senate Bill 243 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Ways and Means to meet while the House is in session today at 4 p.m. in room 3W15 to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Ways and Means will meet today at 4 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out SJR 1 as a matter of postponed business. On third reading, the clerk will read the resolution.
SJR number 1 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail for an illegal alien charged with an offense punishable as a felony.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SJR 1 until 5 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 31. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 31 by Hughes, relating to exceptions to otherwise prohibited abortions based on a physician's reasonable medical judgment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, my layout's going to be a little bit longer than I normally do, so please let me get through it. And if you have questions, I'd like to wait and answer them after that. The Life of the Mother Act has brought together all major pro-life groups, the doctors and the hospitals, Republicans and Democrats, and people on both sides of the abortion issue have agreed to this bill. These groups include the Texas Catholic Conference of Bishops, the Texas Alliance for Life, Texans for Life Committee, Texas Right to Life, the Human Coalition, Texas Medical Association, Texas Hospital Association, Texas Civil Justice League, and Texas Campaign for Mothers. This bill passed out of the Senate 31-0. As you know, these groups don't always see eye to eye, but in this case, they work together to ensure pregnant women who have pregnancy complications get appropriate and timely care. And why is that? It's simple. We do not want women to die from medical emergencies during their pregnancy. We don't want women's lives to be destroyed because their bodies have been seriously impaired by medical emergencies during their pregnancies. We know women have died after care was delayed or denied. We know women have left Texas for life-saving care. We know women's bodies have been horribly injured because doctors and hospitals are afraid to provide abortions that could save their bodies. Doctors and hospitals need the clarity SB 31 will put into the law to be able to save women's lives and protect them from substantial impairments of their bodily functions. And on all those things, we agree. Senator Hughes asked the medical board to adopt rules clarifying the law. The Texas Supreme Court also asked the medical board to write these rules. When the board finally acted, their rules were inefficient, and that leaves it up to us as the legislature. Senate Bill 31 has one goal: to change the behavior of medical professionals by providing laws that are clear, consistent, fair, and understandable. Doctors and hospitals agree SB 31 will achieve this goal. During this layout, I want to clearly state what this bill does and what it does not do. Let's start with the 5 major things it does. It provides an exception to the abortion laws when the mother has a life-threatening physical condition which could lead to death or a threat to one of her major bodily functions. It's a 2-part test which starts with the physician determining whether the life of the mom is a life-threatening physical condition. This clarification clarifies the legislative intent everyone thought we had when we passed the law several years ago. It makes clear that doctors are not required to withhold or alter life-saving treatment for cancer or other conditions if doing so will jeopardize the life or major bodily functions, including future fertility of a pregnant woman. Expressly states current law that the life-threatening condition does not have to be imminent. For example, in the case of preventable premature rupture of membranes, PPROM, will result in the mom developing an infection known as sepsis. Sepsis can cause death or seriously affect the mom's bodily functions. The bill expressly states that the physician does not need to wait for the infection to develop before intervening. Provides that all parties, doctors, nurses, pharmacists, techs, and lawyers involved in making a medical determination will not be sued for aiding or abetting an abortion. Requires doctors to have continued medical education regarding abortion laws and provides continuing legal education for lawyers who advise and represent medical professionals in the area of the law. Now I want to address what is not in this bill. This bill does not address rape or incest. It does not address fatal fetal abnormalities, and this is not a choice bill. This bill addresses the life and health of the mother, period. That's it. There are 2 other issues I would like to further clarify during this layout, and the first one is called the 1925 law. One of 4 abortion laws that are amended by SB 31 is what has commonly been referred to as the 1925 law. This was the original statute banning abortions in Texas. When the Supreme Court made abortion legal under R. v. Wade, the 25 law was implied to be repealed. When R. v. Wade was overturned in Dobbs in 2022, the reason for the implied repeal went away. There is currently a federal case pending which addresses the issue of whether the 1925 statute has been revived or not. To this date, the legislature has spoken 3 times saying it believes the law is alive. Ultimately, the court will make that determination. In the meantime, the provision in SB 31 states that the bill is neutral as to whether 1925 statute has been revived or not. And by passing this bill, the bill is not taking a position on the revival of the statute one way or another. We commonly use provisions like this when there is pending litigation. The second issue is whether the bill will permit the prosecution of a pregnant woman who gets an abortion. The unequivocal answer is no. Our state has never prosecuted women who get an abortion, and nothing in SB 31 changes that. I want to thank my fellow joint authors, co-sponsors, and stakeholders for working with me on this important piece of legislation. And once again, I would like to read the people that have worked with us to put this bill together. The Texas Catholic Conference of Bishops, the Texas Alliance for Life, Texans for Life Committee, Texas Right to Life, the Human Coalition, Texas Medical Association, Texas Hospital Association, the Texas Civil Justice League, and the Texas Campaign for Mothers. Mr. Speaker, if anyone wants questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Schatzline, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for some questions?
I will.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. I just have a few clarifying questions just so I can understand it. What is the purpose of Section 170A.0021?
I'm sorry, Mr. Schatzline, which section?
170A.0021.
Do you know which page
It's in Section 4.
Section 4.
And page 3 of the bill.
Yes, I have it here. This section was moved from a previous section already in the code.
So is the section to instruct doctors to give the baby an opportunity to survive if the mother is facing a life-threatening condition? Is that the purpose of that section?
The purpose of that section, if the baby is born during the procedure or if the baby is born before the procedure can be performed, it's the doctors to use their medical judgment to help the baby survive. That is correct.
Okay, so does this section instruct doctors to try, let's say, an early induction or a C-section if possible, even if the mother is facing a life-threatening condition? Is that the idea?
It is, but it leaves it to the reasonable medical judgment of the doctor, and which is defined in code currently.
So, would this section allow the doctors to perform abortions in non-life-threatening conditions?
If they are possibly life-threatening or they affect the major bodily functions, the doctor has if it's reasonable medical judgment, then they can perform an abortion.
When you say major bodily functions, could you help us identify maybe what that was? Because I think some of the concern is we want to support the bill, but some of the concern from us is, is there a major bodily function? Let me just ask it like this. If a mother has a high chance of survival, but future infertility is a risk, does this bill allow for the doctor to use their judgment to conduct an abortion?
Fertility has already been, by the Supreme Court, has already been defined as a major bodily function. So yes, they could.
Okay. So,
using reasonable medical judgment.
So, okay, that's clarifying. Does life-threatening have to be imminent?
It does not, as I said in my opening remarks.
Okay, so final question from me. What's an example of something that is life-threatening but not imminent, just so we can gain a better understanding?
Cancer treatment.
Okay.
And so a doctor will be able, and there were several examples over the last 6 or 8 months putting this bill together where doctors would not perform cancer treatment on a pregnant woman. And this will allow them to do cancer treatment if it's necessary.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Schatzline.
Ms. Harris-Davila, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields
Yes,
for
I will.
questions. He yields for questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to get some more clarification when we're talking about life-threatening and the definition in this bill. Can you walk us through? My understanding is that it's a two-part test, that you first have to prove that there is a life-threatening condition. And,
That's
and as
correct.
long as that's proven, then you go on to the rest of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so life-threatening has to be proven first, and then if that is not proven,
Well,
nothing else in the bill comes into effect.
Life-threatening or impair the major bodily function of the mother. But that's right, that has to be done before any procedure takes place.
Right. So that's the first test, and as long as the situation is a life-threatening situation, then the rest of the bill kicks in, but not before, right?
That is correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is money for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I'll be happy to.
He yields for questions.
I'm really just trying to understand this bill, and I want to support it. You got a lot of support behind it, but I just want to clarify. I think one of excuse me.
Mr. Money, over the last 6 months or so, I've needed a lot of clarification myself.
Well, thank you. And we've spent some time talking with some of the same stakeholders you're talking with, and I think where I'm coming from is I think that Texas's current law is clear on that the life of the mother should be protected. I think it is clear. I think the Supreme Court it has supported that. I think that the problem we're trying to solve is that there have been some malicious interpretations of the existing law, which I think is a good law, that have left some doctors in a situation that they are unclear about what they're supposed to do. And I think people that want to promote abortion have tried to make it murky what our current law is. And so my question is to you, is this law written to ensure that malicious actors won't be able to find loopholes to allow abortions that would not be allowed under our current law?
Medical malpractice is still allowed under this law, and the answer to that is yes. What we are trying to achieve here is a doctor under current law can go to jail for the rest of his life. A doctor under this current law can lose his medical license, and that's why some have been very indecisive. Lawyers that represent hospitals or any other clinic where an emergency surgery may take place are concerned and are afraid to advise a physician or a hospital that it's okay to proceed with that abortion. And this law clarifies that and gives them some clarity so they can go forward without fear of going to jail for the rest of their life.
Yes, and to be clear, I don't want anybody going to jail for doing whatever needs to be done to try to save the life of a mother who is pregnant. What I also don't want to do is shift the pendulum in the other direction so that doctors are able to concoct or find a way to perform an abortion that they wouldn't be able to under our law. And so you're saying that has been addressed and taken care of?
That has been addressed, and as I said, medical malpractice law is not being changed by this, and we are in no way promoting abortion on this. What we are trying to do is save the life or the bodily functions, major bodily functions of a mother. And I get a little emotional about this, but I've got friends who watch their wives nearly bleed out and become septic, and that's the driver in this bill. In fact, a staffer, good friend of mine, that nearly happened to his wife just this past year.
Right, and we've seen those things in the news, and it's happened to people that we know. And I certainly want there to be clarity on being able to protect mothers who are at risk, but what I don't want to say is, well, they're emotionally at risk, or they're, they could possibly, in some very remote chance, have some negative impact. So we're going to go ahead and kill a perfectly viable life.
In the bill, they have to use reasonable medical judgment, which has been defined and is supported by the board of the medical board. And so if that's happening, and a complaint can still be filed against a doctor for doing that. And but they would then have to show they use reasonable medical judgment in order to do that. And this not only protects the doctor, but it protects the nurses, the technicians, whomever is involved in the procedure. I've got a real good pro-life voting record in this house, and I want to maintain that. But I'm going to fight to the end to make sure that we protect the doctors who are taking care of these mothers who might otherwise die.
Yes, and I want to make sure that we do exactly what you just said we would do, but that we don't leave an opening for doctors whose only goal is to try to help people have abortions. You understand that?
I do understand that, but I don't believe that this bill does that, and I don't believe that Senator Hughes would have been able to get it out of the Senate 31-0 if that were the case. I can assure you, knowing Senator Hughes for as long as I have, I promise you, they've addressed that. And
I agree with you.
And I'm not a lawyer, so.
Right. Well, thank you very much.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir. Thank you for your questions.
Mr. Lowe, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I
Gentleman yield
will.
for questions. He yields for questions.
Sir, I have a question about reasonable medical judgment. As you know, the many doctors that worked at Planned Parenthood that killed tens of thousands, probably millions of babies, they were doctors. So can you explain to me what reasonable medical judgment is?
Reasonable medical judgment, and if you don't mind, let me flip through
Yes,
my
sir.
pages to get to that. Reasonable medical judgment has been ruled on by the Texas Supreme Court, so I'm not sure that I have the definition in here, but I think I do. I don't have that. The definition is not currently in the bill, but the Supreme Court has previously ruled on reasonable medical judgment, and I'll be happy to get that for you. I do not have it in front of me now.
Okay, there's another section of the bill that says life-threatening means capable of causing death or potentially fatal.
Or substantial impairment of the major bodily functions.
Yes, a life-threatening physical condition that is not necessarily one actively injuring the patient. So
Cancer treatment is a perfect example of that.
yes, I get that. But as you have seen, science has really advanced, and we have been able to accomplish amazing things. Babies at 26 weeks have been able to live. So do you believe that we should allow a doctor to kill a human being over cancer?
Can I go back to your first question?
Yes, sir.
Dr.
Absolutely.
Alderson. Reasonable medical judgment is what a board-certified obstetrician believes will save the life of a mother.
Okay. We also, do you know how many, if any, doctors have lost their licenses or gone to prison because they performed an abortion?
I do not, sir.
Okay.
I mean, the law was passed, it's the Heartbeat Act is not that old, and so I do not know how many have been prosecuted.
This bill creates loopholes to recharge the pro-choice industry in Texas, and I will be voting no.
Pearson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions.
We'll go back to that in closing. Yes, I would.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. You had mentioned a bunch of pro-life organizations that support this bill, and the Human Coalition would be one of those organizations. Are you aware that I sat on the board of Human Coalition prior to joining this chamber?
I was not aware of that, no ma'am.
Yes. I proudly joined that organization because they do wonderful things in the communities to serve not just saving babies, but also the women who choose to keep their children. And are you aware that during the Senate testimony that Human Coalition testified on this bill and testified that due to the Texas Supreme Court clarifications, even though they were registered for the bill, they testified that this bill was unnecessary. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that, but I know that they've signed off on this bill.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Davila, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Gladly.
He yields for questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back and clarify a little bit more, again, going back to the life-threatening side of this and going back to what the bill says in the section that defines life-threatening. So can you just go through, it's very specific to the pregnancy, correct?
That is correct.
And from what I'm seeing, it says a life-threatening physical condition aggravated by, caused by, or arising from a pregnancy that places a female at risk of death or poses a serious risk of substantial impairment of a major bodily function. And so again, you know, we still have to prove that it's life-threatening, correct?
It has, yes, but it is based on the doctor's good judgment. It is not based on somebody here saying, well, she might die.
Right, and can you clarify a little bit more about the major bodily function? What kind of situations are we talking about? I know you had mentioned cancer before. What other situations will we see this?
Kidney failure, your kidney failure, liver failure, becoming septic, and which is a terrible infection. My father suffered from septic, and that's when he died. But today, the doctors have waited actually until a woman has become septic, and that can cause her kidneys to fail, it can cause her liver to fail. And so the doctor has to decide if this woman is going to die or she's not going to be able to live without being on dialysis for the rest of her life or need a transplant.
Exactly, and would you agree that sometimes there may not always be, going back to the imminent threat, you may not be bleeding out at the time, but there are indications of sepsis and other issues like that, beforehand, right? And that's
yes, that's correct.
Right, and that's why we have some of that language in the bill. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Lawson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield
Yes,
for
I will.
questions? He yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Guerin. You and I worked together with our colleagues in the 87th session, did we not, to
That's correct.
protect innocent life?
When you carried the bill.
And we intended at that time to also protect mothers, didn't we?
Yes, we did. In fact, that was a major point in your opening comments, if I recall.
Yes. And your bill is designed to clarify that today, correct?
It is because of the medical board and the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court as well as the TMA asked for clarifying rules from the medical board. We didn't get them, or we got them that nobody really knew what they said. So that's why we're doing this bill, because of the failure of the medical board to come up with reasonable, understandable rules. And I believe that we have that here.
I agree. I think that you do as well. I know Senator Hughes' heart for this. Having worked with him before, I appreciate you taking up that mantle in this session, and I look forward to voting for this bill with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Question for the author.
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
He yields for questions.
I'm trying to be up here. I've got a really important question, which is this. If this bill is enacted into law, will more or less babies be murdered by abortion?
This will not provide an excuse for an abortion. This
Will
bill
more-
will not provide an excuse for an abortion.
Yeah, but will more or less babies die? Is it going to save lives or not?
Actually, I guess that's once again up to the reasonable medical judgment of the doctor. I would say yes, probably more babies will die in an effort to save women.
More babies could die. Thanks, sir.
But I would say that I would say it's not true. I just know that we have women that are leaving the state now to get medical care that is necessary to save their life.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I move passage.
Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against the bill? Chair recognizes Mr. Lowe in opposition.
Mr. Speaker, members, I am one of the most anti-abortion members of this body. I cannot join the Democrats or anyone else in supporting Senate Bill 31. No doctor has ever been imprisoned solely for performing an abortion to save the mother's life. The Hippocratic Oath and the courts have already provided that protection. This bill does not protect life. It weakens it. Pro-life groups may want to win to keep the fundraising flowing, but this isn't the bill. This bill loosens restrictions on the killing of unborn children. I will never support that. I vote no.
Mr. Harrison in opposition.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Texas is a pro-life state, and I think that it is and we have very strong pro-life laws on our books right now. I think that it is the height of irresponsibility to tinker with these pro-life protections that have already saved countless lives, and that we should have the full expectation will continue saving lives in the state of Texas. I respectfully disagree with the bill author, and I was very alarmed to hear him just say a few moments ago from this microphone that if this bill passes, quote, more babies will die. And I also would be remiss if I don't point out that, best I can tell, every pro-abortion advocate in this chamber is supporting this bill. So if you want to continue Texas's place as a leader in the pro-life movement, please join me in voting against this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Guerin to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Before we get to the final vote, I really want to thank my joint authors. I also want to thank Lisa Kaufman and Steve and Amy Breslin for their hard work on this. And I want to thank Senator Hughes for working through this with me, and I want to thank him for being the Senate sponsor of this bill. And yes, I'll be happy to yield to Mr. Toth for a question.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman
Yes,
yield
sir.
for questions. Yields for questions.
Mr. Guerin, is there a difference between potential and imminent danger to the mother's life?
Mr. Toth, that's going to be up to the physicians that make that decision.
The answer, but it's in the legislation currently, right?
Yes, it is.
Correct. So, in the fetal pain bill that we did in 2013, how did you vote on that?
I don't remember it. I think I voted yes.
I think you did, yes.
In fact, I know I did.
You did. I'm sorry. So, were there exceptions to the mother's life in that bill like there was in the heartbeat bill?
I assume, if I recall right, yes, there were, but there was confusion about how to interpret that. The doctors are the ones that were confused.
Were there any differences in the exception to a mother's life between fetal pain in 2013 and the heartbeat bill?
I don't recall the 2013 bill.
There were no differences. And so my question is, the courts have ruled that there only has to be a potential, correct? Not imminent, but a potential danger to the mother's life in order to stop the pregnancy.
Or bodily functions.
Correct. That's already been defined by the courts. So I'm trying to understand what your legislation does.
Well, the Supreme Court of Texas asked the medical board to come up with good rules that were understandable by the doctors, by the hospitals. The medical board didn't do that. And so it becomes a responsibility in my mind for the legislature to come up with that, and I believe that this bill does that.
Why is it that there is confusion around the heartbeat bill? Let me answer my question. I apologize. Why is it? Let me clarify my question.
Go ahead.
Please. If there is no confusion around fetal pain in 2013, why all of a sudden is there confusion around the heartbeat bill in 2025 when the exceptions are all the same, and this is an issue not of imminent? It's not about imminent death, not about imminent harm. It's about potential, which is the same as it was in 2013. Why all of a sudden is there all this confusion?
Mr. Toth, there's been confusion since that bill, and the confusion even became greater under the heartbeat bill when you put a prison sentence on a doctor for 99 years or losing his or her license. Then they were concerned that if they didn't take it to just the last minute, and women have died because of that.
Have any hospitals been sued as a result of it?
I'm sorry?
Have any hospitals or doctors been sued as a result of the loss of life of any women?
Not that I'm aware of, but I
Then
know
why
women.
is
But
that?
let me finish,
Why
please,
is it
Mr.
that-
Toth.
why is there not been a
Mr. Toth,
lawsuit?
will you let me finish?
Members, please do not talk over each other so everybody can hear your debate.
The answer to your last question that you so rudely interrupted me on is there has been confusion. Doctors waited till the last minute to perform abortions, and women have died because of that. And that's what the confusion about. The confusion has existed since 2013. We are trying to fix that so doctors are not afraid to save a woman's life.
Can I ask a question?
You sure can.
Why have there been no lawsuits over that? When
I'm not aware if there have been lawsuits or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Alverson, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions? He yields for questions.
Chairman, I appreciate you bringing this bill. You probably aren't aware of this, but I get this question all the time as a physician lawmaker from doctors that I work with, and the scenarios that I hear, are truly heartbreaking scenarios, and I'm sure you've probably heard them too. Are you aware that in a lot of circumstances, a mother who is pregnant with a infant that is pre-viable, in other words, if that baby was delivered at that moment in time, 100% certainty that baby will not survive, begins to exhibit signs and symptoms of a medical condition that will be life-threatening? Have you heard these stories?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and are you aware that when somebody is in that particular circumstance, that there are doctors that know what the right thing to do is, which is to terminate the pregnancy because the pregnancy is going to end with the death of that child no matter what? The question is whether the mother survives the pregnancy. Have you heard those stories?
I have, doctor, and if the mother dies, the baby's going to die.
100% of the time, and especially in these circumstances. So the issue that I think that this bill is trying to address are these situations where a pregnancy has not yet reached the level of fetal development where the baby can exist outside of the womb, but because of complications of pregnancy, the mother is no longer able to sustain the pregnancy without losing her own life. Is that the purpose of what you're trying to do here?
That's the purpose, and Tom, honestly, some of the stories I've heard over the last 6 to 8 months have been heart-wrenching, and if it affected me, think how it affected the mother and the family. These women are not going there to get rid of a baby. They're going there to save their lives, and the doctors are performing the abortion in order to save the woman's life. And once again, if the mother dies, the baby's going to die.
And are you aware that a lot of these medical conditions like hemorrhage, infection, are things where physicians are looking at the law as written, and the issue boils down to the fact that in their medical judgment there is 100% likelihood that ultimately that woman is going to die from the signs and symptoms and the diagnosis of whatever condition is beginning to manifest, but they're not dying yet.
I would agree with that.
And so what you're trying to allow for is in those circumstances for a physician to exercise medical judgment to save the woman's life before she's about to die.
Yes, sir, and you've taken the Hippocratic Oath.
Yes, sir.
But a doctor has taken that and is looking there and saying, I don't know what to do. I may go to jail for the rest of my life if I perform this, but if I wait a little bit longer, then maybe I can do that. Well, the mother might die
And
in
Chairman,
that short period of time.
I can't tell you how many times I've had that exact conversation with my colleagues, and I get really sick and tired of having to respond by saying, I don't know. And so I thank you for this bill.
And I don't know is not a good answer now, and we're trying to fix I don't know. We're trying to make it a clear decision for the doctor to make, not for me to make, not for Mr. Lozano to make,
and
for the doctor to make.
And Chairman, last sort of question is, so again, we are not talking about circumstances where the baby could be delivered and could survive, even in an ICU on life support, but in any circumstance. If it were the case that the doctor could deliver the child and the child could survive, do you believe that's the direction that they would go?
I do believe that, yes.
So the only circumstances that we're talking about are circumstances where the pregnancy has not yet reached any known level of viability. In other words, in order for that child not to die, that mother has to remain pregnant beyond the time in which she has left before she will die.
That's right, sir.
And so these are the heartbreaking circumstances that you're trying to address so that doctors feel like they can actually use their judgment in these heartbreaking scenarios without having to lose two patients.
Tom, thank you very much because you explained it much better than I did. Thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure to work with you as always, my friend. Thank you for your bill.
Thank you.
Tender for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that you've been working closely with the pro-life organizations, and I think there might be some confusion, even with me. I want to understand. Every medical emergency has to be life-threatening according to Section 170A.002. You and I both know that every medical emergency has to be life-threatening. That's correct.
Life-threatening or they affect the function of a major bodily organ.
The filed version of the bill on the floor had struck that, but the new version, the committee sub, includes it. My understanding when I read the bill. So
that is correct.
So every emergency must be life-threatening in this version of the bill.
That is correct.
So I just want to clear something up. Earlier, someone had asked a question and said, is life-threatening and is a medical emergency considered fertility? I think the answer is no. I want to make sure that there was no...
Fertility is a major bodily function, as the Supreme Court has ruled that fertility is a major bodily function.
But would it meet the standard of being a medical emergency that is life-threatening? And if you don't know, we can find out. Or do you?
Well, and life-threatening, the doctors and the hospitals agree that keeping the life-threatening law and conforming, it makes it conforming to other statutes, current statutes that are on the books today.
What I'm trying to do here with this question is I want the body to know we want to get to a yes on this bill because I don't think there's one person on the floor today that wants any woman to ever die during the course of being pregnant or during the course of childbirth.
I sure hope you're right about that.
I think so, and I think there are a lot of people concerned that this could potentially lead to additional abortions that some of us would say are unnecessary and others would say that they're acceptable. I'm just trying to hash out before we push the button and vote. Will this potentially create more abortions, or will it protect women from dying during life-threatening medical emergencies and defining that? Because I think if we can get to the right spot where everyone understands what we're talking about and we're talking on the same sheet of music, I think we can get a lot more people to vote yes on it. And that's my concern right now because there's the filed version, and I hear a lot of people talking about that version. But there is, sir, is there not a committee sub that was submitted that does have those changes made to it that was worked through pro-life?
Life-threatening was put back into the bill.
And that was worked through organizations, pro-life organizations?
Every one of them. And extensively worked because there were changes made in the bill over the last few months by the governor's office, the speaker's office, the lieutenant governor's office, when they have been in consulting with all of these pro-life organizations, every one of them, as well as the doctors and the hospitals, because the doctors and the hospitals had to be consulted in this so we could get this right, and we wouldn't be opening up abortion clinics. We would be performing necessary abortions to save the life of the mother.
My pledge to you when I get off the mic, I'm going to call the pro-life organizations while other questions are being asked. And I want to
some of them are out back.
I want
you
to
won't
talk
have to call them. You just walk out
I want to walk out and talk to them about the fertility piece because I think that could be an issue with some people voting. But I think the goal is to protect women today. And I agree. I think that's your goal. But I think we want to get the right answer. So I'm going to go step outside real quick and let some other folks answer. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, is the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Gladly.
He yields for questions.
Chairman Guerin, I apologize that I wasn't in the Senate when this passed 31-0, and I wasn't on the committee that considered this bill. I can see that a tension has developed in the room, and I want to give you an opportunity to resolve it for us if you can. The tension is we have a very laudable goal and an important thing to do in protecting women who are pregnant, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the other end, we have a concern among our conservatives in the room that this bill will be used as a pretext for elective abortions. And if I can just pose to you the situation, there's language in the bill, and I think this distills right to the heart of the issue. I hope it does anyway, and maybe other people in the room are trying to resolve this tension as well. There's language in the bill that addresses substantial impairment of a major bodily function. And I think the fear is, the collective fear, that a doctor is going to say, well, my patient came in and said she's worried about being able to have her next baby, so rubber stamp, POW, abortion granted. Is that what's going to happen under this bill?
I don't believe that it is, Mr. Little. As I said earlier, the malpractice doctors that can be charged with malpractice still under the bill. We're not changing that. We're obviously going to have to use the best medical judgment of the doctors, which I'm not. But we have to leave it up to those people to make that final decision, and that's what this bill does. And I don't believe that we would have the support of the groups that we do if they thought that this was going to cause a bunch of abortion clinics to open up.
Do you see and understand the concern that people have over that?
I do, and I shared that concern. I had that concern. I no longer have it in the groups and the doctors that I've talked to.
And Chairman Guerin, if some physicians turn out to perceive this as a license to do exactly that, to use this as a pretext for granting elective abortions, you'll stand up here with me and the other conservatives in this room and prevent that, correct?
Absolutely, and if they get the 99 years in jail for it, they deserve it.
Thank you, Chairman Guerin.
Mr. Speaker.
Tenderholt, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will, Mr. Tenderholt.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Does the new version we got from the Senate require that all medical emergencies are life-threatening, including impairment of major bodily function?
Yes.
That does not include, I just talked with the pro-life organizations, that does not include fertility.
Fertility has been ruled a major bodily function by the Texas Supreme Court, Mr. Tenderholt.
Impairments of a major function have to be life-threatening, and I'm being told that the fertility is not. They're telling me that that's absolutely not true. Is that
fertility is a major bodily function, but it has to be under this bill, it has to be life-threatening. Let me finish. In the opinion of the doctor that's performing the procedure.
So let's go down that road for a minute because I want to understand it. So if there's a fertility issue, and I'm not a medical professional, I'm hoping that a medical professional can clear this up for us. If there is a fertility issue that's life-threatening, it means that it's a medical emergency. That would be the only instance. It wouldn't just be that, hey, if you have this child, you could not be fertile ever again in your life.
Right. Let me read. Can I read
Yes, sir.
this to you? Notwithstanding any other law, a physician who treats a condition described in subsection 170A002B2 shall do so in a manner that, in the exercise of reasonable medical judgment, provides the best opportunity for survival of the unborn child.
Okay.
So if the doctor can save the child, the doctor's got to save the child. If a doctor cannot save the child in order to save the life of the mother, then the child will not survive.
And I think the goal here is exactly what we talked about. I think everyone in the room wants to protect women, but we also want to protect unborn children. And I'm being told that the fertility, I want to be clear to all the members that have questions, that fertility issues that are not life-threatening, that are not going to be a medical emergency, are not reasons for an abortion unless it's going to be life-threatening to the mother or the child at that time.
That's correct, Mr. Tenderholt. But the fertility systems are not just about having babies. It affects your other organs and hormone systems. For cancer, autoimmune system, pituitary glands, and hormones, and it's a long list. And so once again, it's going to be up to the best reasonable medical judgment of the doctor.
Okay, thank
In
you.
a life-threatening situation, the doctor is going to have to make that decision, not us.
Thank you for answering my questions and working with the pro-life groups. I think this is going to be an interesting vote, so thank
Look,
you.
we've worked with pro-life groups that have done their best to get me defeated in an election, and I've been happy to do it. And so I move passage, and once again, I thank all of you members for taking the time to listen to me today. You know I'm not normally on the mic this long.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye, Ms. Hull voting aye, Mr. Leach voting aye. Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 129 ayes and 6 nays. Senate Bill 31 passes to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 33, motion to suspend rule. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D, to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors for Senate Bill 33 all joint authors and co-authors for House Bill 1806.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Rosier, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I request that we reduce all the testimony on the previous bill into writing and be placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Yeah, real quick. I move that the words of the chair, Mr. Versoot, during the vote on record vote 2641, specifically his saying ding, 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 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Please excuse Representatives Alders, Gates, Hinojosa, Hunter, Morgan, Verdell to attend a meeting of the Committee of Land and Resource Management on motion of Mr. Lambert. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 33. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 33 by Campbell, relating to certain prohibited transactions and logistical support between a governmental entity and an abortion assistance entity or abortion provider for the procurement of an abortion or related services.
Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 33 is a taxpayer protection bill. Members, 3 sessions ago during the 86th legislature, we passed and signed into law the prohibition of local and state tax dollars from being used to fund abortion providers and their affiliates. The intent of the bill was very clear, as evidenced by the 7.5 hours of debate we had on the House floor. Taxpayers should not have their tax dollars fund an activity that is illegal in Texas. Unfortunately, at least one city in Texas found what they consider to be a loophole in our law, and they've allocated taxpayer dollars to nonprofits specifically to pay for Texas women to travel out of state for the purpose of an abortion. Tax dollars should not facilitate travel to another state for an act that is not allowed here. Senate Bill 33 is a cleanup bill to close a perceived loophole and to make our legislative intent very clear. I move passage.
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield, please?
Gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Noble.
The prohibition in this bill applies even if cities are only providing support to organizations that assist Texans to travel out of state. Is that correct?
The way that the cities passed their grant, they consider it to be grants, the way I understand it, was that it was specifically for the purpose of having women go out of state in order to obtain abortions.
They're providing support to the organizations. Is that correct?
But that is the
applies-
purpose of the grant.
It applies if cities are providing support to an organization that helps rape victims leave the state to get an abortion in a state where it's legal. Is that correct?
To do something that is not allowed in Texas, to use taxpayer dollars to go do it in another state.
Where it is legal.
Again, you're using Texas tax dollars to do something that is not allowed in our state, and you're spending Texas tax dollars to do that in another state. That is unacceptable.
So helping rape victims would not be okay. It applies if cities are providing support to an organization that helps women with fatal fetal diagnoses leave the state to get an abortion in a state where it's legal.
I think we cleared up a lot of those questions in the bill that we just passed.
But for your bill?
My bill does not conflict with the bill that we just passed. In fact, it goes really well with it, I think.
So in other words, cities could not provide support to an organization that helps women with fatal fetal diagnoses leave the state to get an abortion in a state where it's legal.
I do not believe that we should be doing that.
Okay.
No.
Does it apply if cities are providing support to an organization that helps incest survivors leave the state?
I don't know that this is part of this bill, but I will tell you that one of my best friends in college was the result of incest, and his life is such a valuable and wonderful part of my life and has been for many decades, and his life is no less valuable because of his start.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not implying that at all.
Well, you sound like that he was a mistake that should have been taken care of, and I absolutely disagree with that.
I'm sorry. I will clarify to you because that's not my intent. What my belief is that it's up to a person in their individual circumstances to make that decision.
Again, it is not the job of our state tax dollars to provide for that.
Does the prohibition in your bill apply to logistical support, not just to money? Does it apply to child care, travel, transportation, lodging, food, counseling, and any other service?
It does. In fact, it does everything that is included in that tourism level of providing for someone an abortion in another state.
And what does any other service mean besides those that I just listed?
Those are the ones that are specifically listed in the bill.
What's any other service?
That's
on the bill. That's in the bill too.
Well, I guess that we're just trying to make sure that we cover any loophole, another perceived loophole that someone might come up with.
Does the prohibition apply to food pantries?
You may not know this. I actually ran a food pantry for 17 years as a volunteer, and that is something that's very near and dear to my heart. Providing for someone for their needs for today and tomorrow has nothing to do with this bill.
But I think we just said that if it prohibits logistical support such as food.
Well, that is food specifically for the traveled out of state for the purpose of an abortion.
And if a food pantry did not know they were providing food to a person who was traveling out of state to get an abortion, would it
I think that's really grasping for some interesting legal arguments, but that is, I never asked someone when they came to my food pantry what they were needing that for.
And yet, in this bill, is there not a private cause of action that anybody could determine that was the case and could still sue
the private
food
cause of
pantry?
action is against a city that is specifically doing these things for the purpose of an abortion.
The city that might be supporting the food pantry.
Again, a food pantry is a different animal than logistical support for an abortion.
Does this apply to pastoral counseling?
I do not understand where you're going with that.
If support is being provided to religious organizations from a city, and the counseling
for the purpose of going out of state, I don't understand how a
clergy,
pastoral counselor would tell someone to go out of state for an abortion.
There are multiple viewpoints among clergy, just as there are among the body we have here, and there are clergy who would would support their.
Again,
their-
I don't believe that a clergy talking to someone within their body of believers would be part of a logistical support for someone traveling
Well-
out of the state for an abortion.
That's what we're trying to clear up here, so thank you for that.
Again, that grant money was set up very differently than the way you're describing this for the
So
cities
you-
that we're talking about.
So you wouldn't be able to assert a defense for religious freedom, right, if you were a religious organization that received support from the city and you offered counseling and assistance to one of one of the people that attend your religious organization?
Are you talking about them getting in the car and driving them to another state and using gas money? I'm a little confused about where a clergy might be involved in that.
I think clergy could be involved in all kinds of things, all kinds of
Well,
assistance for their.
if they indeed are getting in a car with them and driving them to another state and using taxpayer funds, again, back to the taxpayer funds for that purpose, then that would be included.
Which entities does this bill actually affect?
I know, it's okay. I'm sorry, I didn't hear your
Which
question.
entities does this bill actually affect? Like,
Are you
does
wanting-
does it refer to affiliates?
Any entity that would be, in fact, it's really interesting that you would ask because the two cities that have sort of done this, they've had a number of entities ask them for that grant money. So I mean, that's not an exhaustive list.
Okay, but does it apply to affiliates of abortion providers?
The former bill did and probably would on this as well. But again, this is specifically the logistical support to travel out of state for the purpose of an abortion.
And does it have anything to do with anything beyond procuring an abortion? Is it strictly for procuring an abortion?
I'm not advised because I'm not sure what you mean by that question.
I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 33 under Rule 8, Section 1A1 of the House Rules on the grounds that the caption fails to provide reasonable notice to the legislature and to the public of the subject of the bill.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Is Mr. Bernal on the floor of the House? Ms. Slauson for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, upon recess in a bit, the House Republican Caucus,
Stand at ease.
when we stand at ease in a bit, the House Republican Caucus will have a brief meeting in the Speaker's press room. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the House is going to stand at ease until 2:55 p.m. Mr. Wu for an announcement.
Excuse me, Democratic members, we're going to meet just in the back corner to go over HB2 items.
The point of order has been withdrawn. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble. Ms. Howard for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Higher Education to meet while the House is in session today at 3:30 p.m. in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Higher Education will meet today at 3:30 p.m. in room 1W.14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs will meet today upon final adjournment in room 1W.14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Noble.
Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to bring this amendment. This will clarify who may bring the action for when this law is violated, and so I move adoption.
Ms. Noble says amendment. Civilly authored. Is there objection? Chair is none, so adopted. I didn't hear you.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes. For what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Gentlelady yield.
I will.
She does not have the floor right now. We're trying to figure out what to do with the amendment, so give it just a second, Ms. Collier.
So, yeah, but this one just strikes the part that Donna was most concerned about, which was the civil remedy. We struck this part and just let it be with the attorney general.
Yeah, because I think my amendment, it said that the woman wouldn't be, and I think yours takes care of that, right?
Yeah,
It says-
that's like,
Okay.
okay, great, thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against? Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've spent a great deal of time as a legislature trying to figure out ways to lower property taxes. The clarity that this bill provides will further help local taxpayers, and I move passage.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the lady yield for a few questions?
She yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Noble. On Section 4, page 4 of your bill, starting in sub C, starting in sub C, your legislation states that a defendant in this case, in any of these causes of actions, a defendant may not use Rule 91A of the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure. Are you aware that what that rule does?
I'm not advised.
Okay. You do you know that that rule in the Texas Rule of Civil Procedure is called the dismissal of baseless causes of action? Correct?
Not advised.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, you're not sure or you don't know?
I'm not looking at that part of the code.
Okay. So, Rule 91A, it says that the court may not award attorney's costs or attorney's fees under Rule 91A. 91A says that if somebody files a frivolous lawsuit, a baseless lawsuit, that means that there's no rhyme or reason why they should be filing it. That the AG or the person that's allowed to do this can
Okay.
just.
You do realize that the amendment we just adopted narrowed it down to just the AG?
Yes,
You
correct.
do understand that
Correct.
correctly? Okay.
And you understand that the AG in this statute, in the existing statute, the AG has the ability to recover costs. Correct?
I am not advised in that statute. I'm not reading that statute as you are.
No, not Texas Rules of Civil Procedure. Literally, the statute that you are amending right now, Section 2273.004 of the Government Code.
Yes. Our goal, of course, is not to have any action. Our goal is to have cities not doing this, and therefore there is no need for a cause of action.
Yes, of course. And in the existing law of that statute that we have already put in place many sessions ago, the existing law provides the Attorney General with the ability to recover court costs. You're aware of that?
Correct.
Okay. But on the flip side, you're now purposely denying the city the ability to recover court costs for a frivolous suit, even for a frivolous suit.
I would be very sad if we thought that our Attorney General was bringing a frivolous suit. That is certainly not the will of this legislature. And I will say this, that again, that the goal is to keep cities from using taxpayer funds to transport women out of state for something that is not allowed in Texas.
And I understand that we wish and hope many things, but part of the point of rules is that we establish guidelines that say if something happens, that there is a remedy for it, there is a protection for it, but you're specifically taking that protection out. Correct?
I am keeping my bill as it came from the senator, yes.
And in sub C2, you specifically strike out chapters 27 and 110 of the Civil Practices and Remedies Code. Are you aware of what those chapters do?
I do not have those in front of me.
Okay. Do you know that Chapter 27 of the Texas Civil Practices and Remedies Code is the Texas anti-SLAPP statute?
Again, I do not have that part of the code in front of me.
Okay. Well, let me help you out just a tiny bit. On Chapter 27, the stated purpose of Chapter 27 is, it says, quote, in statute 27002, the purpose of this chapter is to encourage and safeguard the constitutional rights of persons to petition, speak freely, associate freely, and otherwise participate in government to the maximum extent permitted by law, and at the same time, protect the rights of a person to file meritorious lawsuits for demonstrable injury. This law, if passed, would prohibit the cities from this purpose.
Again, my goal is to have cities comply with the law. Absolutely, they must comply with this law. That is our goal. That is the goal of our legislature every time we pass a law. And yes, that is the goal of this law.
But you're not arguing with me that it doesn't restrict cities from the application of this chapter, right?
I'm going to stay within the four corners of this bill and stick with the wording
Right.
that was sent to me by Senator Campbell.
So the wording of this bill is that cities, if they're sued, may not use protections of personal freedom and public freedom as a defense.
Our goal, once again, is to never have a city be sued because they are so in compliance with this law and other laws of our state.
Are you familiar with Chapter 110 of the Texas Civil Practices and Remedies Code?
Again, I do not have that in front of me.
Do you know that Chapter 110 is called the Religious Freedom Protection Act?
I will take your word for that.
Okay. And you would also deny a city, a defendant, from using that act as protection?
I cannot fathom a time or place where a city would need to use a religious freedom excuse to send women out of state for the purpose of an abortion. I cannot fathom that
Yeah.
in Texas.
Well, I mean, but that's why we have robust debates on the floor, because I might bring to you the ideas that other people may not think the same way and have other perspectives.
That's
So thank
fair.
you very much for your answers.
Thank you.
And Mr. Speaker,
Move passage.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
I move to reduce to writing all conversations on SB 33 in second and third reading and place in the journal. And I think there's more.
Motion is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair says the motion is adopted.
Mr.
Ms. Gomez,
Speaker,
for what purpose?
would the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Lady yield for questions. She yields.
Representative Noble, I appreciate you working with Representative Howard on the amendment that you took to this bill. I do think it makes it slightly more constitutionally palatable. To the extent that we've, as you and Representative Wu just said, we've stripped the city of the anti-SLAPP protection. So we understand, under your bill, are there any defenses available to an organization or a city from these accusations that they're assisting or aiding someone in crossing state lines for the purpose of an abortion?
I apologize. I really didn't hear part of what you said.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Noble, understanding that your bill expressly strips these entities of the defense of anti-SLAPP and religious protections, what defenses are available to organizations accused of violating this law?
Again, we're not talking about organizations. We're talking specifically of cities who violate the law as we pass it. And our goal always in this room is to have our laws followed when we pass them, and not for a city to just find another loophole or another perceived loophole. So that's why this one is so clear, and that's why we felt like that we needed to make the penalties so clear, is because we don't want them just finding yet another perceived loophole.
And I do agree with you. The penalties are clear, but are there any defenses enumerated in your bill for cities?
I am not advised.
Okay.
I have not looked at that entire code.
There are none. What specifically is the burden of proof now of the Attorney General to prove once he or she has lodged an accusation like this against a city?
To my understanding, it's the preponderance of the evidence.
A preponderance of the evidence of again, what intent? You understand that your bill...
You know, I'm not an attorney, nor do I play one on TV, and I'm also not a judge. And so I'm assuming that your questions would be better served in a courtroom should this ever need to come to a courtroom, but I
have
don't
no
believe
doubt
it
that it
will
will be
because
litigated immediately.
I believe that it's so clear that the cities will comply and that your arguments will be unneeded and
Are
unnecessary.
you aware that your bill does not enumerate any specific mens rea or intent on behalf of a city to allegedly be in violation of this law?
That would be between them and the court and the Attorney General.
So again, what is in your opinion, based on the way you've written this, or you've agreed to carry the language in this bill, what specifically does the Attorney General have to prove to show that a city has violated this bill? Would you like someone else to answer for you? Or?
No, I'm not an attorney, so I'm just making sure I'm not messing up on this. I believe that any normal American can read this bill and know clearly the intent of it and be able to avoid violation of it very, very easily. And of course, that is our goal.
You'd agree with me that your bill does not enumerate any intent or mens rea whatsoever.
I
to have
am not
been
going to
found
agree with
guilty.
you on that. My bill is very clearly what it is, and I want, and again, the goal is to have cities who do not use taxpayer funds in order to transport women out of state to do a procedure that is not allowed in Texas.
So your goal is specifically...
By the way, this is civil. You do realize that. This is a civil remedy,
I thought
not
you,
criminal.
I thought you weren't an attorney. Did you just
I'm not.
decide
Somebody
to
just
figure
told me
out?
that. So
An
isn't that cool?
attorney did tell you that. Okay.
They're so helpful, and I love these guys.
Okay, again, understanding that, so we are creating a new separate cause of action for the Attorney General to enforce. Is that correct? I know you're not an attorney.
As written.
And it was my understanding, I guess earlier in our discussions with even you and I have had, and I and a number of your colleagues have had, that the Republican Party in general is highly adverse to creating new causes of action. Is there any reason that you've made an exception for that in this case?
Yes, because we don't want to be litigious. But when a city decides to so very clearly circumvent what was you weren't here yet, the very, very clear intent of a law that we passed in the 86th legislature, it's time to get a little bit more stern, and that's what we have done.
In protecting women and protecting taxpayers' rights. correct?
Protecting taxpayer rights.
So are you aware that earlier, I guess even this month, there was a proposed legislation on this floor to create a cause of action for a woman who was denied the right to breastfeed?
I'm sorry, are you talking about a different bill than
I'm talking
this
about
one?
causes of action
No,
in this
no,
bill. And in general, you and multiple colleagues
Members,
voted
please keep your
against.
remarks on the bill.
that right.
I am not going to discuss other bills while we're talking about this one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I move passage.
Members, question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 33. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Ms. Bowers voting nay. Show Ms. Noble voting aye. I'll give you guys a little extra time. If all members voted. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Have all members voted? Ding, 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 ding. We good? All right. There being 89 ayes, 57 nays, Senate Bill 33 has passed the third reading. Chair lays that on second reading, Senate Bill 20. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 20 by Flores, relating to the creation of the criminal offense of possession or promotion of obscene visual material appearing to depict a child.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm here to speak to you about Senate Bill 20, which strengthens our state's laws against child exploitation by addressing the growing threat imposed by obscene visual materials generated through artificial intelligence and digital technology. Senate Bill 20 closes this gap by expanding the definition of obscene visual material to include AI-generated images and other synthetic depictions that appear to involve children. It establishes clear criminal penalties for those who knowingly possess or promote such content, regardless of whether the images are digitally fabricated. There is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Capriglione.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione for his non-GO amendment.
Thank you. It is not. Mr. Speaker and members, what this amendment does is it adds that if an image of an actual child is used in order to train an artificial intelligence model and that child is under 18 years old, then that is also, and if that model is used to create CSAM, then that's also considered child pornography. I move adoption.
Members, Mr. Capriglione sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to close.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, with this legislation ensures that Texas remains at the forefront of digital protection by acknowledging the real-world dangers of digital exploitation. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 20. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Show Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 20 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 217. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 217 by West, relating to establishing the historic Texas Freedmen Cemetery Designation Program, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a program that's modeled after the historic Texas Cemetery Designation Program, and it simply allows the creation of the historic Texas Freedmen Cemetery Designation Program. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 217. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Show Ms. Button voting aye. That might have been confusing. Dutton, Button. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 217 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 264. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 264 by Perry, relating to discontinuing group self-insurance coverage and dissolving the Texas Self-Insurance Group Guarantee Fund and Trust Fund under the Texas Workers' Compensation Act.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a very simple cleanup bill by Senator Perry. SB 264 eliminates the non-functioning fund and allows the active one to continue to operate with oversight from the Texas Department of Insurance. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 264. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Show Mr. Verdell voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 264 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 269. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 269 by Perry, relating to required reports of certain vaccine-related or drug-related adverse events.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, despite having the word vaccine in the caption, this is actually a pretty non-controversial bill. It came out of the Senate 31-0, House Public Health 11-1. What it does is it's a medical reporting bill that helps ensure that Texas doctors are reporting serious adverse reactions related to experimental, investigational, or emergency use vaccines or drugs, either one. There's actually both. And so what the bill does is it really is a reporting bill. It requires physicians to report any serious adverse actions. Those are in the bill. Where they report them, there's two federal ways to report them. One is the VAERS, the Vaccine Event Reporting System. The second is MedWatch for the drugs. And those are already set up in federal statute. This is just to try to make sure that we have that information. Everybody wants to make sure this is safe. When they have to do it, really they only have to do it if they diagnose the patient with it, if they know the patient has received a vaccination and the patient suffers serious adverse reactions. And those are literally, they're laid out in the bill, but they are very serious reactions. I can walk through those. I do have a perfecting amendment that I would like to get on there that TMA asked me to do. It's a very simple amendment. You can ask Representative Zwiener. It literally flips 2 words. It's something TMA, who has looked at the bill, would like. If I could put that on and then answer questions, that would be great. So I do have an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, could I ask questions during?
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chair Frank. Can I just ask you some legislative intent questions?
Absolutely.
Could you help walk me through the process of this? So I understand that your bill right now is very limited in scope.
Yes.
That it's only talking about things resulting in death, life-threatening conditions, things that have resulted in permanent disabilities.
Yeah, inpatient hospitalization.
Severe stuff.
Severe,
right?
yeah, severe
Not
stuff.
like they got a rash.
Not I had a tremendous headache.
Right.
Really the most open one, if you will, or the least one, is results in medically important condition that, based on a physician's reasonable medical judgment, may require medical or surgical intervention to prevent one of those more serious things, death or.
Is it your clear intent to have a very limited scope for when this applies?
It is to follow the bill. Yes, to follow the bill.
The bill itself is very limited, and it's
the bill is limited to what it's limited by. It is limited to
severe cases.
Severe cases.
I think we're just trying to get to the same.
It is both drugs and vaccines, though. To that degree, it is.
Right.
It is 2 different things. It is experimental drugs and approved vaccines.
Yes. And in these limited situations, and the drug and/or vaccine has to be experimental, correct?
Correct.
Right. It has to be something that the FDA has designated as an emergency use or experimental use.
Correct.
And that is black letter in your bill.
Correct.
Okay. And if a physician encounters a situation where that someone was given an experimental drug, and let's say, God forbid, they pass away, does the physician have to know or state that they believe that the patient died from the application of that experimental medicine, or merely that the person took experimental medicine and then subsequently at some point passed away?
Yeah, I believe the latter.
The latter.
I don't think they don't. There's no way for them to know cause and effect.
Correct.
There is only, and again, these 2 federal registries, if you will, I may not be calling them the right thing. The 2 places that you're supposed to do currently are voluntary. What we are doing in statute is saying this is a responsibility of the doctors, and the state is not going to be overseeing this. The medical board is. That is the only. There's no cause of action or anything. The medical board is going to be the one responsible for.
And the point I want to get to is that you're not asking doctors to make judgment calls about whether the drug and/or vaccine is responsible for the injuries or the death, but merely that it coincided.
Right. We are wanting data.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
I move to reduce the writing and put it into the journal all conversations on SB 269 on 2nd and 3rd reading.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted.
I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Frank.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank on the amendment.
Yeah, this truly is a perfecting amendment. I don't know what, but it was requested by TMA. It literally switches to the order of 2 words. It's obviously acceptable to the author.
Mr. Frank sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is pretty simple. It adds all vaccines to it. A reason that I want to do that is when my son got the MMR, he was nonverbal for about 10 days after and then got better. I really want both sides to consider this because it creates data. It allows us to have data on all vaccines for us to make informed decisions. One side says there's no vaccine injuries, the other side says there is. I just want the data collected so we can make quality decisions for our children and people across the state.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Tinderholt amendment under Rule 11, Section 8, that the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. The amendment is withdrawn. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 269? Chair hears none. Mr. Frank is recognized to close.
Yeah, if we want to follow the science, we actually need to have the data. This allows us to get more data about these. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 269. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Show Ms. Ward Johnson voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes and 50 nays, Senate Bill 269 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 650. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 650 by West, relating to requiring the use of electronically readable information to verify a purchaser's age in the retail sale of alcoholic beverages.
Chair recognizes Ms. Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 650, the Deshaun Jagwan Act, was created after 18-year-old Deshaun purchased alcohol on prom night in 2022 became intoxicated and died in a car crash. With Texas having the third highest rate of fatal crashes involving underage drunk drivers, the bill requires electronic ID verification for alcohol sales by 2027. Senate Bill 650 is a needed change because electronic verification systems can more prevent underage alcohol purchases and potentially saving lives by reducing alcohol-related accidents involving minors. I do have a perfecting amendment that is acceptable to the author.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bowers.
Chair recognizes Ms. Bowers on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment, again, is a perfecting amendment. It just changes between beverage and for by inserting a permitted or licensed premises. Senate Bill 650 is a needed protection so that our youth can be safeguarded from unauthorized alcohol sales. And with that, I move passage.
Members, Ms. Bowers sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair is done. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Bowers to close.
Thank you. I close and move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 650. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 99 ayes, 39 nays, Senate Bill 650 is passed to third reading. Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB number 207, SB number 378, SB number 402, SB number 529, SB number 541, SB number 651, SB number 664, SB number 687, SB number 693, SB number 745, SB number 920, SB number 927, SB number 958, SB number 984, SB number 992, SB number 1018, SB number 1020, SB number 1173, SB number 1227, SB number 1239, SB number 1247, SB number 1248, SB number 1321, SB number 1332, SB number 1497, SB number 1537, SB number 1620, SB number 1646, SB number 1662, SB number 1734, SB number 1901, SB number 2053, SB number 2112, SB number 2124, SB number 2145, SB number 2180, SB number 2332, SB number 2448, SB number 2662, SB number 2938, SB number SCR number 19, SCR number 25, SJR number 34.
Good job. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 681. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 681 by Hughes, relating to the renewal of an engineering license or registration.
Chair recognizes Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple bill that makes sure that PE licenses and surveyors in the state of Texas can apply and get their license every 2 years instead of 1. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 681. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Paul voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 681 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 528. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 528 by Schwartner, relating to inpatient competency restoration services.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris-Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 528 requires inpatient competency restoration providers to establish memorandum of understanding with relevant local service providers. It also establishes a notification requirement for these ICR providers and HHSC to the local government entity provider with jurisdiction over that facility, and then it implements an annual reporting obligation for HHSC and these facilities to disclose spending, population served, and program outcomes. Just as a clarification, inpatient competency restoration is a court-ordered treatment process designed to help individuals who have been deemed incompetent to stand trial to regain the mental capacity necessary to participate in legal proceedings. It typically occurs in a psychiatric hospital or secure treatment facility. I have one of these facilities in my district that is doing excellent work, and we want to make sure that we have the data that can confirm that they're doing this excellent work so that when there's a decision to be made of whether to send someone to a state hospital facility or to one of these, we know that this care works and we are having success in this program. And with that, I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 528. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Orr voting aye. Show Mr. Manuel voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 528 passes the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 502. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 502 by Perry, relating to peace officers commissioned by the Health and Human Services Commission's Office of Inspector General.
Chair recognizes Ms. Orr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the HHSC Office of the Inspector General employs 37 commissioned peace officers who conduct criminal investigations involving abuse, neglect, and exploitation at our 11 state hospitals and our 13 state-supported living centers across the state. OIG peace officers investigate SNAP fraud at retailers and collaborate with other law enforcement agencies across the state to arrest and prosecute those who seek to defraud state health and human service programs. Senate Bill 502 will ensure that OIG peace officers are paid according to the Schedule C salary schedule, which is designed for law enforcement positions. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 502. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Orr voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes, 3 nays, Senate Bill 502 has passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 740. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 740 by Perry, relating to certain proceedings by the Public Utility Commission of Texas regarding water or sewer services.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 740 provides a more flexible and structured framework on how the PUC regulates rates for water and sewer utilities across Texas, promotes timely cost recovery, reduces regulatory lag, supports investment in critical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I do have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Spiller.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just simply fixes a small clerical error, and I would move adoption.
Members, Mr. Spiller sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair is none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tepper.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment allows the city of Lubbock to negotiate water rights with the other cities without the interference of the PUC. I need to encourage Lubbock to go ahead and keep negotiating with those cities without that type of interference. Move adoption.
Members, Mr. Tepper sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair has none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to close.
I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 740. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 740 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 916. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 916 by Zaffarini, relating to consumer protections against certain medical and healthcare billing by emergency medical services providers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 916 strengthens consumer protections against surprise billing by emergency medical service providers, ensuring the Texans aren't burdened with unexpected medical debt following emergency situations. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 916. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 916 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 995. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 995 by Nichols, relating to the approval of a surety bond for a contract authorizing an oversized or overweight vehicle to cross a road or highway.
Chair recognizes Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a simple bill that all this does is moves the approval process for surety bonds for heavy overweight vehicles from the Office of the Comptroller and Attorney General to TxDOT. It's by the request of the Comptroller, so move passage.
Members, question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 995. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will read the bell. Show Mr. Paul voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 96 ayes, 39 nays, Senate Bill 995 passes to third reading. Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors for Senate Bill 10 all joint authors and co-authors for House Bill 2696.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chairs, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission to the Committee on Environmental Regulation to meet while the House is in session today at 4:30 p.m. in room 3W15 to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chairs, none. Motion is adopted. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Environmental Regulation will meet today at 4:30 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 10. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 10 by King, relating to the display of the Ten Commandments in public school classrooms.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Ten Commandments are foundational to our American educational and judicial systems. The very first American textbook, the New England Primer by Benjamin Harris, was first printed around 1690 and continued in use well into the 20th century. The New England Primer had 43 questions on the Ten Commandments. Next, students progressed to the McGuffey Readers, published between 1836 and 1960, and they sold 122 million copies. They contained the Ten Commandments. Noah Webster's History of the United States contains a long section at the end about the Ten Commandments. The best-selling book of all time, the Bible, was the most often used textbook for generations of Americans. But not only are the Ten Commandments foundational to our educational system, they are foundational to our American judicial system, being cited favorably in over 500 court cases. In fact, all 10 commandments appear somewhere in the statutory code, and they are engraved on the very doors of the United States Supreme Court, where the justices face in their own courtroom. The Ten Commandments were a prominent part of American education for almost 3 centuries before the 1971 Supreme Court decision in Lemon versus Kurtzman that eventually led to the removal from our public school classrooms. That decision has now been overturned, and rightly so. The court now looks to America's history and tradition for whether the government may recognize our religious heritage. Nothing is more deep-rooted in the fabric of our American tradition of education than the Ten Commandments. The most honorable way to treat others as a society comes from the principles found in the Ten Commandments. In these days of classroom mayhem, it is time to return to these truths, to the fabric of our education system. Respect authority, respect others, don't steal, tell the truth, don't kill. Keep your word. For those that wonder, that's how I taught my children about adultery, that you should keep your word when you make a promise. In this bill, we use the exact words that are engraved on the Ten Commandments monument displayed on our Texas Capitol grounds. This monument and the words on it have already been approved and upheld by the Supreme Court in a 2005 case, so the wording won't need to be subject to a new court case objection. The displaying of the Ten Commandments in our Texas classrooms will bring back this historic tradition of recognizing America's foundational heritage in both our educational and judicial systems. It will remind students of the importance of the cornerstone of American and Texas law. I'd like to point out that this is not an unfunded mandate. The Ten Commandments are to be displayed in classrooms only if they are donated for that purpose. And I move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Talarico, for what purpose?
does the gentleman need to yield for some questions?
I do yield.
Let it yield for
Thank you.
questions. Let it yields.
Thank you, Representative Noble. And you and I have had several conversations about this bill over the years, and you know how important the Ten Commandments are to me, and you know how important my faith is to me. And we have an honest disagreement about the role of the government in this kind of policy. So I just want to have a conversation about that. I think you answered this in the first sentence of your layout, but why do you want to require the Ten Commandments in every classroom?
Because they are foundational to our American, both educational and judicial systems.
Do you think the Constitution is foundational to our country?
I do, and I'm so proud that in the Declaration of Independence, that God is mentioned in the first the two opening paragraphs and the two closing paragraphs. So it was really foundational to our forefathers, even in the Declaration of Independence.
Why doesn't your bill mandate teachers post the Constitution in every classroom instead of the Ten Commandments?
That might be a great bill. It's just not this bill.
Would you accept an amendment?
If you want to write that bill, I would JA it with you, but that is not this bill.
Well, we
nor
may
is
have
it
the
would-
opportunity. Would you accept an amendment to require the Constitution be posted next to the Ten Commandments in every classroom?
It actually would blow up the bill because that does not fit under the caption of this bill.
I've already checked. It would be germane because the bill is regarding Ten Commandments being displayed in classrooms. We would just
Your
require.
amendment would be a very different thing, and no, I would not accept that.
We would
But
require.
but you know what? Next session, if you want to do that, I would be happy to help you with that.
We would require that the display of the Ten Commandments just happen next to the Constitution, so certainly germane to the bill.
No,
Would
it
you,
is not.
Do you think that the Constitution should be posted next to the Ten Commandments?
Has nothing to do with this particular bill.
Not about your legislation, but do you think those two documents should be posted together?
I'm going to stick with the talking points on my bill, if you don't mind.
So-
I don't believe that is part of this bill.
So is that a no, that you don't want the Constitution posted alongside the Ten Commandments?
Please confine your remarks to the subject of the bill.
Does the First Amendment to the Constitution forbid the government from establishing a state religion?
Thank you for that question. I really do appreciate it. This bill doesn't establish a religion. It honors and informs us about our heritage and the moral clarity that our forefathers held.
I just want to ask the question again. Does the First Amendment forbid the government from establishing a state religion?
Again, I don't want to get into a whole debate about the Establishment Clause or the Freedom to Worship Clause. That has nothing to do with this. This bill is specifically about our heritage and foundational truths in our education and judicial systems.
I promise, Representative Noble, it's not a gotcha question. I was just trying to establish that the First Amendment forbids the government from establishing a state religion. Is that something we can both acknowledge and agree to?
I will agree with the fact that we don't want government telling religion what to do. We came very close to that during COVID, and that was a very dangerous precipice. And I agree that is not something we should be doing as a legislature.
Let me just do it this way. The First Amendment says Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Is that?
Some argue that the Establishment Clause and the Free Exercise Clause of the First Amendment are often in conflict, and that strict adherence to the Establishment Clause can undermine the rights guaranteed by the Free Exercise Clause. So we're not going to debate that today because I think you're getting into some debate that has nothing to do with this bill.
I promise, Representative Noble, I'm not trying to catch you in anything. I'm just making sure you understand that's the plain text of the First Amendment.
Again, I don't think that's relevant to this debate.
So do you acknowledge that's what the First Amendment says, or do you
I
disagree? that's what
acknowledge
the
that there
First-
is both the Establishment Clause
Okay.
and the Free Exercise Clause.
Do you know who authored the First Amendment to the Constitution?
Does this have something to do with my bill in particular? Because we're talking about the Ten Commandments, and I do know who authored the Ten Commandments.
So it was James Madison who authored the First Amendment to the Constitution. And in 1819, he wrote that the civil government functions with complete success by the total separation of the church from the state. Do you agree with James Madison?
I'm going to tell you that our founding fathers quoted the Bible themselves so frequently that it is clear that it had a significant substantive influence. They referenced it, they quoted it, they cited it, from profoundly theological reasons to literary and historical reasons. It was viewed as sacred to them, and it was an authoritative text to them. And that is why this is important to return this foundational document to our classrooms.
And again, Representative Noble, you can quote scripture as I often do and still believe in keeping the institutions separate and honoring the First Amendment. Do you believe there is a separation of church and state in this country?
I love that you keep bringing that up, because the same man that you quote that was in a letter, right? That same gentleman had so many other quotes that, let me find them, because I love that you're mentioning that.
Representative Noble, just simple question.
No,
Do you
it's not a
believe in
simple,
this?
there's not a simple answer to it, because, by the way, Jefferson, here we go. That you're talking about a letter he wrote.
Talking about James Madison, but
Oh, you're talking about Madison. I thought you were talking about Jefferson when you were talking
no,
about that quote.
James Madison is the author of the First Amendment.
Oh, well, you had switched to the, you had actually just referenced Jefferson when you mentioned the separation. That is not from
I was
James
quoting.
Madison.
I was quoting James. For sure, Thomas Jefferson also talked about the separation of church and state. I'm quoting here James Madison talking about how the civil government functions with complete success by the total separation of the church from the state. And I was asking if you believe, like James Madison, that there is a separation of church and state.
I do not believe James Madison ever said anything about a separation of church and state. You're actually voting Jefferson with that, and that was in a letter he wrote. And I would like to point out that Jefferson also said, and I'll quote Jefferson in a separate letter. This was a letter from Thomas Jefferson to Reverend Samuel Miller dated January 23rd, 1808. He said, "The power to prescribe any religious exercise must rest with the states." He actually said that, and so if that's where you're going, I want to make it very clear that if you're sticking with Jefferson quotes, I can keep going with those.
Again, Representative Noble, I'm quoting James Madison, the author of the First Amendment, in his letter to Robert Walsh, talking about the separation of church and state. And I'm asking you, as the bill author, if you believe there is a separation of church and state.
I believe that we as a body should not be telling churches they have to shut down during COVID. I do believe that as members of churches, we absolutely should be involved in government.
Do you believe schools are for education, not indoctrination?
I'm going to refer you to the stack of books that are on my desk that are the Founding Fathers' actual textbooks. And if you want to go look through those and decipher which are education and which is indoctrination, I contend that those books that are full of the Ten Commandments, are full of scripture references, were not indoctrination. Indeed, they were the educational foundation of our Founding Fathers and many, many Americans that have gone before us.
Representative Noble, it's a pretty simple question. Do you believe that schools are for education, not indoctrination?
I just answered that question.
What was the answer?
The answer is, come with me to read through those educational
I'm just looking for
documents.
a yes or a no rather than going with you to your desk.
I do not believe that telling students what was foundational to our nation is indoctrination in any way.
I would agree if you agree as well that schools are for education, not indoctrination. I think the difference may be that I don't believe Texas teachers are indoctrinating students. As a former teacher myself, if we were able to indoctrinate our students, they would turn in their homework on time and raise their hand when they want to speak in class.
I'm a former teacher myself.
Right.
And we're not asking teachers to be theologians. We're asking teachers to display the Ten Commandments.
I think what I'm trying to get at is anytime a teacher has a rainbow outside their classroom, we have politicians in this body crying education, not indoctrination. But now you're bringing a bill that literally forces religious indoctrination into our classrooms.
I disagree completely.
So
I
my
disagree
question,
completely.
Representative Noble, is why is having a rainbow in a classroom considered indoctrination?
That is outside
but
of
having
the four
Ten
corners.
Commandments
Please
is
confine
not.
your remarks to the subject of the bill.
The subject of the bill is the Ten Commandments. I'm asking why is the Ten Commandments being posted in the classroom not considered indoctrination, but a rainbow in the classroom is?
So if you were referring to a rainbow as in the story of Noah's Ark, is that what you're referring to?
I'm saying that there are teachers who have a rainbow in their classroom and it's been called indoctrination. I'm wondering why that same standard is not applying to literal religious indoctrination.
That is not the contention of this bill. This bill is about our foundational education and judicial system being founded in this document and other documents, but this bill is about the Ten
Representative Noble,
Commandments
do you
in particular.
believe in parental rights?
I do believe in parental rights.
Do you believe religious instruction for children is the job of parents and pastors or government employees?
I do not believe that there is a parent in the world that would not appreciate their child being taught to respect authority, to respect others, to not steal, not kill, not lie, and keep their word. I guarantee you that our teachers are just crying out for this kind of instruction in their classrooms.
I'll ask again, do you believe religious instruction for children is the job of parents and pastors or government employees?
Again, we're just talking about a display of the Ten Commandments here.
In committee, when we were discussing this bill, your goal, you said, was for students to, quote, be curious and wonder about the Ten Commandments. Do you think a child, let's say a first grader, would have questions about the Ten Commandments if they're posted on the wall of that classroom?
They might, and I would hope that the teacher took that as an opportunity to teach a child to be respectful of authority, to respect others, to keep their word, to not steal and not... You know what I love about the Ten Commandments is that they're other-focused. In a world that is so self-centered and self-focused, they talk about how you treat others kindly and right. And I love that. It is time for that in our classrooms. And I don't know a parent in the world that wouldn't want that.
So I think the only reason politicians in this body would be micromanaging what posters are put up in a classroom is if we want children to read the posters. And so in between posters of the... Let me just finish my question and I'll give you a chance to answer.
I'm sorry.
If in a classroom we're putting up the Ten Commandments in between the colors and the ABCs, we're going to have students ask questions, as you said in the committee. Do you think students will have questions about the Ten Commandments like, what is adultery?
Again, I told you how I taught my children about adultery. It's you keep your word.
So
You keep your word when you make a promise, especially in a family. You keep your word. I think there's more, that we need that more in our society and not less.
And so you're okay with teachers discussing adultery with kindergarten and
As
first
a
graders?
former kindergarten teacher, I would be very comfortable with that.
Okay, that's good to know. Would you be comfortable with adding language requiring parental consent from all the parents of students in the classroom before putting up a religious document on the walls of the classroom?
No, I would not.
So you're against parents having a say in their students'
I'm
religious
against
instruction?
that proposed amendment, yes. I think that we need to return to the foundational truths that our forefathers, that until 1971, was on the walls of most classrooms and definitely in most textbooks, if you want to come by my desk and look through those textbooks. That we are going back to what was there and was stripped erroneously and has now been corrected in the court. So we have this opportunity to return something that was erroneously stripped.
Texas Public Schools serve a lot of Christian students, but are you aware that schools also serve students from many other faith traditions?
Yes, I love that about Texas.
Muslims, Hindus, Jews, Buddhists, Sikhs, atheists, all kinds of students, correct?
That is true. None of those, however, are relevant to this bill because this is talking about the foundational education system and judicial system.
Well, you know, I
which
think-
that is where we started and where we're ending with this bill.
I think all students are relevant in
No,
Texas
I'm talking
public
about
schools.
our forefathers.
How do you think it makes a Hindu student feel to have a poster in every classroom that says, "Thou shalt not worship any god before me"?
Again, if they have come to the United States and they are living here, they're born here, they're citizens, then they would probably enjoy celebrating what made our forefathers so different from every other nation in the world.
You know, I consider Hindu students, Jewish students, Muslim students, atheist students, all students to be my neighbor. And you and I are both, as Christians, called to love our neighbors.
Absolutely.
And
It's
in
the
my
whole-
opinion, forcing our religion down their throats is not love. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 10 under Rule 4, Section 18B, on the grounds that the bill's witness list is inaccurate.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Is Dr. Buckley on the floor of the House? The point of order has been withdrawn. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to recommit Senate Bill 10 to the Committee on Public Education.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. So ordered. Chair lays out SB 3 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 3 by Perry, relating to the regulation and of consumable hemp products and the hemp-derived cannabinoids contained in those products, requiring a registration, imposing fees, creating criminal offenses, providing administrative penalty.
Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 3 until 6 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. So ordered. Chair lays out Senate Bill 646, a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 646 by West, relating to repayment of certain mental health professional education loans.
Ms. Davis for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 646 until 2 p.m. Thursday, May 22nd.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. So ordered.
Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2581. The clerk will read the bill. Well, it would help if you had the speaker on. There you go.
SB number 2581 by Hancock, relating to the repeal of a provision governing the operation of a jail commissaries in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This Senate Bill 2581 repeals the section of the government code which created a population bracket to certain counties currently in Dallas and Tarrant, requiring the sheriffs to not run the commissary, and this will allow them to run the jail commissaries. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2581. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes, 13 nays, Senate Bill 2581 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2570. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2570 by Flores, relating to a defense to prosecution for certain offenses involving the use of a less lethal projectile by a peace officer.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute, Senate Bill 2570, under Rule 4, Section 32C1, on the grounds that the background and purpose statement in the bill analysis is substantially or materially misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to lay out Senate Bill 2570.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Questions for the author.
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
All right, Mr. Gann, I'm to throw you off. I'm here on the bill analysis and the background and purpose section of the bill analysis. So the first sentence says the bill sponsors inform the committee of ambiguity in current law regarding when and how peace officers, collectional guards can use lethal force weapons. What's that ambiguity in current law?
So the ambiguity is that.
Mr. Speaker, can we have some order of silence?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Yeah, the ambiguity surrounds whether or not officers and guards, how much they're able to, how should I answer? Surrounds justification and use of less than lethal force.
So that's current statute. Where's that current statute that's apparent? So you're saying current statute's ambiguous? What is that current statute that's ambiguous then?
Right.
No, so I'm asking you, what current law is ambiguous? Because the reason I'm asking is we're not amending current law, really. We're adding a new section, and so I was just a little confused on what we were clarifying.
So we're seeking to clarify and protect the lawful use of less lethal force weapons by peace officers and correctional facility guards by providing for the legal justification for the use of less lethal force weapon options reasonably necessary to accomplish such an officer's or guard's duties under certain circumstances. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not trying to beat up on you here, but we're told that there's some ambiguity in current law. And I'm trying to find out what that current law is. When I look at this bill, it's adding an entirely new section to the penal code. It's not somehow cleaning up something that maybe was ambiguous where it appears to be striking things and adding things. So I'm just curious if you could point to me what current law is ambiguous.
Give me a minute, please.
That's fine. How about one other question? So it's the last sentence, the second sentence says, this bill seeks to clarify and protect the lawful use of less lethal force. How is it, what is it clarifying?
We're defining less lethal force weapon, and we're making it so that a peace officer or guard who uses such a device is justified in doing so to carry out their official duties as long as they were in substantial compliance with their training.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gann.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Verdell, for what purpose?
Will the member yield for a couple
Gentleman
questions?
yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Roger that. Chairman Gann, if I understand correctly, there was an interim hearing held last year in which the goal of the hearing was to find ways that would increase the use of less lethal force weapons by peace officers. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct. We had hearings during the interim. Numerous witnesses representing law enforcement associations, management, and line officers testified.
And those line officers, they expressed concerns about being prosecuted if they use these less lethal options, and even in cases where the use of deadly weapons would be authorized. Is that correct?
Right. We had several officers that testified to that. They've been trained in them. They would like to use them without fear of being prosecuted for using them. So our officers essentially asked for this bill.
I appreciate that. I've got two more questions for you. When the Homeland Security Committee held one of the first meetings of this session, are you aware that the committee asked what the legislature could do to help with the recruitment and retention of law enforcement officers in the state?
I was not there for that, but I understand. I was informed that that had happened, yes.
Thank you. And with what that was brought out in that hearing, do you think it's fair assessment that legislation like this right here is a way in which the legislature can help with recruitment and retainment of law enforcement?
Absolutely. If you give a person the tools to do the job, train them on how to do that job, and then subject them to prosecution for doing what they were trained to do, I don't see how anyone would want to be a law enforcement officer.
Yeah, copy that. Appreciate your comments on that. I know you worked with law enforcement and various stakeholders in bringing this important legislation for the body. I look forward to voting yes on this bill as you presented it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
We just want to talk to you about amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen for a post-scrum motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 2570 until 5:30 p.m.
Members have heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair is the motion is adopted. Chair lays out SJR 1 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
SJR number 1 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail for an illegal alien charged with an offense punishable as a felony.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, move to postpone further consideration of SJR 1 until noon on Thursday, May 20.
Members have heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair is done. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 3031. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 3031 by Huffman, relating to the punishment for the offense of aggravated assault.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill addresses an ongoing crisis of road rage in not only Texas, but more specifically, a challenge that we are having in Houston. A number of years ago, a friend of mine asked me to sit down with a gentleman named Paul Castro. Some of y'all have met him. He's come up here to testify. He and his kids were leaving an Astros game. There was a road rage incident of trying to get on the freeway. A gentleman chased him and fired a shot into his car. Paul will tell you how he held the brains of his son David as he drove him to the hospital before he died. David Wilson came and told a similar story about his daughter Louise driving down the freeway, got into a road rage incident with somebody else who fired a shot at her car, and she too died. We are seeing an increase of incidents where back in the day when you got mad at another driver, you might honk the horn, you might shoot them the bird, but today it seems to be acceptable that you fire a gun in that car's direction. And so while all of us would recognize that we would teach our kids not to be put in a bad spot to come in contact with criminal activity or not to be in a place that you shouldn't, we are now seeing any driver on any road on a Texas highway is subject to being a victim of being shot because some other driver got upset and decided that's the way that they wanted to resolve their frustration. And so what this bill does is acknowledge that if you pull out a gun and you discharge at another vehicle, and what this bill does is create kind of a bubble around that vehicle, that if you discharge at that vehicle, hit a human, hit the property, or come close enough that it puts somebody in fear of imminent bodily injury or death, that it is now a first-degree felony, 5 to 99 or life. Currently, it is only a second degree. If you pull out your gun and you drive by a house and you shoot at the house, it's a first degree. And so all we're doing is making this consistent. We're saying that people on the roadways are protected just as much as somebody in a house, and those that get out in those intersections and those road rage incidents and fire. Not pulling out your gun, not self-defense, not firing in the air to scare somebody, but to fire at somebody or property where somebody could be hurt. We are asking to increase that to a first-degree felony on behalf of David Castro and Louise Wilson. Protect all Texans on the roadway.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Hopper, for what purpose?
would the lady yield for a couple questions?
Absolutely.
Lady yield for questions? She does.
I will.
Hey, Representative, thank you. I'm not a lawyer, so maybe you could walk me through a couple things. So currently the statute says that if you threaten someone with imminent bodily injury while brandishing a firearm, that's a second-degree felony?
Correct. If you
Okay.
pull out a gun and you threaten, but you never discharge, that's a second degree.
Okay. And this bill is amending the aggravated assault statute to allow for an offense that was a second-degree felony to be elevated to the first degree.
If two conditions are met,
Okay.
first off, you discharge, not pull out a gun, you fire. And you not only fire, you fire at a bubble around an area in which a human could be hit.
Okay. And is the only offense category that's higher than a first-degree felony is a capital offense? Is that right?
You could have an enhancement for 15 years, or you could have another floor of 25, like continuous sexual abuse of a child. And so, yeah, all we're doing is bumping from a second degree to a first degree. But you're right. There are other what we call floors of 15, 25, and in here we're keeping it at 5. I think that's very consistent. And
Okay. Thank you. And
You're welcome.
The last question I have is, so if we pass this bill, would it be possible for someone to get a first-degree felony without ever actually causing physical harm to another human being solely because it involved the firearm and they discharged it?
discharge at. And so basically, we don't give you credit for being a bad shot. If you try to kill somebody, we're going to treat it in the same way that you did kill them.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. I appreciate it.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
Would Representative Johnson yield for a few questions?
Would the lady yield for questions?
Of course.
Lady yields.
Representative Johnson, part of the impetus for this bill, you mentioned Paul Castro's son. They were
David
leaving
Castro, leaving the Astros,
the Astros game.
Yep.
They got in a road rage incident, and the occupant of the other vehicle shoots into Paul's vehicle,
Yes.
where his son was struck and killed. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes. And because of that, that was a higher grade offense because the individual died. What we're seeing, though, is we're seeing a lot of this conduct where people are firing at other vehicles, and we want to hold that as accountable as though somebody has potentially died, to try to send a strong message: stop doing this.
And unfortunately, Paul and his family, we send our prayers
Yep.
and our thoughts to him. He's been a longtime advocate now for criminal justice reform
Yes.
and trying to be better at public safety. But they're not the only family. There's a lot of road rage
Correct.
incidences in Harris County that's happened. It seems like it's a big problem. We're trying to get a handle of it so that the public is safe driving, let alone in Texas, but because it's prevalent in Harris County, correct?
Absolutely. Right now, Houston is leading the nation. Texas is leading the nation in these shooting road rage incidents. And we are sending a strong message. It is not acceptable conduct to fire at another vehicle because you're not happy about the way they're driving.
And so, as I understand it, and please forgive me if I'm reading this verbatim, but part of SB 3031 closes a gap by expanding the first-degree felony offense of aggravated assault involving a motor vehicle. So that's also, you have to be in the car and has to be moving, correct?
Correct, because the law says right now, if you're in a motor vehicle and you fire at a house, that's a first degree. But if you're in a motor vehicle and you fire at another motor vehicle, that's a second degree.
Okay, and that doesn't make any sense. And
That
that's,
doesn't make sense.
You got to the point where we were trying to get.
Yep.
And so the bill removes a requirement that bodily injury caused by the shooting be serious. Is that another component of the bill?
Correct, because again, what we don't want more incidents of David Castro and Louise Wilson. We don't want the death to occur. And so what we're saying is we're trying to put a deterrent to the community to say, stop firing at other vehicles on the road that you're mad at. Because when you fire, you may hit the intended target, but you might miss that car and hit one of the other 2 or 3 cars behind them. It is just completely dangerous, and it is prevalent. It is resulting in the death of people on our roadways, and that's why we want to say, stop firing your gun at other cars on the road because you're mad about how somebody's driving.
Okay. And then again, just to clarify, it also includes cases, this bill includes cases where a person is placed in fear of imminent serious bodily injury or where the property damaged as a result of a firearm being discharged.
Correct. And so the analysis there that we would expect every prosecutor to argue and follow is, if you can, imagine a bubble around that vehicle.
Right.
That you are shooting at the vehicle. We don't want you to hit the human in the vehicle. But if you hit the property, you hit the fender, you hit the tire, or it goes so close to the windshield that
Right.
you see it and you are in fear that you are going to lose your life, that's enough. If you're driving next to a vehicle and you fire up in the air to send a warning shot, that doesn't qualify for this because it doesn't reach that bubble around the vehicle.
Okay.
And it also includes that if you get out of the car, meaning you've seen all the video where you're in an intersection, somebody gets out, and effectively it's a road rage incident. We're just no longer operating the vehicle. We're right there in the intersection, we've gotten out. So that's another question that I got in committee. What if somebody's getting out of their car and walking into their house, right? I don't think that necessarily qualifies. And that's why we want language in here that prosecutors can make determinations, judges can make determinations, is the intent of this language, which is to address all the road rage incidents you're seeing on social media all the time, to say, look, it is not acceptable for you to pull out your gun and fire at that other individual or their vehicle in that moment.
And that's a clear distinction that you have to be en route, you have to be in your vehicle, you have to get out, you're at a stop sign, you're at an intersection, and something also happens, or it is escalated, correct?
Correct. And so on page 2, line 9 through 10, the actor is inside of or directly en route to or from.
Okay. And then it also ensures, and you talked about the prosecutor's discretion here, SB 3031 ensures that prosecutors can seek appropriate penalties in cases where reckless or violent firearm use endangers the public in or around the vehicles, as you mentioned earlier.
Absolutely.
As they get out.
And this really targets the intent to shoot somebody in their vehicle. We make it a first degree. And the reason we have that full range of punishment, 5 to 99 or life, is it gives a ton of discretion that you can make that determination. Was this a more significant and serious incident or offender that we need to look on the heavy side of punishment? Is it a low level? And of course, we give prosecutors those tools if attempted or anything else. All I'm trying to do is right now, the ceiling of 20 years is not high enough for the severity of the crime that's being committed. We're raising the ceiling to give room for that deterrent, not only to society to say stop doing this, but to really give security to the victims to know that we are hearing them, we acknowledge the loss of their children, and we are trying to take up the mantle for what they begged for, which is stop this behavior on our roadways, send a strong message, we no longer tolerate it. And I appreciate Senator Huffman for taking this on and ensuring that David and that Louise, that their lives matter in Texas.
And we certainly want to send our thoughts and prayers again to those families, those victims that have been permanently damaged by the loss of their loved ones in these type of incidents. So I thank you, and thank you, Senator Huffman, for this bill.
Thank you, Chairman. And move passage.
Members, clarification. When Mr. Smithy moved to postpone further consideration of SJR 1, he moved to postpone it to noon on Thursday, May 22nd. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Verdell.
The chair recognizes Mr. Verdell to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this does, in case you have the bill in front of you, go to page 2, line 19 and 20. It lines out line 19 and 20. And basically what that is the way the language is written, it says, in discharging the firearm, it places any person in fear of imminent serious bodily injury. I don't agree with that, and I'm hoping that we can get this out of the language so that way the bill is just focused on if bodily injury to a person or damage to any property. I'd ask for your support and hope for adoption.
So you're taking away the threat, right? Places them in fear?
Just the imminent fear, yeah.
Members, I am opposed to this amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to speak against the amendment.
I'm opposed to the amendment. I just got it. But what it does is it takes away that threat. And so I mentioned to you what we're trying to do here is to create a bubble around the vehicle that if you fire at the vehicle that places me in imminent threat of serious bodily injury, meaning it came close enough to me that I realized they were a bad shot, but they were trying to shoot me. That is very different from firing up in the air and firing a warning shot. I'm basically pointing at you, but I'm not a good shot. What his amendment says is you got to hit the car. You got to hit a tire, you got to hit the car. And so that's why in talking to prosecutors and other folks about how do we narrow this down to a bubble around the vehicle, that's where we created that bubble. Imminent threat of serious bodily injury. I have to articulate that that shot got close enough that I realized it was a near miss. And again, that's why we want to protect it. So I am opposed to this amendment. I respect where you want to be on it. He's asking that you only punish if you're a good shot. I'm asking that you punish if you're a bad shot, but you tried to shoot the car.
Mr. Dutton? Oh. Chair recognizes Mr. Verdell to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for adoption.
Oh, Mr. Dutton, anything?
Question for the author, Mr. Speaker.
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Gentleman
Yes,
yields.
sir.
Now, you just heard Representative Johnson's argument, and is that true what she just said?
I think what she's basically saying, if somebody shoots in that general direction towards a person, that this would be elevated to a first-degree felony.
Right.
I think that, in my opinion, for it to be elevated to a first-degree felony, that it should be that the person was struck or the property was struck, and not just the fear of being struck. Because they still have to discharge the firearm for it to be elevated to the first degree. The way my amendment would make it work is they had to hit the vehicle or they had to hit the person, versus just saying placed in the fear of imminent threat.
So you wouldn't hold them liable for shooting at the car, even though they missed?
They will still be held liable to the second-degree felony.
But I
not to the
mean, you
first degree.
you wouldn't hold them liable for a first-degree felony
I think the second
if they
degree felony.
missed.
I still think that the second-degree felony would be.
Why is that, sir?
Because I think that we have a problem right now where we are elevating almost every bill. I'm on criminal jurisprudence. Almost every bill that I see just seems to keep elevating felonies or elevating different infractions of the law up to felonies. And at some point, we have to say we already have laws in place that we have to start enforcing instead of just elevating to make people feel good like we're doing something.
But why would we elevate a crime?
Why would you elevate a crime?
Yes.
If the crime is heinous.
And you don't think shooting at a car fits in that category?
No, it's a crime, and I think it's a second-degree felony.
No, I'm talking about, we were talking about elevating. You're going backwards now. You're saying that you voted on a number of bills in criminal juror about elevating crimes.
That's correct.
And yet you
Oh, I
say-
didn't vote for them. I'm saying that we had multiple bills that did that. I voted against many of those
You did?
because we should be enforcing the laws we have, not just making people feel better.
Right,
about
but the
elevating.
reason we elevate the crimes is because I think, as you said, we need to stop that bad behavior. Would you disagree?
We should stop the bad behavior using the punishments we have currently in place.
So you wouldn't even mind reducing it to a third-degree felony?
It depends what the crime is.
I mean,
Some-
this
some-
crime we're
some
talking about
punishments.
shooting at a vehicle,
If you're shooting at a vehicle, I think it should be a second-degree felony.
only if you miss.
No, if it would go to a first-degree felony if you hit the vehicle or if you hit the person.
And that's what her bill does, isn't it?
Well, it does, but it also gives emotional context that if you fear of imminent serious bodily injury, not if that you had serious bodily injury.
Well, but if somebody's shooting at a car and they're just a bad shot, why would you give them any credit for being a bad shot?
I don't think you're giving them credit. They just didn't actually cause any harm to the vehicle or to the person.
Well,
they still put them in fear. I don't disagree with you there, but
well,
I don't think elevating
I'm not so sure it didn't cause any harm. That's what I think our bill says. It did cause harm to the person because it put them in fear of imminent bodily injury. And that's a harm, wouldn't you agree?
Well, I agree that it's a second-degree felony. Yes, sir.
No, that's not what I'm asking. You keep saying the same thing, and that's not getting us anywhere. I understand it's a second-degree felony now.
Yes, sir.
but she's trying to make it a first-degree felony.
And I disagree with the level of punishment.
But I'm trying to understand your disagreement, sir.
Yes, sir.
And you're disagreeing, you would agree with it only if they hit the car.
Or the person. If they actually cause bodily injury or damage to the property, I would support elevating it to a first degree. Somebody being in fear of imminent threat, I don't think is enough justification to elevate that to a first degree.
So, well, I just think that I'm not sure where you're from, sir.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm not sure what area you represent. And maybe if you come back next session, I'll remember. But right now, I don't remember. But in Houston, for example, in Harris County, this has become a major problem. In fact, I intended to file this bill and just simply forgot about it that would do exactly the same thing. Because one of the things we need to do is stop this behavior, because it puts all of us in bodily injury. Because if your amendment goes on, what it means is if you miss that car and hit another car, that would be excused. There would still be a second-degree felony.
Yes, sir.
And why would you? How does that make sense?
You're asking how does it make sense?
Yeah, when you're shooting at a car, you miss, and because you missed and hit another car, you're still at a second-degree felony.
If they hit another car, they still would be first degree. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess we'll just disagree. Okay.
Yes, sir. I appreciate the dialogue.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Move for adoption.
Members, Mr. Verdell sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson voting nay. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Show Mr. Kane voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted now? There being 59 ayes, 78 nays, the amendment is not adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to close on the bill.
I move passage on the bill.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 3031. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 103 ayes, 38 nays, Senate Bill 3031 passes to third reading. Chair lays that on second reading, Senate Bill 24. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 24 by Campbell, relating to the inclusion of an understanding of communist regimes and ideologies in the essential knowledge and skills for the social studies curriculum for public school students.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, polling data has shown that even though a majority of Americans still hold negative views about communism, our younger generations have increasingly been more receptive to collectivist ideologies. This bill in front of you now, Senate Bill 24. Hang on, I'm laying out a bill. Hold on just a sec. Senate Bill 24 seeks to address this generational disparity by directing the State Board of Education to include developmentally appropriate, comprehensive education on the history, tactics, and consequences of communism into the TEKS for 4th to 12th grade social studies. The intent of this bill is to ensure a factual and comprehensive education on communist atrocities paired with a comparison to our great American principles and preventing ideological indoctrination through the use of well-documented historical evidence. Move passage.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chair Leach. Just a couple of questions. On page 1, on sub 1, you note to include the history and tactics used by communist movements inside the United States. In the United States. Did I read that correctly?
You talking about the bill?
Yes, the bill.
Where are you looking at?
Page 1, line 15.
The history of and tactics used by communist movements in the United States.
I read that correctly, right?
Yes.
So
the language is what the language is.
I'm curious about that because I know you're a very well educated person. You're aware of the McCarthy movement between 1950 and 1954, correct?
Correct.
And during that period, there were many allegations made against public officials, celebrities, professors, people who I guess Senator McCarthy disagreed with, and he named them as communists without any proof. You're familiar with that history, correct?
Of course, yes.
And many of those people had their entire careers destroyed. There were both criminal and civil consequences for them. Many people got prosecuted, were put on trial for things that they had nothing to do with. People were dragged in front of the U.S. Senate to answer for things that they had nothing to do with. Why is that going to be included in that history and tactics used by communist movements in the United States?
Well, I think, look, I don't want to get into a in-depth discussion about the atrocities of communism. I'm happy to do that. I'm not sure now is the time or this bill is the place to do it, but it's clear to me that communist movements in the United States can be traced back all the way to World War I. You have cited some examples during the McCarthyism era where there were accusations made from people against people whom were innocent, but there's also a vast number of, probably countless examples in our nation's history where the communist movements, both expressly and hidden in all sectors of our society, were prevalent. And this bill seeks to prevent that from ever happening again by teaching the appropriate and accurate history to our students in 4th through 12th grade.
So I kind of actually am on that point. You've said that this history should be comprehensive, it should be accurate. Now, talking about the history of people who were accused of being communists in the United States, people that you personally said on the front mic, that people who were found to be innocent, that should be a part of the education if it is to be a complete and accurate, should it not?
And I'm sure it will be.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that the accusation, the spread of communism started prior to World War I. You understand that much of that history was because of the labor movement, that the accusations were that the people who were demanding fair wages, people who were demanding more reasonable work hours, people who were demanding that there be workplace safety and that just not have people crushed by machines every day, that they were communists because they were asking for rights for workers.
Sure, and I would agree with you that an American citizen who simply supported FDR or the New Deal initiatives during the 30s
Exactly.
and 40s, those people just by way of supporting FDR, the New Deal initiatives aren't in and of themselves communist. However, I would also say that there's no question, and history supports that communist membership increased substantially during those years. And that is a part of our nation's history that in many ways needs to be taught, not just of the greatest generation and the fight against fascism and communism in World War II, but also just the reality of communism, what it has meant for people all over the world and what it has meant here in our own country. And contrasting that with our great American ideals, there's a stark difference. It is black and white, night and day when it comes to the ideals underlying communism, the foundations of communism, and the foundation of the great country of America. And that's what we want to teach our students in 4th through 12th grades in our public schools.
Absolutely, and just as a intellectual point, and I know you are very well educated. You have a law degree and many other degrees. Should a well-rounded education not include the complete history of what happened? Granted that there were probably significant increases in membership, whatever, but the number of people being accused of being communists was nowhere close to the actual membership, and that many Americans were attacked, were prosecuted, both civilly and criminally, accused of being communists when all they were asking for were rights for themselves and rights for their coworkers.
At no point have I argued or will I argue that the American system is perfect and that there are not flaws. We are a government, of the people and by the people and for the people, and therefore the people are going to not be perfect. And so certainly we should teach our students accurate history, including the imperfections in American history. But when it comes to communism and the devastation that communism has caused across the world, and that could have been caused here in America had there not been generations of great Americans who fought against it, then I think we are doing our students a great disservice. And when I see the polling about how over 80% of Americans, over 85% of Americans oppose strongly the tenets of communism, but we are seeing an increasing interest in communism among our younger generations. That's of great concern to me. And I have a position, as you do here, to say what we want to be taught to our kids in the TEKS. And I believe that the true history of communism should be part of that history.
Absolutely. And I personally would have crafted this bill, if this was my bill, I would personally have crafted it to talk about American democracy and why democracy and in a liberal society that grants every person freedoms is more important, that it's a better system instead of just one. Because you would agree with me that there are other systems of government that are also problematic and dangerous, like authoritarianism, theocracies, dictatorships. Those are also systems of government that our country has both fought against and are ideologically opposed to. Would you not agree?
I don't know if I misheard you, but I just want to make sure I understood. Did you just say that democracy grants our citizens rights?
Yes, a democracy that grants everyone equal rights is superior.
The American form of government, our democracy, does not grant me rights, and it does not grant you rights. You have God-given rights, and I do as well. And our system of government is designed and is meant to protect those rights, to safeguard those rights.
I think we're talking about the same thing.
Well, I don't think we're talking about the same thing, because communism disagrees with what I just said, is that you don't have God-given rights. The government gives you rights. The government gives you property. The government gives you everything you have, and you have no fundamental rights that are therefore to be protected.
Absolutely.
God-given rights to be protected by the government. And so you are making my point for me. This is why we need an accurate history lesson between the ideals that undergird communism and the ideals that undergird our American system of government.
And I don't disagree with you.
I
don't disagree with you. What I'm asking is, the things that you've talked about, the philosophy of where people get their rights, the same would be true in a dictatorship, the same would be true in an authoritarian regime, the same would be true in a theocracy. Should we not discuss those systems of government, since those are antithetical to our American democracy as well?
If you want to bring a bill that talks about other systems of government and how they compare to our great American system here of freedom and capitalism and free markets, then I'd be happy to entertain that bill. That is not what this bill is intended.
Absolutely.
That is outside the scope of this bill.
In your bill, does your bill direct schools to talk about the difference between a government and the people that come from those countries?
The bill is very, very clear, Representative Wu. If you have a specific question about a section of the bill, I'm happy to go through it.
There's nothing in your bill that talks about that, correct?
That talks about, say it again?
That there is for example, that there is a difference between Cubans who are coming here and fleeing Cuba and the Cuban government as a whole.
I would direct you to page 2 of the bill, section G, lines 7 through 10. Okay. The bill makes very clear that the history should be taught about the oppression and suffering experienced by people living under communist regimes, including mass murder, violent land seizures, show trials, concentration camps, forced labor, poverty, and general economic deterioration. Whether those people came from Cuba, from some other country, communist China, wherever it may be, any people group, any person that has experienced the oppression and the suffering that communism has brought and still brings, then those groups, those people groups should be talked about.
And my question is, should your bill make a special point to point out to students that it is not appropriate to treat individuals from those countries as having the qualities of those countries, saying like just because you're a refugee from Cuba, it does not make you a communist.
That is correct. However, if I say I'm a communist, then that does make me a communist. And if I say I believe in the communist principles, then that does make me a communist. And if I respond to a poll, which many of our younger generations are doing, saying I'm kind of interested in this communism thing, and I don't really understand how it differs from the American system of government and the great American miracle that we have here, that's what we're trying to do, is to prevent what you're talking about. We are trying to prevent the spread of and the rooting of communism in our public schools.
And I appreciate that, and I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm asking is more specific, is that would you entertain an amendment that says that specifically we want to make sure that students, as they're being taught this, are taught the difference between individuals who have not made one choice or another, who have not made statements, who have not taken any action except come to our country, except often to flee these countries, to flee these repressive regimes, and to come here to say we should not treat people as a whole that they are one way or the other unless they've done something themselves. If they themselves have said, I am this or I am that, that's one thing, but we should not presuppose that for people just because of where they come from.
I believe that's included in the context of this bill already, Representative Wu.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kitzman, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Gentleman, yield for a few questions.
Yes, I will.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Leach, are you aware that communism is responsible for more misery and murder around the planet in the 20th century than any other form of government?
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for some order if we can. I'm having a trouble hearing.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Representative Kitzman, I think I heard you correctly. I'm not sure the body did, but I want to give you an opportunity to repeat what you just said.
Are you aware that communism is responsible for more murder and misery around this planet in the 20th century than any other form of government?
I am. Yes, sir. Well said.
Are you aware that in China, estimates up to 70 million Chinese were killed by their communist government in the 20th century?
It's horrifying, yes.
Are you aware that in the Soviet Union, that Stalin's responsible for killing over 40 million of his fellow Russians?
I am, yes, sir.
Are you aware that one of the reasons we have a problem in Ukraine and Russia today is because there's still people alive in Ukraine that remember when Stalin starved those people to death by the millions in the name of communist revolution?
Preach it.
Would it not be important that our children find out that it's just another equal form of government, but it's one of the most heinous things mankind has ever done to itself in the history of this planet?
Well said, Representative Kitzman. And
members,
Stan the man, well said. That's why I hope to see no red on the board and an entire board lit up green to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I move passage of Senate Bill 24.
Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Public Education to meet while the House is in session today at 6:30 p.m. in room 1W14 Agricultural Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Public Education will meet today at 6:30 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cruelty of regimes, massacres, and genocides are atrocious, and our students ought to know that we must strive to never repeat them. However, the political ideological spectrum spans from communism to fascism. If we ask our students to understand the ideological and political motivations behind the genocides carried out by communists, we must also ensure they understand the atrocities committed by fascist regimes, those that operated under the banners of extreme nationalism, racial supremacy, and totalitarian control. Ignoring one side of the spectrum while scrutinizing the other creates an incomplete and potentially misleading historical education. Our responsibility is to equip students with the full truth so they may recognize the dangers of all forms of authoritarianism, no matter where they fall on the ideological spectrum, and uphold the values of human dignity, democracy, and freedom for future generations. I move adoption.
Members, Ms. Goodwin, Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to speak against the amendment.
Sure. I'm going to move to table, and the reason is because I want to send this bill to the governor's desk as quick as possible. You want to bring a bill opposing fascism and teaching our kids about the history and horrors of fascism, I would gladly sign on to that, but I don't want this bill to become a Christmas tree. This bill is about communism alone, and so I'm asking you to stick with me and table this amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to close.
Members, it's truly important to show all sides of an issue and to make sure our students understand not just communism, but fascism as well, to understand what that has done to other countries, but to also to talk to them about the genocide of Jewish, Romani, and even LGBTQ plus people, of political opponents, people with disabilities, all of the minority and ethnic groups that have faced atrocities. We should make sure our students understand all of these things.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for some
The lady
questions?
yield for questions.
Yes.
Lady yields.
Thank you, Representative Goodwin. We just spoke about, you're talking about fascism and the millions of Jews and Polish. We're talking about 11 million people, right, who died. You're referencing specifically World War II and fascism and how it also impacted, or did it impact Americans as well?
Yes.
And are you aware that there are different key steps or indicators that are very relevant to these times to talk about fascism, like one of the steps or one of the factors of fascism is exploiting national crisis and discontent. Were you aware that that is part of fascist movements?
Absolutely, and I think what's so important about teaching history is that then we can recognize when those things are happening in the current day.
Yes, and is it your understanding that it's important to educate children, because another factor about fascism, because one of the other indicators is cultivating an us versus them mentality. Were you aware that that is also part of the fascist movement?
Absolutely. People were divided, just like we see sometimes here in the United States, where we make others seem different and fearful, and students, when they learn about the history, they're more likely to recognize indicators here at home.
Very good. And are you aware that another of the indicators, something that is important to us as a democracy, is discrediting democratic institutions, criticizing the democratic process, calling them inefficient or corrupt? Were you aware that that's also one of the other indicators?
Yes, absolutely. And you know, today we have a lot of criticism of our higher education, and it's really unfortunate, but it is repeating a pattern.
Yes, and were you aware, do you agree that one of the other indicators is suppressing dissent and freedom of speech? Is that something important for our children to understand as an indicator of fascism?
Absolutely. You know, sowing distrust among the media, that was something that happened in fascist regimes, and sometimes we see that here.
Were you aware that a part of the other thing to build a fascism government is, and what fascist regimes establish strong, centralized control, consolidating the power, that consolidating the power of the government in the hands of a few people. Do you agree that that's something that's another indicator important for our children to know about fascism?
Yes, absolutely.
Were you aware that fascists use propaganda and manipulation and to control those governments? And that's something that was also an indicator that happened during the Nazi regime.
Yes.
And lastly, were you aware that fascist governments use violence and repression, something that is really close to home here in America?
Yes, you make so many good points, and these are really critical things for our students to understand.
Thank you very much. I think it's a great amendment. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
Will the general person yield?
Lady, you for questions.
Yes.
Lady yields.
Ms. Goodwin, communism made its debut in 1917 in Russia, is that correct?
I believe so.
And we saw the devastation ultimately that was caused by that for about the next 75 years, isn't that correct?
Yes.
But Russia today, the very same country that was once communist, is now fascist, is it not?
Yes.
And Putin is a fascist. Correct?
Excuse me?
Putin,
Oh, Putin. Yes.
is a fascist authoritarian leader
Yes.
in the same country where communism began, right?
Right.
So the complete picture is communism and fascism.
That's right.
And every other type of authoritarian regime that may pop up in between. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, and that's why I believe the bill as it stands really is incomplete. It's giving our students an incomplete picture, and that's why I filed this amendment.
Thank you.
Move adoption.
Ms. Goodwin sends up an amendment. Mr. Leach moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you are in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye, Ms. Goodwin voting no. Show Mr. Harless voting aye, Mr. King voting aye, Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 88 ayes, 50 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is similar to Representative Goodwin's amendment, but this is more narrow and only includes fascism. It is my understanding last time we sent this bill out of this committee, we did include fascism for a balanced approach to teaching our students, and so this is very narrow. It just adds fascism to this bill, so that is also put into our TEKS. Fascism is far right, authoritarianism characterized by suppression of dissent. Surely we should all be able to support an America and teaching of our kids where dissent is something that is part of who we are, part of the values that we cherish, part of who we are as Americans. Fascism is characterized by strong centralized government with limited individual freedoms and limited political opposition. That is not who we are as Americans, and we should teach our kids the same. And I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to speak against the amendment.
I move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we're talking about the education of our children. That should be a balanced approach, free from really partisanship, but the telling of the truth. We know the horrors that fascism has caused around the world. We know that that is not who we are as Americans, and that is part of how we should bring up and teach our children in our public schools.
Members, Ms. Hinojosa sends up an amendment. Mr. Leach moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. Record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes, 56 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu.
Members, this is not an amendment to script the bill. This is I think, a very reasonable amendment based on what I talked about earlier. My family had its lands confiscated. We lost our farm, we lost our home, and that was what was done to my grandparents and great-grandparents. For my parents' generation was thrown into the fields. During the Cultural Revolution, during the Great Leap Forward, my dad was thrown into the fields when he was 13, 14 years old by himself and basically told to either farm or die. And he managed to survive, but about 55 million other people did not. And for me, when I hear people call me a communist spy, or when members of this body do say those things, I get a little offended, because our family has been the victims of communism for a very long time. And we fled to this country as fast as we possibly could. And for us, when we come here to again be accused of the same things and to not recognize that many of us fought against these things back in the homeland is insulting. For all my friends who were in Tiananmen Square, for those who made it out, for those who did not make it out. This is for them. This is for all the Cubans who struggled to be free, who risked life and limb to go across that 70-mile stretch of ocean. People who fought with everything they had, people who went to prison for decades and decades, many of whom never saw the light of day again, because they opposed these governments. To not give them any credit, to not give them any respect for doing something that is far harder than opposing communism in a democracy. They oppose communism in a communist country. This amendment is to recognize the things they have done, to recognize that all people are not the same, to recognize that people all around the world seek liberty and justice. And I just ask for this amendment to respect what they have done, respect the sacrifices that they have made, and respect the history that is there. That these countries did not move along without a peep. The people made noise, the people fought, and the people suffered. We should recognize that, and we should respect that.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, sir. Tell me, do you feel the need to bring this amendment because of the concern that enacting legislation like this will foster negativity, even racism, especially towards our kids in schools and people on the street?
Absolutely.
And
the whole point of why I'm concerned about this bill is the same point that I've made before, that we're now teaching our children to view other people based on stereotypes, based on a broad general understanding of what their country was. To say, like, if all of these people are from these countries, then they all must share the same trait. For Chinese people who fled the communist country there, for Cubans who fled that country, for people who have fled other places. That is simply not true. They do not support those governments. They never supported those governments. They opposed those governments to the point that they fled. They had to flee their own homes and come here.
Right, so...
And the point is that that I am afraid that as we go forward in this, that we will lose that distinction that there are people from those countries who fought valiantly, many of whom in the millions were slaughtered. And we should recognize that. There were lots and lots of people who opposed them and fought bravely. And it is unfair to label an entire population as one way when they were clearly not, when there were clearly lots and lots of people who fought against it and opposed it.
So that's one concern, is that even the folks who were fleeing those oppressive regimes and standing up for actually American values that are our values. The other part is the danger of being stereotyped and caricatured to the point where you're dehumanized. And I don't know if you would agree with me, you might say the Jewish people have a little bit of experience with being stereotyped and caricatured to the point where it's dangerous to our communities.
And I started the questioning of Mr. Leach with McCarthyism, because that is always our fear, that we would go into this political frenzy where we look for people and we label the people we don't like as one thing, and we don't give them an opportunity to defend themselves. We make those accusations without evidence, and we just say, it is what it is. And we start this around again. And during the 1950s, during the height of McCarthyism, lots of Jewish people were simply rounded up and labeled as communists because they were Jewish, because they opposed the people who were doing this, because they were liberal, because they were whatever they were. It's an easy target against people who are in the minority.
Exactly. And so this debate reminds me of the McCarthy era. And so can you tell me what the phrase was that started the end of the McCarthy era?
If it was another time, I could answer you, but it's been a long day.
The phrase was, have you no decency? And so the question is, when will we find our decency?
Absolutely. And members, again, this amendment is not designed to skunk the bill. It's not designed to mess with it. It simply says, as we're teaching all this, could we take a breath and just explain to our children that yes, there were lots of brave people who opposed these regimes and fought against them, and many of them are here today in our country, but many of those same people never left and will never leave, and many of those people were tortured and murdered along the way.
Thank you, sir. And that literally includes your family, right?
Including my family.
Very good. Thank you for bringing the amendment.
The Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Mr. Vote for what purpose does the gentleman yield?
I will.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Wu, you know that I came from Vietnam, South Vietnam, right?
Yes.
And at one time, South Vietnam was taken over by the North Vietnamese communists.
Correct.
Okay.
The South Vietnamese fought bravely and fought bravely against the communists, and they should be recognized for that. They should be remembered for that.
Right, and the South Vietnamese never believed in communism or Communist Party or anything like that. So
Correct.
If this amendment would go on to the bill, then
that if this amendment goes on the bill, we will make sure that the South Vietnamese who fought alongside American troops and died alongside American troops are remembered for their actions, are remembered for their opposition, that they disagreed and did not approve of the communists who were coming and invading the South and fought almost to the last man.
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Olcott, for what purpose?
Yes. Does the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Wu, is there anything in Representative Leach's bill that actually states that all Chinese are communists or that all Vietnamese are communists?
No, Mr. Olcott, and that is the fear. Because this bill does not say those things, because the bill does not make those distinctions, that I am fearful that they will not teach those distinctions, right? The schools operate on the black letter of the law. They look at this bill and they say, what is the bare minimum we are required to teach? And they will teach those things. And what I want the bare minimum to include is at least one tiny part of this curriculum, one minuscule part of this study should include the people who fought against it, should include the people who gave their lives fighting against this.
But don't you think, Representative Wu, that if this was taught in schools, that the students would be more likely to understand that there were Chinese like yourself that fled communism and that there were Vietnamese like Representative Vo that fled communism if this was taught in school, which is one reason I support the bill. And that's why I'm surprised that you weren't one of the first ones to actually sign on to this bill. It seems like it would be a step in the right direction to educate our students about the dangers of communism and why people like yourselves had to flee communism. And it seems to me that it would go a long way in actually accomplishing what you seem to want to accomplish.
So and again, this is why I have this amendment, because I feel this bill is incomplete. I feel this bill does not talk about the complete picture. I feel this bill talks about the countries, but does not talk about the people. The people are very different from the nation. Just like we say President Trump is the president right now, but not everyone has to agree with him. Not everyone has to support him. And when Joe Biden was president, we can say he is the president. But not everyone has to agree with him or like him. And many people can say, I actively opposed him. That's perfectly fine. But we should have a complete discussion and not just say, because Joe Biden was your president at that time, therefore you agree to all of his policies, you agree with everything that he did. And we're saying that's fundamentally false, because there's many people who who gave their lives fighting against what is talked about in this bill, fighting against those same governments. Nothing in the bill asks teachers to talk about them, to talk about the fact that there are tons and tons of Chinese people who oppose the Chinese government, oppose the Chinese Communist government. There's tons and tons of people who oppose the North Vietnamese government, tons of Koreans who oppose the North Korean government for the exact same reasons. Nothing in this bill says that, says we teach the complete picture. What I am most concerned about, and what this amendment addresses, is one, I am afraid that those distinctions, those stories will be lost. That those acts of heroism, those acts of bravery will be forgotten. But just as importantly, I'm afraid that this will lead students down a path where they just say, well, we just assume that everybody from Cuba is a communist, right? And that's not a fair statement. That's not a fair statement. That everyone in Cuba supports Castro. That's not a fair statement. And I think this amendment specifically says how ideologies differ across a country's population, and how a person residing in a country governed by a communist regime may not agree with the ideology of the government. And talk about how individual people, everyday people, rose up and fought against this. I don't understand why that's so bad. In fact, if we're saying that these countries are bad, that we should fight against them, we should be praising the people who fought against them. We should be praising the people who were in Tiananmen Square.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Would you have an extension?
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach in opposition to the amendment.
Okay. Members, in short, to respond to my colleague, Representative Wu, all of this is included in the bill. I honestly don't think Representative Wu has read the bill closely. The SBOE is given time. This does not go into effect until the 26-27 school year. They have time to develop this curriculum. It's not us developing the curriculum. It's the SBOE doing it. And if you'll look at it, it requires a comparative analysis of collectivist ideologies contrasted with United States founding principles. And then it gives specific attention to input, this is in the bill, seeking input from victims of communism and from nationally recognized organizations dedicating to commemorating victims of communism. It says the SBOE should incorporate material from existing education programs that provided instruction on the topic of communist regimes and ideologies. I don't disagree with the spirit and the intent of Representative Wu's amendment. I simply do not think it's necessary. And members would ask you to stick with me on a motion to table.
Ms. Button, for what purpose?
For some inquiries.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Chairman Leach, you and I had some serious conversation because you are my neighboring rep. Do you know that my parents escaped communists to Taiwan during the hardship, and then I was born and raised in Taiwan?
I do, and now you're a member of the Texas House of Representatives, and
Yes.
a damn good one.
Yes, and I'm proud I was born and raised in Taiwan and come to this great country. But I often remind everyone the danger of communism. Isn't that true?
Yes, you do.
And every time I get a chance, I talk people, the freedom is now free, just like our beloved President Reagan said, freedom is now free. That's why people need to understand what is going on in the real world. Isn't that true?
Well said, yes.
Yeah. And I'm reading this. In your bill, exactly, you pointed out that you have the sick input from victims of communism and the nationally recognized organizations dedicated to, it's right there. So I was do you know that I was deeply moved? My tear almost dropped out when Representative Chairman Wu and also Chairman Vo, they talk about their experience.
Yes, I do.
And I was deeply, deeply moved, and I want each of our members realize how painful they say those things because they personally can share with you. And Chairman, do you know my heart is really broken because it is so important. We need to let the people understand, especially during the school age students, they might be some kind of naive, so don't understand the whole situation, but we need to educate them when they are still at the early stage. Is that true?
That is correct. That is correct. And Madam Chair, you've been around here long enough to know that on a bill like this, which is solely focused on educating our K through 12, 4 through 12 students on the horrors of communism, you've been around here long enough to know that if I, as the author of the bill, stand here and start to accept or allow or support a bunch of amendments, then a bill like this becomes a Christmas tree. And so in order to prevent that, it's not that I don't agree with some of these amendments or that I don't support the spirit and the intent of some of the amendments, but Madam Chair, you know well enough that in order to protect my bill and get it to the governor's desk as fast as possible, that I simply have to move to table these amendments, even though I disagree with them. But on this specific amendment, I believe that it's already in the bill and not necessary.
And I respect your decision, and I'll be supporting your proposal to table this, knowing that your intent is to keep this clean so we can move it and let the people know that how terrible communism is, and we need to let the kids understand that. And thank you for bringing up this very important bill. And also, I know it's supposed to stick with the amendment, but I do agree with you that you don't want to turn this into a Christmas tree.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to table the amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to close.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman, well, I'll wait.
Go ahead.
Will the gentleman yield for a quick question? You do Chairman Wu, I recognize what you're saying with your amendment because, as you know, there is that fear that perhaps it might make people out to be something that they're not. In our very state, in Texas, the Tejanos, the Mexican who were here in Texas when it was Mexico and who were fighting for independence against the Mexican government, they themselves, Mexicans and Tejanos, were discriminated against and were scapegoated after the revolution. And it took a really long time to make sure that people were not treating Mexicans or Tejanos as second-class citizens or as bad people. So I see what you're saying with your amendment. I mean, I don't know if you realize that about our own history, and that's proof that that does happen.
Thank you, absolutely, thank you so much. And this is going in the same vein, and I just want to say, I absolutely have read the bill, and this provision is not in the bill. The provision in the bill says you have to go talk to those people. Doesn't say you have to teach about them. This specifically says, this amendment specifically says, teach the idea that there were people there who opposed those ideologies. That's it. It is a point-blank rule. It says, make sure your curriculum, including teaching that not everyone in that country agreed. That's it. I think that's a very important point. That is a very important distinction from what is in the bill. The bill just says, well, there were victims. But then what? What did those victims do? What happened to them? What I want us to be able to say and tell our kids is there were lots of people in those countries who disagreed, who opposed these governments and said no and fought back. Their stories deserve to be told. They deserve to be more than just a subsection and a little bullet point. So this is not an unreasonable amendment. This amendment doesn't mess up the bill. The most it would do is ask the Senate to concur with the House amendments. That's it, right? Think this is something simple that the Senate could just say, yeah, no, that's perfectly reasonable, perfectly acceptable. We should teach that there were heroes in those countries too, that there were champions in those countries who fought against us. So I would ask you to vote no on the motion to table.
Mr. Wu sends up an amendment. Mr. Leach moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Aldous voting aye. Ms. Swanson voting aye. Ms. Isaac voting aye. Ms. Fairley voting aye. Mr. Berry voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes, 57 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rosenthal.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment to add mention of National Socialism in Nazi Germany and its resurgence in the United States and Europe in the present day. And I want to be clear about this. I am not standing at this microphone to burn a bunch of time. I really want to express my grave concerns with the type of messaging that we're forwarding with legislation like this, and the move towards authoritarian regimes like my people suffered under in Nazi Germany, and communities that have been that have survived attempts at eradication throughout history. And so when we're looking at this legislation, at this bill, we're seeing signs of rising authoritarianism, like the politicization of independent institutions, spreading of disinformation, executive power grabs. Does any of this sound familiar to any of you all? Because from my perspective, from the cultural teachings that I grew up with, what we're looking at today mirrors some deeply, deeply disturbing and dangerous periods of history that a lot of us should have learned about in school, that some of us are old enough to remember. Indicators include delegitimizing communities. Isn't that what we're doing right now with this bill? Undermining democratic norms, the rise of extremist groups, the denial of election results. None of this sounds familiar at all to any of you? So I'm going to move to adopt this amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I will, and I do hope we can keep this brief. I don't want to extend this part of the debate, but please ask your questions.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Rosenthal. So your amendment simply adds direction to teach about Nazism and the current unfortunate resurgence of that violent and hateful ideology in the United States and in Europe. Is that right?
That's correct, because if we're going to teach about the dangers of communism, and let me just be clear that Israeli culture fosters one of the purest communist forms of self-governance on the planet. So those of you in this room that claim to support Israel, have you ever heard of a kibbutz? The kibbutzim in Israel are pure communist, pacifist communities. So if we're going to talk about the evils of communism, I think we really should be talking about totalitarianism, authoritarianism, and control over the many by the few, and that's my deep concern.
Yeah. And Representative Rosenthal, regardless of how many of us may feel about this specific bill, I think we all agree that communism. Oh wait. Okay, you back?
Sorry.
That's okay. We all agree. In my opinion, you may or may not disagree, but the evils of communism, I think, are important to be taught as part of a holistic education. But just as bad and worse, actually, is the evils of Nazism and fascism. And we know right now in Europe specifically, we are seeing in several European countries a real resurgence of that ideology coming to fruition in elections there in Europe. Is that not true?
It's absolutely correct, and I would add that we are seeing a rise in neo-Nazism in the United States as well.
We are, and we've seen too many examples over the last few years of where that rise in Nazism has led to violence in our country. And I agree, I think, with you that it is important that young people be taught the evils and the dangers and the historic carnage that Nazism has wrought on the world over the last 100 years. And it's important that those lessons not be lost to history. They must be learned and carried forward in our youngest generation. So I think you have a good amendment.
So you're right, and in Jewish Israeli culture, we say never again, remember, le'olam lo, never again, and always remember. And so I think what's important here is to connect the totalitarianism, the authoritarianism, with the part of governance that is evil and monstrously
Mr. Raymond, for what
dangerous.
purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some
The gentleman
questions?
yield for questions.
I will.
The gentleman yields.
Thanks, Chairman, Speaker. Let me ask you, Representative, I support this bill and I support your amendment, and I'll vote for your amendment. And if your amendment were to be adopted, would that get you to the point where you would vote for the bill?
If this amendment's adopted, I'll vote for the bill.
And if it's not?
And if it's not, I'll oppose the bill.
Because you mentioned a minute ago that you feel like this bill delegitimizes some people.
I don't think that's what I said.
Well,
I said
would you mind telling me why you feel it's a bad bill? Because I don't agree with you, and I'm trying to get a sense of where you're coming from.
Okay, very good. The danger of the bill, in my view,
the danger
is the danger of the bill, in my view. I don't think he can hear me.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I was saying was, when we talk about communism in absence of connecting it to the totalitarianism and authoritarian regimes that have truly been dangerous, then we risk stigmatizing communities that may come from these countries.
And you've read the bill.
Without making the... Let me finish,
And you've read the
please.
bill.
Can I please
Did you read the
finish?
bill?
Yes, sir. If we're not recognizing that the part of communism that is truly evil is
Well, I think
the
that if you read
fascist
the bill, Representative,
totalitarianism.
if you read the bill, it makes it pretty clear that that what we would be directing SBOE is to develop a curriculum that does inform our students how horrible communism is and what it's all about, and what happened in countries and is happening in countries like China, like Russia, really like North Korea. So when you say you see a danger that if this bill passes and we start teaching kids about how horrible communism is. You heard Chairman Wu talk about how his parents, how they were treated by communism. You heard Representative Vo, who got on a boat, barely made it over here because of communism, and you think that if this bill passes and we teach that to our kids, they're not going to understand why, and somehow it's going to delegitimize some people in this country? I don't understand where you're coming from. Let me ask you this. Do you believe that there are efforts to spread communism in America today?
Let me ask, if it's okay with you, may I?
And if you would you answer this part first? I think it's important. Do you think that there are efforts to promote communism in the United States of America today?
Let me speak to the first part of what you just said first, if that's okay, and then I'll
No,
come.
you
so
answered
first,
that's okay, so I'm telling you no, it's
Mr.
not okay.
Raymond,
I'm asking
I wanna,
you to answer the last part of my question. So start with that.
Mr. Raymond, if I can respond, please.
You can respond.
I want to thank you very much for asking the question. I want to thank you very much for asking this question, because I believe in the way that you're asking and the way you have phrased this absolutely illustrates the need to broaden the perspective of this bill and not just talk about communism in the isolation of that word, but connect it to totalitarian regimes. Because communism, in its purest form, in its own form, is pacifist. And so what you're doing with what you're saying right now stokes
What I'm saying is
hate.
if you read the bill will tell you how they will talk about the history of communism, where it has been terrible, where it's killed millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people. That's what the bill says. It doesn't say anything else.
So
you're making it seem
sir?
as though with all respect, you're making it seem as though if this bill passed and we started teaching our kids a little more, because they learned some already, I suppose, but they learned a little bit more about how bad communism has been for this world, that somehow that in itself would be bad to teach them. I don't understand where you're coming from, brother. I really don't. I don't get it. It makes it sound as though you are sort of I don't even want to say what it makes it sound like. It won't come off well.
So first, if that's a question, I'm not sure it is, but what I will say is, if you fail to take a holistic approach to understand what the actual dangers are and where they come
Gentleman's
from,
time has expired.
then you fail to serve the people. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach in opposition.
I move to table.
Mr. Rosenthal to close on the amendment.
I close. Please adopt.
Mr. Rosenthal sends up an amendment. Mr. Leach moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Have all voted. There being 87 ayes, 55 nays, the motion to table prevails. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 24? Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond. The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond in favor of the bill.
I know you guys don't want to hear speeches. I'm not really talking to the Republicans right now. I'm talking to the Democrats. And I have to speak on this. Because let me tell you something, Democrats. Read the bill. John, read the bill. The oppression and suffering experienced by people living under communist regimes, including mass murder, violent land seizures, show trials, concentration camps, forced labor, poverty, and general economic and it goes on. And Democrats, let me tell you something. You vote no on a bill like this, and it defines you in a way that
Mr.
you're
Speaker.
not, in a way that we're not.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
I do
Does the
not
gentleman
yield. I will
yield for
not
questions?
I will not yield.
Not at this time.
I will not yield. So, Democrats, I'm asking you, stop and think about. There is nothing good about communism. Nothing. But if you, no. Please, guys, look at this.
Mr. Speaker.
Let me tell you something. I passed
Mr.
legislation.
Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman
I
yield
will
for
not yield.
one
Not
question?
even once.
One question.
I'm not going to yield to you or anybody else. So
Not at
there,
this
don't
time.
ask me again. I remember when my daughter was in the 5th grade. She came home one day and she said, "Dad," it was 9/11. She said, "Dad, they didn't say anything about 9/11 at school today. That's not right, Dad." I passed a bill so that they would say something about 9/11 every year from then on, and that's what we have in schools today. I passed a bill to make sure that we talk in schools about the Holocaust so that people and our students would know that that happened. So if you want a bill about fascism, I voted for those amendments. I voted for your amendment. That didn't pass, but that doesn't take away from the fact that we have this in front of us. And if we as Democrats continue to take the bait and vote against bills like this, get ready for more, because there are not going to be more of us 2 years from now. There will be fewer. That's just the way it's going to go, because you know communism is wrong. If you think it's right, go live in China for a while. Go live in Cuba for a while. Go live in North Korea for a while. See how that goes for you. So,
Mr. Speaker.
you know, we're all grown up. Do
Mr.
what you want to
Rosenthal,
do.
for what purpose?
But I ask you, I know you're not
the gentleman
communist. I know you
please
don't believe
yield
in
for a
communism.
single question?
Don't let them paint you that way. That's all I say.
Will the gentleman
Please vote
yield?
for the bill.
The gentleman does not yield. The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton on the bill.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Please state your inquiry.
Is it not customary to actually have open debate on these microphones?
It's not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Second question, is it not normal decorum for us to address each other by last name and title?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think in my 20 terms in this legislature, I have never been more mixed or had mixed feelings about a bill. And let me tell you why I have mixed feelings about it. Because on the one hand, I know and feel that this is the greatest country ever. And I know it is because what it's done, not only for me, but a whole bunch of people like me. And that's on the one side. On the other side, when you start talking about teaching communists and about the communist regimes and the things that they do, I agree with it. I agree that we should talk about that. But what I also know is this, is that almost every one of the civil rights leaders in this country were first labeled communists. That's what they did to them. And I think if we're going to teach about communism, we ought to make sure that they don't teach anything like that. Our preamble says to form a more perfect union. And what these people were trying to do was form a more perfect union. And I don't think they should have been labeled communists. I'll just give you one example. Most of you know who Jackie Robinson was, right? You know Jackie Robinson. And you thought he was the first black baseball player. Well, you know how he got there? You probably don't know Paul Robeson. Paul Robeson was black. He was a lawyer. He was an actor. He was an activist. And he could do just about everything. He starred in Othello. And that caused a problem for the larger community. And so they labeled him a communist. But what Paul Robeson had done when he was a lawyer was, he wrote a letter to the baseball league telling them that if they don't get a black baseball player, he was going to sue them. As a consequence, the league got Jackie Robinson. And that's so you'll know what happened. But even beyond that, what also happened was this. Paul Robeson made a statement during the advent of World War II that a black man wouldn't fight in a white man's war. And the U.S. House Un-American Activities had a hearing on it. And you know who the key star witness was against what Paul Robeson said? Jackie Robinson. And so, if we're going to teach communism, I hope it's not reflective of the civil rights movement in this country. Because I don't think any of them. Dr. King was labeled a communist. W.E.B. Du Bois, yeah, you're right. All of them were labeled communist. And what they really wanted was to just showcase the treatment of black people in this country and to stop it. Because they too thought this was the best country in the world, but it needed improvement. And that's where I stand today, that this is the best country in the world, but it still can be improved. And if somebody labels me a communist, so be it. But I am going to fight to make sure, for example, that every child, Dr. Buckley, can read by 3rd grade, because I think that's important. And so when I say I'm almost bipolar on this bill, because I want to vote for it, on the one hand, but on the other hand, I want to make sure that when we teach about communism, we're not teaching that the people who wanted to make this a more perfect union were simply communists, because they were not. And so I'm going to go to my desk, and between here and there, I'll figure out. I know what Chairman Leach is trying to do, and I think it's important. But I also think it's important to make sure that history gets it right. Most of us recognize that history is always written by the winners, not by the people who were the losers in the whole battle. And many of us were the losers, and many of us up here are the products of the people who were losers. And so we didn't get to write the history. We got to live it, though. And so today, and on this bill, I just hope that the TEACS talks about these folks who were the civil rights leaders who said that we simply want America to live up to its true meaning of its creed, that all men are created equal.
Mr. Rosenthal in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was not actually going to speak at the end of this, but the debate has inspired me to oppose the bill. And I'm gonna be super brief. All I'm gonna say is, for those of you that don't remember or learned about McCarthyism, please learn it up. Please study that. This echoes of that era. And if we label one regime with a word, and we just say communism is evil, and we fail to connect that with the other types of totalitarian, authoritarian, oppressive regimes that must be opposed and defeated across this planet as they rise right now, if we fail to connect those things and we fail to oppose them holistically with intelligence and understanding, then we are failing our society. And that's why I'll be opposing this bill. It rings of McCarthyism.
Mr. De Ayala in support of the bill.
I do promise to be brief. Earlier this session, I told a little bit about our family history. My parents and my older brothers fled Castro's Cuba to come here. And I had, whether you call it a benefit or not benefit, of listening to the stories, of hearing what was happening, growing up in the comfort of West Houston. I wouldn't be here in this body if I didn't grow up with that kind of history in our family. And to see the contrast between that form of government and ours. Back to the bill. The bill talks about an education so that our students understand the difference in ideology, and not just the ideology, but how it manifests itself in reality. And that is so important because the ideology, in theory or in the abstract, can be somewhat alluring. But only when you see it manifest itself in real time, in real communities, in real people, do you understand how horrible that form of government is. To teach it the way this bill suggests it should be struck for those to put the curriculum, I think for those in our schools would be the best way for them to understand in reality what this form of government is and how it manifests itself in the world. I support the bill strongly. I hope you all do too. Thank you.
Mr. Leach to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am proud to bring this bill to you, and Chairman Dutton and all of you members. I invite you to vote on this bill, to vote for this bill. Chairman Dutton, everything you just said I agree with, 100%. And if as you say, if the SBOE in drafting this curriculum does not respect us, then they should expect us, okay? I think we've made clear what this legislature intends with this bill, and that is to promote American ideals and to continue to fight against the horrific atrocities of communism. If you agree with that, then vote yes on this bill. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 24. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all voted. There being 112 ayes, 20 nays, Senate Bill 24 is passed to third reading. Is Mr. Bell of Montgomery on the floor of the House? Please excuse Representatives Buckley, Hunter, Leo Wilson, and Schoolcraft to attend a meeting of the Committee on Public Education on a motion of Ms. Hall. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Members, earlier today, Ms. Isaac advised the chair of her intent to make a motion to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 1253 passed. It's the intent of the chair to recognize Ms. Isaac for that motion at this time. Ms. Isaac for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 1253 was finally passed.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Not at this time.
Not at this time. The chair recognizes Mrs. Weiner in opposition to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This motion is being put forward to try and strip language from Senator Perry's SB 2660 from this bill. That is language that affects the groundwater district that I have a well in and that I count on to make sure that my well that puts water in my home keeps flowing. Members, the language that was put into this bill from Senate Bill 2660 is unanimously supported by the Hays County Commissioners Court. That language was proposed, or the resolution in support of 2660 was brought forward by one of the Republican members, Walt Smith of that Commissioners Court, and it was seconded by the other Republican member of that Commissioners Court. I also have up here a letter of support from the Wimberley Commissioner, Morgan Hamer, in support of this legislation. That is a commissioner who's largely in Representative Isaac's district, but also in mine. And I also have a resolution from the city of Wimberley, also unanimous, supporting Senate Bill 2660 by Perry. A unanimous resolution from the city of Wood Creek, supporting Senate Bill 2660 by Perry. I also have a petition with 1,200 signatures, mostly from Wimberley, Driftwood, and Dripping Springs within this groundwater district, supporting Senate Bill 2660. Members, this is language that is popular. It is something that is needed here in Hays County to protect the private property rights of landowners who are on a well. Senator Perry did not initiate this amendment being brought, but he has told me he thinks this is good policy and he hopes it gets out of this chamber and back over to the Senate. So members, I want to urge you to vote no on the motion to reconsider so that we can do good water policy for the state of Texas.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
What is the motion that's pending before the House at this moment?
The motion to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 1253 was passed.
Thank you.
So members, please vote no on this
Mr.
motion
Speaker?
to reconsider.
Ms. Garcia, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
The lady yields.
Rep. Zwiener, I actually heard this bill in committee, and I have a question for you. Can you discuss the state of fresh water, access to water in that particular part of your district?
Yeah, in Western Hays County, again, where I live, where I have a well, we have drought conditions, we have challenges with not enough groundwater available. We have had wells dry up. I, as somebody who represents that area, frequently hear from constituents who have lost water in their wells. In addition, we have a groundwater district that was created with one hand tied behind its back, and their funding drops when building drops, which means our county commissioners court has been using property taxes to try and subsidize the groundwater district. This language puts us on par with other groundwater districts around the state, groundwater districts like you have in your counties, and make sure that our county commissioners court doesn't have to spend our property tax dollars to subsidize that district anymore.
And if we're unable to pass this bill, what's going to be the imminent future of that district and its people?
That district is going to continue to struggle for funding, continue to struggle to do the important job of protecting our groundwater resources. And members, this might be my biggest sell. Y'all, if we can pass this legislation for the Hays Trinity Groundwater Conservation District, then we don't have to talk about them anymore. Members who have been here since 2013, 2015 know that this district has had problems with the way it was created for a long time. We need to pass this legislation. We need to vote no on this motion to reconsider so that we can all move on and talk about something else.
Rep. Zwiener, I think at this time, I think we all agree that every Texan deserves groundwater, and thank you so much for being a champion for your district.
Thank you. Members, please vote no on the motion to reconsider.
Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to close on the motion.
Ms. Isaac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question for you real quick.
Mr. Kane, for what question? For what purpose?
Ms. Isaac, who put this
Will the
amendment
gentlelady yield?
Yes, I'll yield
Lady
for
yields.
questions.
So the amendment, who did this?
Romero.
Okay. And that affects your district. Is that correct?
It's 95% my district. This is not between two members. Y'all are not getting involved
Thank you, ma'am.
between
Great.
two members. This is
you.
95% affects my
Excellent.
district.
I don't think any other member would like that on this floor.
I don't think they would either.
You should move passage. Let's go.
Members, a third reading amendment was added to Senate Bill 1253 that affects only Hays County and a groundwater conservation district that is 95% my district. This amendment represents a shameful abuse of our representative republic. It was snuck into an unrelated bill and pushed through without proper transparency or debate. It is the exact language that is in another bill. This legislation directly and only affects the constituents of a district where I serve. This move violates the spirit and integrity of the House. It's disrespectful, local control undermines voter confidence, and sets a dangerous precedent for lawmaking in Texas.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for a question?
Will the lady yield for question?
You and I talked on the floor yesterday about this at great length, and I told you that you and I would work together during the interim on this. And the reason that this amendment got on today is because I spoke with you. So I will not talk with you anymore about this amendment.
Not my recollection of that
She
conversation.
does not yield. The question is on the motion to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 1253 finally passed. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting nay. Show Ms. Weiner voting nay. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 57 ayes, 73 nays, the motion fails. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2570 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2570 by Flores, relating to a defense to prosecution for certain offenses involving the use of a less lethal projectile by a peace officer.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this creates a new legal justification for peace officers and correctional facility guards who use less lethal force in the course of their official duties, and I believe there's a couple of amendments.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Chair Guillen, I have some questions about this bill and what it is meant to do. Does the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement provide training and certification standards for county correction officers, also known as jailers?
Yes. Yes, they do. And we have it in Chapter 1701 of the TCOL statute where it talks about that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Does the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement provide training on the proper use of less lethal force weapons for jailers?
Yes. TCOL is the governing body that establishes and oversees the curriculum and approves the curriculum taught by all the individual law enforcement entities. All the training for officers, including jailers, is authorized by TCOL, and I don't know of any law enforcement agency that would send any peace officer out to do a job without having proper training, which includes training on less lethal devices.
Okay, so therefore, if the jailer learns the proper use of less lethal force weapons, would a jailer's action that are outside of their training be considered a misuse of less lethal force weapons?
Yes. In the bill, we have there at the end on section C, a person to whom this section applies is justified in using force with a less lethal force weapon against another to the degree reasonably necessary to accomplish the person's official duties as a guard or officer. The person's use of the weapon was in substantial compliance with the person's training. So it would have to be in substantial compliance with the person's training.
Sure. Now, would a jailer still be required to implement de-escalation techniques before resorting to the use of less lethal force weapons?
Yeah, I believe that that's already part of their training, both for jailers and for peace officers.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out where less lethal force weapons come in. I imagine that there's some type of, I imagine like lethal force is like the last resort. So I'm wondering where the use of less lethal weapons come in that hierarchy. Like it would be, less lethal force weapons and then lethal weapons.
Well, yeah, absolutely. It's part of the training. They get trained on that. And of course, on the spot, they've got to make that decision based on their training.
Okay. If a person's use of the less lethal weapon was reasonably necessary to accomplish the person's official duties as a guard or officer, but not in substantial compliance with that person's training, could that be considered a misuse of the less lethal force weapon?
I would agree. I would say yes.
Okay.
In that case, the justified use defense would not apply to them.
Okay, and then my last question. If a person's use of the less lethal weapon was not reasonably necessary to accomplish the person's official duties as a guard or officer, but in substantial compliance with that person's training, could that be considered a misuse of the less lethal force weapon?
I would say so, yes.
Okay.
And again, the justified use defense would not apply to them in the way the bill is written.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bryan, for what
Speaker.
purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Mr. Guillen, I don't pretend to have any special expertise in this area, but I was somewhat alarmed to read in the bill that the person apparently is deemed to be justified in using force. I'm reading from the bill right here. If the person's use of the weapon was in substantial compliance with the person's training.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that training could change from week to week, month to month, year to year. That's not a standard.
Well, it would also mean that, that section says a person to whom this section applies is justified in using force with a less lethal force weapon against another to the degree reasonably necessary to accomplish the person's official duties as a guard or officer if the person's use of the weapon was in substantial compliance with the person's training. And I will also say that Speaker Moody has an amendment where we're playing with this language and it tweaks it just a little bit that might address what you're talking about as well.
Very well. I'll wait for that amendment. Thank you.
All right, there are a couple
Following
amendments.
amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Amendment by Moody.
Chair goes Mr. Moody.
Hey, what's up, everybody? So I want to thank Chairman Guillen for working with me on this, and I'll let the amendment populate. It has three distinct changes. Just want to go over them. In the first change would be on line 18. So if you follow with me on your bill there in front of you, you'll see that we're going to tighten up this language, someone that's engaged in the discharge of the guards or officers' official duties. So that just brings it into in line with their official duties. The second change is on line 20, when we're talking about less lethal force. We added the language, that comes in at the end there, against another when and to the degree. So that is also making sure that we're laser focused on the instant, kind of the instant incident, so that when we're talking about the force that's being used, we're not gonna just generally lay out a justification. Justification in Chapter 9 usually has a pretty tight guardrails in terms of what force is available to use and what circumstances have to be present to be able to be justified. And then the third change captures what Chairman Guillen's bill has related to in substantial compliance with the person's training, and that becomes kind of prong two. Prong one would be to the degree the person reasonably believes the force was necessary to accomplish the person's official duties as a guard or officer. So you'd have two prongs to make sure that we are evaluating that conduct properly, and that if there is a justification that we're going to allow pursuant to our law, that we're going to make sure that it's done in this way. And so I appreciate his time and energy working with me on this. I believe the amendment is acceptable, and I move adoption.
Mr. Moody sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is simple. Before using force, the officer must identify themselves as an officer. When officers identify themselves, it reinforces that they are acting in an official capacity and are accountable for their actions. Requiring identification helps prevent abuse of power and protects individuals from unlawful use of force, particularly in cases when a person may not know they are interacting with law enforcement. This is especially critical when officers are in plain clothes or undercover situations where confusion can lead to unnecessary violence. We've seen a lot of that in the past. Clear identification can also help de-escalate tense situations by allowing individuals to understand they are being approached by law enforcement and not a threat. It is no secret that a lot of communities, particularly marginalized communities of color and in rural areas, do not trust law enforcement. By adding this amendment, this will create transparency within police departments, building trust and communication between law enforcement and the communities that they serve and protect. Most well-trained officers already identify themselves before acting. Making it a formal requirement ensures consistency and protects both police officers and civilians. With that, I move adoption of this amendment.
Mr. Guillen in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the language of this bill applies to a scenario where an officer in the line of duty has made a reasonable determination that a use of force is necessary based upon their training. The amendment that Mr. Reynolds, Representative Reynolds, has three fundamental flaws that I can see. Number one, before any use of force, it requires the officer to identify themselves and give a public statement as to the purpose of the action that's to be taken. In situations where seconds make a significant difference, mandatory introductions and discourses are just out of place. Number two, the language is incredibly vague. Questions I would have is what form does the introduction have to take? Which legal statutes is the officer required to recite to the public before using force? What method would be used to validate that this greeting and discourse actually happened? And number three, law enforcement agencies already have procedures relating to use of force. If we place additional burdens over and above those existing requirements on the use of less lethal devices, we simply drive these officers up the use of force continuum to the use of deadly force. This language is carefully crafted, and it's focused, and it's targeted. It came out of the committee 10-0, and so I move to table.
Mr. Reynolds in opposition to the motion to table.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if we want to make sure that the citizens, civilians, understand that they are being approached by law enforcement, this amendment protects that. This amendment will help save lives, not just of civilians, but of officers. And so this is about transparency. I hope that you will vote for this amendment for the safety of our communities and the protection of police as well. Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds sends up an amendment. Mr. Guillen has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Mr. Kane voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 91 ayes, 46 nays. The motion to table prevails. Following amendment, clerk. Please excuse Mr. Guerra because of important business on motion of Mr. Munoz. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
Mr. Wu.
Thank you, members. This is a very simple amendment. It does not gut the bill, does not do anything. This bill provides protections for state employees who are using these items. But that protection should be limited to actions that are not reckless. For those of you who are not attorneys, recklessness is a very high standard. It is a standard of like basically everyone around you knew what the right thing to do was, and you basically intentionally didn't do that. Like in criminal law, we would say a reckless conduct. A reckless murder would be someone who just didn't intend to hit anyone, but just fired their gun into a crowd thinking it would be funny, right? That's a reckless conduct. That is a conduct that anybody with any sense would realize would cause serious harm or would be likely very dangerous. And they did it anyways. That is reckless standard. It is a high standard, and we say like, if these employees are taking action, and it is up to the standard of recklessness, that they are being reckless about their actions, our state should not protect them. We should not be protecting people who are acting recklessly.
Mr. Guillen in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Section 9.05 already applies to the totality of Chapter 9, and it provides a fairly robust framework to address reckless actions and their impact on third parties. Also, reckless is vague. We don't have clarity on how it would be defined and interpreted in the courts, and so I move to table.
Mr. Wu in opposition to the motion to table.
Thank you. Members, recklessness is something that is defined in court all the time. You and I, as members of a jury, as members of a petite jury panel or a grand jury, we decide what is reckless all the time. And reckless is generally defined as an action that people know will be likely to cause harm, or likely to cause grievous harm or death, right? This is an extreme action. And if we're going to provide protections for people, we should let them know point blank that our protection only goes up to the line of recklessness. That you will protect you up until the point where you're taking an action that everybody around you would say, hey, why would you do that? That's everyone could see that action would have caused or could have caused serious harm or death. Even if you didn't intend it to cause serious harm or death, the fact that you should have known that it would, that should be the standard. We should not be protecting people who are just doing things and not caring what the results are. This is beyond negligence. This is beyond, well, I didn't do my job that well. It's more to the extent of, I knew what I was supposed to do, I knew the standard by which I was supposed to do it, I chose not to do it and just willy-nilly did. And because of that, people got severely injured or died. This would say your conduct was so egregious that we will not protect you. And again, everything that we vote up or down sends a legislative intent. If we vote this down, we send the legislative intent that this legislation would protect all the way beyond recklessness.
Mr. Wu sends up an amendment. Mr. Guillen has a motion to table. The record vote is on the motion to table. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Show Mr. Turner voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 86 ayes, 52 nays. The motion to table prevails. Mr. Guillen to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill helps protect law enforcement and correctional officers from unwarranted legal exposure when using appropriate, less lethal tools in line with their training and in the line of duty. I move passage.
Ms.
Mr.
Collier,
Speaker,
for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Chair Guillen, do your answers to the questions I posed on this bill change based on the addition of the amendment added by Speaker Pro Tem Moody?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage, third reading, record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 110 ayes, 30 nays. Senate Bill 2570 passes third reading. Members, the chair lays out Senate Bill 3 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 3 by Perry, relating to the regulation of consumable hemp products and the hemp-derived cannabinoids contained in those products, requiring registration, imposing fees, creating criminal offenses, providing an administrative penalty.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for the opportunity to lay out committee substitute Senate Bill 3. Senate Bill 3 is an important bill for the state of Texas. Over the past few months, I've met with stakeholders from across the industry, heard testimony from hundreds of witnesses that has culminated into the bill we have before us. It ensures that hemp is properly regulated and safe for adult Texans to consume. On December 20th, 2018, President Trump signed the Farm Bill into law, legalizing the cultivation and production of hemp. It is important to note that hemp is defined as a cannabinoid plant containing less than 0.3% of Delta-9 THC. In the years since the implementation of the Farm Bill, a gray area has existed regarding the legality of the consumable hemp products. The lack of regulation included no age requirement, created an opportunity for synthetic products to enter the market, and allowed products with higher percentages of THC to go unnoticed in the marketplace. This created a public health hazard and must be addressed. I believe the committee substitute to Senate Bill 3 will create the regulatory framework needed. Senate Bill 3 allows Texas-grown, American-made products under 0.3 to be sold safely to adults 21 and older. These products will be required to be tested by DEA-approved labs and will be sold through the three-tier system similar to alcohol. This bill prohibits vape pens, but will allow the sale of tinctures, hemp flour, hemp beverages, and other consumables. Importantly, Senate Bill 3 will prohibit these products from being marketed in likenesses to children's snacks such as Cheerios, Nerd Ropes, etc., and will prohibit these products from being sold in stores that are not limited to 21 and older customers. This will help get rid of the 24-hour vape stores that have popped up all over, and particularly next to schools. Some of you may have heard from constituents regarding THC-induced psychosis, and Senate Bill 3 will address this concern by banning all synthetic or converted cannabinoids, as well as higher doses of THC. Science has proved that these manipulated versions of THC, such as Delta-8, are responsible for these episodes of psychosis, and they do not belong in Texas. Another concern has been noted is local control. What if your county doesn't support the sale of THC hemp-based products? Senate Bill 3 allows for a county to vote to be dry in the same manner they can vote on alcohol. Under the committee substitute Senate Bill 3, TABC will be the agency tasked with regulating this industry. Permits will be required for manufacturers, distributors, and retailers. While hemp beverages will be sold in the current three-tier system, other hemp products would be able to be vertically integrated, allowing a manufacturer to also distribute their product. Because of the importance of keeping the products out of children's hands, committee substitute SB 3 requires an electronic verification of consumers' IDs, ensuring that the purchaser is at least 21. It also prohibits a sale within 300 feet of a school, church, public playground, daycare center, child care center, homeless shelter, or substance abuse treatment center. Additionally, these THC products will have an additional tax of 2 cents per 2.5 milligram of Delta-9. Half will go to TABC to regulate the industry. A quarter will go to accredited crime labs for the product testing, and a quarter will go to support opioid and narcotic response services by law enforcement. Ultimately, members, these products are federally legal and can be mailed directly to the consumer. Thank you, Ms. T. Even if Texas passes a total ban, a complete ban would maintain the status quo, just putting more of it on the streets unregulated. Committee substitute Senate Bill 3 now would create a rigid regulatory framework to protect all Texans. I do have a perfecting amendment.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order under House Rule 4, Section 32C3 on the ground that the bill analysis incorrectly describes the rulemaking authority delegated within the bill.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate. The door
Admit
of
the
House.
messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Director Buck.
Is Mr. King on the floor of the House? Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by King.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment makes several changes to strengthen this bill. It excludes topical products containing hemp from the definition of consumable hemp. These products do not have an intoxicating effect and are used to provide pain relief similar to Icy Hot. It makes several changes to clarify operational language for TABC. This amendment creates equitable milligram caps between multi-serving hemp spirits and single-serving hemp spirits. It specifies that hemp beverages containing less than 0.5% alcohol are not considered an alcoholic beverage, aligning with existing alcohol regulations. This is necessary since certain flavorings contain trace amounts of alcohol. If there is a product that contains alcohol for a reason other than flavoring, TABC would review and appropriately and has the final decision on approving all hemp products. The amendment will give rulemaking authority to TABC to determine appropriate ownership interests in hemp testing labs. And finally, it will clarify that the milligram cap is specific to Delta-9 THC and not all cannabinoids combined, allowing for full spectrum THC. Move adoption.
Mr. King, sense of amendment is accepted with the author. A record vote's been requested on all amendments. Clerk, ring the bell. So Mr. King voting aye. Joseph Morales voting aye. Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Swanson voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Perez voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Bell voting aye. 136 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Is Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Oliverson.
Chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am proud to be laying out a floor substitute to SB3, which restores the original intent of our state's hemp laws and closes a dangerous loophole that has been exploited at the expense of public health and safety. Let's be clear, no social good comes from the legalization of intoxicants. What began in 2019 as a bipartisan effort to support Texas agriculture has since been hijacked by a cottage industry of unregulated THC sellers. House Bill 1325 was never intended to legalize intoxicating THC products. It was intended to support farmers and promote an industrial hemp market that was designed to encourage the development of non-consumable hemp products like fiber, rope, and textiles. Instead, we now have the largest pseudo-legal THC market in the country, not through legislation but through regulatory drift. Delta-8, Delta-10, and other chemically altered THC compounds are being sold in gas stations, vape shops, corner stores, some with concentrations exceeding 90%, wrapped in candy-colored packaging and marketed directly to children. As a physician, I cannot in good conscience support a system where Texans self-medicate with unregulated, inconsistent, and highly potent intoxicants. These substances are not medicine. They are psychosis-inducing, overdose-prone chemicals masquerading as relief. These products being sold are not tested, not dosed consistently, and not supervised by a medical professional. Even major beverage manufacturers have abandoned efforts to mass-produce hemp drinks, recognizing that safe and uniform THC dosing in commercial products is nearly impossible. This substitute bans the sale of all consumable hemp products that contain THC. It draws a bright, enforceable line with no wiggle room. It bans the sale of synthetic and semi-synthetic THC products, regardless of whether they come from hemp or marijuana. No more Delta 8, no more Delta 10, or chemically altered THC extracts. No more legal gray zones. We are not banning hemp. We are banning high. This amendment will preserve the right to grow industrial hemp and sell non-intoxicating CBD and CBG under current state and federal law. But if it gets you high, it is not legal anymore. We will not be allowing the sale of THC-based intoxicants in any forms. According to data from the Texas Poison Control Network from 2014 to 2018, there were only 42 calls for exposure to semi-synthetic cannabis. From 2019 to 2024, following the passage of HB 1325, there were 3,129 calls. Members, that amounts to a 7,350% increase in the number of calls to poison control after consuming these products. Even more horrifically, the number of calls for patients aged 0 to 5 increased 1,305% during the same period. In Fort Worth at Cook's Children's Hospital, there was a 51% increase in the number of children under the age of 3 who tested positive for THC between 22 and 23. And in UT Houston emergency room, physicians are seeing alarming rises of overdoses among children who inadvertently consume laced gummies or laced chocolate bars. But the crisis isn't just impacting our kids. In a survey conducted by public health researchers in my home county of Harris County, Texas, every single retail chain investigated sold food products marketed as containing more than 1,000 milligrams of THC per piece. It should be noted that this dosage is more than 100 times the legal serving and container limits for states such as California and Colorado, which are recreational marijuana states. Adults consuming these high-potency products, often without any knowledge of how much THC they're actually ingesting, and recovery experts are raising alarm about a sharp increase in patients presenting with psychosis, hallucinations, and suicidality related to synthetic THC use. And that's why this amendment doesn't just ban intoxicants, it also puts in place essential safeguards. Any product that remains legal under this bill will have to be properly labeled and placed in child-resistant packaging to ensure Texans know what's in the bottle and to help keep dangerous substances out of the hands of our kids. Members, taking this bill back to its original form is about common sense, public safety, and legislative integrity. It aligns our laws with the original purpose of House Bill 1325, supports law enforcement, protects our kids from powerful intoxicants disguised as harmless snacks and beverages.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tyndall, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I yield for questions.
He yields for questions.
Thank you for this amendment. I've got a few questions that you and I have talked about a little bit. The first thing that comes to mind are veterans. We're getting a lot of discussion from veterans, but I want to cover TCUP. And some people may not know what that is. It's the Texas Compassionate Use Program. And it's used for people that have cancer or that are military members, maybe with PTSD, but it's for those types of people. Is it true that this session we expanded that program?
We expanded it massively.
Is it also true that your amendment doesn't touch the Texas Compassionate Use Program?
The Texas Compassionate Use Program is specifically exempted from the provisions of this amendment.
And so I could use any of the different types of people that can go get a prescription, but I'm a veteran, so let's just use veterans. So veterans will still have access to THC through getting a prescription, is that correct?
Our veterans will have 10 times the access at a minimum that they currently have access to through TCUP.
So let's talk, because you're a medical professional. I'm a retired military guy. People are currently self-medicating by getting this THC that is potentially not very well regulated and could say 10 milligrams and it could be 6, it could be 20. What I'm getting to is, under TCUP, you have a medical professional that's overseeing this program and regulating at what point, how many milligrams is the right milligrams for each individual, and then they also get the counseling and different programs with it versus self-medicating now. Can you kind of talk about that for a moment?
Yeah, absolutely, Representative, and I appreciate the question. So, the treatment of any medical condition, but particularly conditions that may be linked to mental health conditions, requires very often a multidisciplinary approach. And we know for a fact that that actually works much better than just giving somebody a pill. I mean, I'm sure this won't shock anybody in the room, but there are no miracle cures out there. And so when somebody goes and sees a physician and gets a diagnosis, and maybe they have some PTSD, or maybe they're struggling with anxiety, that involves getting a lot more than just a drug or a drink or something to put in your body. That involves seeing a counselor, that involves getting therapy, that often involves peer support. And so, there's a letter that was put out yesterday from a physician. He's a former Navy doctor. He's been treating veterans with PTSD for 37 years. He's a strong believer in the use of cannabis and cannabis products to treat PTSD. But as he points out, this absolutely has to be part of a comprehensive treatment program. The first thing I learned as I learned to treat chronic pain as an anesthesiology resident in my training is that self-medication is often the first step to treatment failure. And folks need the accountability, they need the direction, they need the ability to know that the dosage, the purity, the consistency, and also the other therapies and treatments that go along with a medication are very, very important to getting and maintaining long-term remission from disease.
It's interesting you mentioned that. I think that was Corey Birchman.
It is.
I've talked to him several times when we were putting the compassionate use program together. While we're talking about veterans, I want to mention that the body does care about veterans, because we just passed a bill that tries Ibogaine. Do you remember that bill?
I do, and I know you and I both voted for that, and I think almost everybody in this chamber, maybe everybody in this chamber, was in strong support of that.
But let's not forget that this Texas Compassionate Use Program isn't just veterans. It's a lot of other people that have access to this. I want to move on to I hear a lot about the Texas and the federal farm bill. And you and I both know, I think it's 0.03%. Can you kind of explain how that works? Because there's a lot of calculations. Mr. Speaker, can you gavel, please? Mr. Speaker?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
So that's a great question, Representative, and in some ways it is the question. If you're asking how did we get where we are, and how did this unregulated marketplace become so pervasive in our state, 0.3% THC, less than 0.3% THC by dry weight is how you differentiate between a hemp plant and another species of the marijuana family. So that was what was put in the Farm Bill for the purposes of agriculture. It was never meant to be a dosage meter for how we decide what's safe and what's legal when you're putting it in your body. And so the reality and the problem is that when I tell you that as long as it's less than 0.3% by dry weight, the amount of milligrams of THC active ingredient in that product are entirely dependent on what the dry weight is that I put into that product to begin with. And that's how we get to these ridiculously high amounts where you see people, picking up a beverage that has 60 milligrams of THC, which, by the way, I think...
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I'd respectfully request for an extension.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Respectfully, I think that most sources would recommend a starting dose of no more than 5 to 10 milligrams, even if you were trying to experience mild euphoria. At least that's what I read on the internet. But of course, like any substance that has addictive potential, THC is no different in that you develop tolerance over time and the body needs more and more and more.
So I'm going to ask a couple more questions so that other people can get the opportunity up here. I've had a lot of questions from constituents asking about the lotions and the oils, and kind of explain how that impacts this, because I don't believe that your amendment actually impacts the oils and the lotions and stuff.
So the amendment that I am offering, which takes the bill back to the Senate engrossed version, doesn't prohibit the sale of CBD or CBG containing lotions or oils, but it would prohibit them from being sold if they contain THC. And so that's sort of the differentiating factor there.
So,
and by the way, it is possible to manufacture those without THC.
Is it fair to say, two more questions, is it fair to say that essentially in the most generic terms, that your amendment gets rid of the retail THC, oftentimes the stuff that is flavorful, that children might like and want?
Yeah, I think that's a great description. I mean, again, as I think I've said before, you know, I want people to have access to medications that help them when they have medical conditions where those medications can be of benefit. But this is what we're doing here is correcting a problem that was created in 2019 where we essentially created a pathway whereby people could sell drugs in corner stores across our state.
We've heard someone we both know really well talk about the fact that there's about 8,000 of these stores that have popped up, many of them around schools, and that there's somewhere around 1,000 McDonald's and 1,200 Starbucks. So in comparison, if you look at that, 8,000 of these. So my final question is, and this is something I really want people to stop and listen to. If they're talking outside, I want them to hear this question, because this is the most important question. Without your amendment, if the members vote for this bill and your amendment is not on there, are we essentially voting to legalize marijuana in the state of Texas?
That is my opinion, yes, because the active ingredient in hemp that folks are putting in these beverages is Delta-9 THC, is the active ingredient in marijuana, and they're going to be provided at levels that will be intoxicating. So yes, that is what
Thank you for answering my questions, and I thank the people behind me for being patient.
Thank you, Representative.
Morales Shaw, for what purpose?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
He yields
Thank
for
you.
questions.
I also rise on behalf of the veterans, and I believe my colleague Garcia will have some important things to say about veterans too. I have a lot to say, but I know there's members behind me, so I'm going to try to make it really brief. You and Representative Tinderholt talked about teacup, and I know the goal here is to create a framework that's long overdue, especially when it comes to children. They should have never had access to these kinds of products, the synthetic ones that are unregulated, dangerous. We have no disagreement there. You're probably aware that the Veterans of Foreign Wars, which represents 1.5 million voices and thousands who have depended on these products, these hemp products, came to every committee meeting and they voiced their opposition against banning. They're all for regulating. They want to be able to have access. And I know the idea here between the teacup bill, which I'm a joint author on, and this SB3 bill is to regulate this industry finally, put some guardrails around it to make it safe so people can still have access to hemp but not be illegally consuming THC, right? And I know the answer has been so far that veterans will now need to just get under teacup, but we know that that's going to take time. Number one, that's a big concern with the veteran community. The other concern is that they feel like they are getting shut out of something that they have been able to use to continue. In fact, are you aware that they said that this has not only been a choice for them, but it's been a lifeline that has allowed them to reclaim their lives after military service, and they ask that the legislature not strip their therapeutic options that have transformed their lives, but to regulate it appropriately. Now, I agree. I agree. I want them under teacup. I want them to be able to benefit from the compassionate use of THC, where doctors are involved, where you said they have to go for therapy and understanding how this product can benefit them. I get that. But we know it's going to take time. And the point I want to make right now is that on behalf of the veterans my question is it guaranteed that the teacup is going to pass the Senate and be available to them? Because you're taking away potentially their freedom to choose this product that has, in their own words, saved their lives and transformed their lives. But will they have a guarantee that teacup is going to pass? Because I recently heard that they are thinking of stripping away the portion that's in the teacup right now that addresses chronic pain. And we know that that's a very huge issue with veterans. If they strip that out, you're basically saying, well, we're not giving you this option. You can now just be dependent on opioids and dangerous medications. So that's a question. That's one of my questions.
Okay. Well, you said a lot, so let me just try to summarize. So again, as I said, and I understand that the veterans community is divided on this, but I think the reality is that those that make a career out of helping people recover from the conditions that you're talking about, that veterans are seeking relief from, believe very strongly that the only pathway to long-term improvement is by seeking a coordinated medical effort that involves more than just drinking a drink or taking a gummy. You're talking about the difference between seeking treatment and self-medication. And self-medication, is an issue as old as time, but the reality is it doesn't lead to long-term improvement in the overall mental health condition. And so there's about 1 billion studies out there that would back me up on that. And it takes more than just a drug, right? And so that is part of the issue here. With respect to your questions regarding the teacup bill, I know chronic pain's important. Chairman King and I were the ones that fought for that and got that put into the teacup bill as we passed that bill out of the House. And you better believe I'm going to be fighting for that on the other side, because I think that's of critical importance. Let me be clear. I don't ever want somebody to be denied access to a medication that may be of benefit, whether it's Ibogaine, whether it's MDMA, whether it's psilocybin, whether it's THC. These are all, I point this out because these are all bills we've already voted on and sent out of this House to the Senate that show some promise and some ability to provide relief. But the thing is, all of those bills were structured around the idea that you seek medical treatment and then you get better as a result of the treatment plan that you and your provider come up with. You don't drive to the corner store and self-medicate and expect long-term relief. So that's my answer.
Well, they have been self-medicating, and it's been saving their lives. And we pass a ton of bills here every day to benefit veterans: college tuition, free state park entrance, spousal benefits. But would you agree with me that none of that matters if they're not alive? We know that we lose more than one veteran every day in Texas to suicide, and that this has been a remedy for them. So I just want us to
Well, I want them to continue to have access to the remedy. I want it to be part of a treatment plan that actually lessens the risk of adverse outcomes, including suicide, which we can do a much better job of that. Self-medication is not a mechanism for long-term improvement in mental health conditions.
And what the veterans have, the ones that have been dependent on these products have said is that Texas trusted us with sophisticated weapon systems worth billions of dollars to defend American freedoms abroad. Shouldn't lawmakers trust us to make responsible choices about our own health care at home? I just want to point that out. I just hope that we find a balance, because I don't want there to be a gap between getting rid of this access that they have right now, and they're saying we're smart enough to make our own choices. We're not talking about children here. And when we get teacup up and running, that is comprehensive. And I appreciate your commitment to chronic pain. It's a huge part of this bill that will help thousands of veterans to basically stay alive and to continue to be with us. I don't want to continue because I want other people to say stuff.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Motion to extend.
Members, you've heard the motion. It requires unanimous consent. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Extend. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Extended. Mr. Money, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
Yields for questions.
I have kind of two lines of questioning here. In fact, I'll let Mr. Cook handle some of that. But we've talked about veterans and their access to these medications. I think you've handled that brilliantly. Having different kinds of medications that we treat people for, whether they're veterans, whether they're elderly, disabled, or people who are just going through a rough time. I think the idea that we need to have treatment plans for them that work makes perfect sense. But I'm concerned about the current state of the law as it is with THC, and I'm concerned about the way that this bill, without your amendment, sits, because it provides almost unrestricted access to people who are not part of the group that we've been talking about. And so I would ask, what kind of societal harms and individual harms are there when we have kind of a free access to THC? Have you looked at any of those studies?
Well, Representative, I haven't specifically looked at a study like that, but what I will tell you is that, the net effect of legalizing intoxicants is typically not positive for any society. Whether you tax it or you don't tax it, you never end up getting back to what it costs to enforce it and deal with the societal, social, and individual consequences that come from it. And I think it's important to point out that although the THC substance has not been shown to be as dangerous in a single dose as fentanyl, it does show many of the same types of effects on the body that other drugs of addiction show. We see tolerance, we see dependence. It was just mentioned dependence a minute ago, and I would point out that there is some very convincing research that shows that high-dose THC products given to certain individuals may actually induce psychotic break, and that we have indeed seen people who have taken a product like this for the first time and have wound up floridly psychotic. There was a mother I was talking to the other day whose son stepped in front of a train after he took a THC beverage because he was a 21-year-old her son, but he believed Jesus was telling him to move to California and save souls, and stepped in front of a train and lost his life. And so, I think if that's what you're getting at, I don't think these things are ever positive for society. And look, we could have this conversation about a wide variety of substances, and there are some that would probably say we should legalize marijuana, or we should legalize heroin, or we should legalize cocaine, or we should legalize this or that or the other thing. But I do not believe that the evidence shows that that's a net positive for the people of our state.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a few stats that are all from studies from reputable journals in the past 2 years. A 2023 Lancet Psychiatry study, one of the top medical journals in the world, found that high-potency THC products, which is above 10% THC, increase psychosis risk by 40% in young adults. And as we've already talked about, Texas' current hemp market already offers products that exceed 30%.
90%.
90%. We're talking about very, very high potency that is going to increase psychosis risk in young adults. In a 2024 study in pediatrics, we found that 30% increase in adolescent cannabis use in states that legalize THC. Adolescents. The Journal of American Medical Association Pediatrics said that Colorado's legalization led to a 50% increase in youth cannabis use disorder rates. We're talking about children and people who are still in junior high that are having access to this kind of medication. This is not just adults making a recreational decision or even a self-medication treat. This is adults. I mean, this is children who are having this. One final thing: a 2024 University of Texas study estimated that the potential healthcare and productivity losses for THC use in Texas is over $1.2 billion. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
That is 2024. University of Texas said that the state of Texas is losing over $1.2 billion a year in healthcare costs and productivity losses because of unregulated THC use.
Wow.
I appreciate your amendment. I thank you for bringing it, and I hope that the body will pass it.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate it.
Mr.
If
Speaker,
what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentlemen yield for questions?
I yield for
He yields for
questions.
questions.
Thank you, Dr. Oliverson. You know, I really appreciate you, and I know that you have a good heart for healing our community and our veterans. So I'm not going to sit here and act like you're intentionally trying to hurt our veteran community. But I do feel obligated as one of probably 10% of this body that has ever served in uniform to advocate for my veterans now. Sir, are you aware that for some veterans, access to mental health treatment is a barrier?
Well, I want to fix that. I want them to have access to mental health treatment. And as I've already stated, I think that comprehensive mental health treatment is much more likely to reverse the adverse effects of the mental illness and lead to long-term sustainable improvement in the mental health condition.
And many of us who have served in combat roles come back from combat not quite the same. And some of us are what you call voluntold to seek mental health treatment. Now, the second we're voluntold to seek mental health treatment, we could pretty much kiss our careers goodbye. We're no longer of use to the military once we are voluntold to seek medical treatment. So could you understand why some veterans would have a resistance to seeking mental health assistance?
Yes, I certainly can, and that's why I think it's important to point out that TCUP is not in any way affiliated with the VA medical system, and actually the bill that we passed out of this chamber creates some very specific parameters for enrollment in TCUP that would protect a veteran from having to be identified or labeled as having a mental health condition that they did not want to be labeled as.
And who is the regulating authority of TCUP?
So that is under, I believe that's under Department of State Health Services.
And is that information freely accessible
No.
to any department? Who has access to that information?
That is confidential medical information protected by federal law under HIPAA.
Are you aware that the TCUP is also a barrier for veterans seeking treatment?
That's what we're trying to fix. That's why you worked with me to expand the TCUP program. We passed that bill last week. I'm very proud of the fact that, as I said earlier, it increases the number of licenses by over tenfold what is currently available. We anticipate that there will be increased demand when this bill passes with the amendment on it, and so we want to be prepared for that.
And I know that we're running short on time, and I want to be mindful. Can you please share with me some legal, logical, as a medical professional, treatments for PTSD and TBI, some of the injuries that veterans experience?
So I am not an expert on the treatment of PTSD. I am basing my statements to you today based on the testimony of the experts that have decades and decades and decades of experience in treating veterans that are struggling with PTSD and anxiety and depression and other service-connected injuries that they've sustained.
Would you agree that oftentimes Xanax and Klonopin are prescribed to our veterans to help quiet the nightmares in their heads just to function every day?
I can't speak to that. I don't know the answer to that.
That is true. Are you aware that other pharmaceuticals like Abilify, Lamictal, also take your pick of any of the pharmaceuticals that you see on TV that are meant to help with psychotropics? Are you aware that the military will give us any psychotropics that we need to include Xanax and Klonopin?
I am not aware of that.
As a medical professional, do you agree that those substances are severely addictive and very dangerous?
I think, Representative, that the reality is in the treatment of these conditions, the best treatment is multimodal. And I think that the studies would back me up 10,000% on that. And so there may be different pharmacological therapies that are tried, but ultimately It's a combination of that and other things. As I said in my statements earlier, there is no magic bullet. There is no pill that you can take or drink that you can take that's going to magically fix the damage that you sustained serving our country. And I'm grateful for your service, by the way. But that is multimodal therapy is what works.
And
you've got to get into a medical treatment program to access that. You're not going to access that at the corner store.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, can we extend time, please?
Motion to extend time. Is there objection? Chair is none, so extended.
Sir, as medical professionals, you're aware that I served 20 years in the military medical field, was trained as a combat medic. I'm a dental hygienist, a dental therapist by trade.
Yes, ma'am.
But we also understand that our Hippocratic Oath makes sure that we provide all treatment options available to make sure that we are causing no harm.
Correct. And I believe that's what I think that is what the teacup bill, not this bill, but that is what the teacup bill does.
Would you agree that THC is a far less harmful therapeutic method than Xanax and Klonopin?
I would say that it is far less prescribed and it is far less researched, and that the data is probably not very conclusive for me to be able to make that statement.
Representative Oliverson, I have a very great respect for you, sir. I just wanted to let you know that I firmly believe that a total ban on THC products is it's establishing a very dangerous precedent for our veterans who have access to relief now. And I think that's very critical when we're losing veterans every day. And because of that, I humbly, and I oppose your amendment. I am for 100% regulations, and I think we do need that. But I just ask that we please not eliminate functions and options that are currently available, that if we're honest, I looked it up. I have seen no deaths caused by THC in Texas. I've looked it up. I've seen no death caused by Delta 9 in Texas. And the very last thing that we could possibly do is sell out more snacks. So at the end of the day, we please want to maintain these options for our veterans. Thank you, sir, for taking my questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
Yields for questions.
I have two completely different questions. One is, are you aware the Lieutenant Governor just stepped up and said what he thought about the teacup? He said, I am in full support of expanding the teacup program. We will expand licenses and have satellite locations for the first time for prescribed products from doctors for our veterans and those in need. The teacup expansion is the latest program designed to help. Are you aware that that was made public just now?
I was not aware of that, but I can tell you that the Lieutenant Governor and I have spoken about the teacup bill. I know he's talked to several members in this chamber about it, and I believe that he sees the value and the importance of it, and I know that he knows how important it is to the members of this body.
I do believe, as I've been long-term on the public health, but I do believe that is the right way to do it, that you do it, but you do it through prescription. You use it as a drug. It's a safe drug when used with a doctor. So totally different question that I wanted to ask, which has to do, the reason we did the hemp originally was for agricultural use.
Yes,
there
sir.
are some people that are doing it correctly. We have a major employer in our area that has invested a tremendous amount of money in it. And I am very concerned. I am supportive of your amendment. I want to make sure that we are not using it for consumption. But hemp in the field may have a small amount of THC, but yet the product, when manufactured, has no THC. Will this bill create a problem if somebody has a small amount of THC in the field, but yet it is going to be produced out in the manufacturing process? Because that greatly concerns me.
I think that's a great question, Representative, and I think I can answer it very definitively. This bill, with this amendment on it, does nothing to regulate agriculture. What it regulates is consumable hemp products for human consumption.
Okay, so if I have invested and I have hemp in the field, it has a small amount of THC, and
Not
I
an
am
issue.
going to be selling it to somebody who is going to be taking that THC out in the manufacturing process. I have nothing to worry about with your amendment.
The only issue that you might run into is if you would run into some issues if you were refining that here,
Okay.
But under federal law, interstate commerce provisions, a farmer in Texas can absolutely raise hemp, and it can be sold. It can even be sold out of state for the purposes of refining and extracting the THC if they so chose. This bill does not regulate agriculture.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your amendment. It's a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jones, full purpose.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman, yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
Yields for questions.
So, Dr. Oliverson, I have a few questions. Is it true that this bill is trying to stop people from buying THC products like Delta 8 at gas stations and smoke shops?
1,000%.
Okay. Is it also true that this bill does not shut down the compassionate use program? Is that accurate?
The compassionate use program is specifically exempted from this bill on the first page of the amendment.
So with the compassionate use program, they can still get low doses of THC if they have a qualifying condition? Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
Under this amendment, only doctors can prescribe THC if it's needed. Is that accurate?
Well, so let me be careful how I answer your question to be clear. This bill, the intersection that this bill has with the Teacup program is that the Teacup program is specifically carved out of the provisions of this amendment. That's a completely different bill as far as the prescribing and how that would work. What this deals with is consumable hemp products for recreational use.
So if I have a condition, I'd have to go to a doctor's office. They'd have to prescribe it. Am I right so far?
Yes.
And after they prescribe it, I take my prescription where?
You would take it to a licensed provider of the medication. That, again, this is in the Teacup program. It's not in this bill.
But I still think people want to
I
understand how they
totally
cross.
get it.
I mean, I believe.
But you're right. You're right. That's,
Right, so
that's how it would work.
And so, how much does it cost if you know?
I do not know, but I will say this. I do know that because historically there have only been 2 active providers in the state under the Teacup program for the last several years, it has been far more expensive than it should be. And so one of the things that we did through the other legislation, which is not this bill, is we massively, 10 times expanded the amount of competition in order to make it more accessible and more affordable.
So I was concerned about that. So are there going to be certain licenses? And then the question becomes, is there an outlay of money to be able to be one of the licenses? I mean, do you have any idea how many licenses there are going to be?
Representative, respectfully, I don't have House Bill 46 in front of me, so I don't know the exact cost of the licenses. But yes, there's a licensing process, there's an application process, and then a license is granted, and then there's a licensing process. And I apologize, but I don't have those details in front of me. But yes, there is a process for that.
So there won't be any bans. It's not a total. I keep hearing it's a total ban, it's a total ban, it's a total ban. Is that true?
That is not true. It is a ban on the sale of consumable hemp products containing any amount of THC.
And presumably, if there are more licenses, then there will be more competition. And if there's more competition, then the cost will not
The cost should drop dramatically. And especially as demand increases, as people go into the Teacup program, looking for relief, looking for treatment for medical conditions where THC has been shown to be beneficial, I would expect the prices to come down dramatically.
And there's been a lot of talking about PTSD with veterans, and I think I've shared this before. My dad was a veteran, he was a Marine, my uncle was a Marine. Both of them came back and were not the same, and they killed themselves. I suspect they both had PTSD. Thank you. What about those people? We've heard that veterans, I guess, are used to being able to go get THC wherever they get it from. Now they'll just have to go to a medical doctor.
That's right.
Who will treat them.
Right, and I think it's worth pointing out that the bill that we passed contained language that allowed a veteran with any medical condition to qualify to participate in the Teacup program. So We were trying to be very sensitive.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I believe I have an amendment to the amendment. I'm sorry.
The
Mr.
following,
Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 3 under Rule 4, Section 18B, Rule 4, Section 20, Rule 4, Section 32B10 of the House Rules.
Bring your point of order down. Please excuse Mr. Lozano because of important business on motion of Mr. Munoz. Please excuse Mr. Guillen because of important business on motion of Mr. Munoz. Please excuse Mr. Guerin because of important business on motion of Mr. Ashby. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Point of order has been withdrawn. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 8 under Rule 4, Section 18B and Rule 4, Section 32B10.
Bring your point of order down front. Point of order is withdrawn. The following amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Oliverson.
Dr. Alverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just very simply makes this not applicable for medical research, allowing a hospital, a medical school, or institution of higher education engaged in active research with THC. They would not be subject to the prohibition contained in this bill. It's acceptable to me, and I move adoption.
Dr. Alverson says up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested on all amendments. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones voting aye, Mr. King voting aye, Hicklin voting aye, Mr. Alverson voting aye, Masood voting aye. Have all members voted? This is on the amendment to the amendment. Have all members voted? 102 ayes, 24 nays. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. The amendment looks very large, it's 3 pages, but I want to just let it, let y'all understand what it does. This actually only impacts one section of Dr. Oliverson's amendment, and that deals with the possession of consumable hemp products. And it changes it in one significant way, is it changes the punishment regime for minors, for children. So, as we've talked about before, 17-year-olds are adults, so they have a different treatment here because they may have had prior offenses when they were minors or children, 10 to 16, that would be subject to our justice system for juveniles. And so what this would do is it would take the penalty, where the penalty right now sits in the amendment as a Class A misdemeanor, it would drop that to a Class C on a first offense, and then it has a ramp up for folks that have done this multiple times, so that there's not the same conduct treated the same way upon multiple offenses. There's a ramp up out of that. The reason being, and this is, while I'd like to claim this idea as my own, it certainly fits in line with the way that I've worked on things like this before, but Texas Medical Association and also the Texas Pediatric Society were folks that talked to both Dr. Oliverson's office and mine about handling juveniles differently. And if this sounds repetitive, it's because it is. We handle juveniles differently in our criminal justice system. And so all this would do is, if in the adult system, we're going to leave it as it is. And for our juveniles, we're going to stair-step them, but we're going to start them with a Class C offense that is expungible. And I'll tell you why that's important, because if you leave it as a Class A misdemeanor, that's going to be declared delinquent conduct, or could be considered delinquent conduct. And those records would only be eligible to be sealed. And if those records are only sealed and not expunged, government agencies, including universities, so young people who may want to go to school, who maybe made a mistake young in life, if they want to get an occupational license to get a job, this stuff would still be attainable if it's only sealed. If they want to join the military,
Mr. Speaker.
if it's only
Is he
sealed,
knows for
it
what
would also-
purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions?
yes, ma'am.
He yields for questions.
Thank you. So, Representative Moody, let me check for understanding. I was just speaking to the author of the amendment because I'm trying to understand the overall amendment and then the impact of your amendment to the amendment. So, under the Oliverson amendment, we are criminalizing possession of hemp with THC?
Well, so there's a few different criminal
Okay.
penalties that are in the amendment, and this one only touches the possession part, right? There's manufacturing delivery. There's the other ones that are a little bit more serious offenses. This is dealing with mere possession.
Okay, so the amendment criminalizes the possession, and your amendment says it's a different penalty, not Class A misdemeanor for a minor.
For
and
minors.
then depending on the number of times that they are.
Yeah, and it does it in a little bit, of a strange way because we have 17-year-olds that are adults in our system. So that it does treat them slightly differently because let's say you had repeat offenses, but they were a child, 10 to 16 when they had their first or second, and then 17, so they're an adult when they had their third. It's going to treat them a little bit differently so that is captured because we have a weird system in Texas. But the 10 to 16-year-olds are going to be treated as Class C misdemeanors and then a ratchet up from there. It's going to have driver's license implications for them. So this is not without accountability. They're going to have to do community service, and that community service needs to be, they're also going to take substance misuse education, and the community service that they have to complete must relate to the prevention or misuse of drugs. And so we are tailoring this to teach these young people, if we are going to make this a crime, that we're going to give them the ability to, first of all, if they do the right thing and they've gotten in trouble, they can get this off their record. So it's not going to have impacts if they want to join the military later, they want to go to college, university, they want to get an occupational license, right? Let's give them that opportunity. And then it stair steps up from there in terms of multiple offenses, because in prior conversations about conduct like this, one of the major refrains I've heard is, what are we doing for those who continue to engage in this activity that we say should be criminalized? And so there is a stair step here as well. So that's what the amendment does. I wanted to take a little bit of time to explain it, just because it is a large amendment, but that is essentially what it does. It's my understanding that is acceptable to the author, so I appreciate Dr. Oliverson accepting the amendment. Thank you, members.
Ms. Moody sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Record vote's been requested on all of these. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. Anchia voting aye. Have all members voted? 126 ayes and 10 nays. The amendment is adopted. Dr. Alvis on the amendment as amended.
Move adoption.
Mr.
I'm sorry, did you?
Mr. Speaker.
Salary for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a few questions?
He has moved, but we do have speakers on it, and he'll be back to close.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wu in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is 2025, and we're still rehashing parts of reefer madness from the 50s and 60s. We thought that we've gotten past this, that we've grown, that we've gotten smarter, learned more, built more knowledge, and we're past this. But here we are back again, trying to go backwards in time. I know that we talked a lot about the dangers of THC, and while this is a substance that children should not have contact with, I think the dangers are way far overblown. Talk about how dangerous it is, but We talked about how many people call into poison control lines because they're experiencing these things for the first time and they don't know what's going on and they're not sure how they're supposed to feel. What we don't talk about is how many fatalities there have been from this. How many overdoses from THC? 0. None. Because the LD50, the lethal dose of THC, is extremely high. Basically to where the medical reports say you wouldn't be able to physically consume that much THC. You would have to be injected intravenously to get to those levels. That's what they discovered using animal studies and so on and so forth. They would have to inject more than 100 milligrams intravenously into animals per kilogram of their weight. 100 milligrams per kilogram of animal weight. Basically to the point where there is so much THC in the system that it crystallizes in the bloodstream. And they said like no human could possibly ingest or smoke that much. It's not possible. We talked about how this is a beneficial program. This is a beneficial policy that has helped so many Texans, including veterans. And people say that we have an argument between the veteran community. There's no argument. The overwhelming majority of veterans groups, you've received those letters on your desk yesterday. The overwhelming majority of veterans are aggressively supporting legalization, supporting keeping the law in a regulated state and not banning it. This is also the attitude of Texans overall. Texans as a whole do not want something that they've had access to for the last 5 years, something that they've enjoyed recreationally, that has helped them medically, that has made their lives better. They don't want this banned either. And they have told you that loudly and repeatedly. They have called your offices, they have written letters, they have done everything they could. We say the TCOP program is enough. If the TCOP program was enough, veterans wouldn't be asking for this. If TCOP program was enough and was actually a viable program that actually did what it's supposed to do and wasn't a very limited program, there'll be no clamor for this. There'll be no outrage that we're going to ban this. But we know that the TCOP program, even expanded, does not serve everyone. Dr. Alverson talks about how, like, if somebody is in bad shape, that they should have long-term care. It should come with a long-term plan. That would be wonderful if all the veterans who need this could get into programs or were willing to get into programs. The point is that many people, yes, they do self-medicate with THC because it makes their lives better. And we should support this. You know why? Because if they were not self-medicating with THC, they would be self-medicating with alcohol and opioids. That's the point. And we know this because that's what they were doing before. Veterans were begging for legalization, begging for any kind of program, compassionate use program, because their alternatives were opioids and alcohol. And we talk about how dangerous THC is, but we don't talk about how dangerous alcohol is. How many people die from liver cirrhosis? How many people have fatal heart attacks because of their abuse of alcohol? We don't talk about that, but we talk about how many people call into a poison control line. Did any of those people actually die? No. This also brings us back. I have spent a decade in this body talking about the problems of how our marijuana policies in this state basically round up the lowest level offenders, kids, and just your neighbors and people who just want to relax. And we say, because you choose to use this, because you found that this is more helpful for you, we're going to give you a criminal record. We're going to put you in jail. We're going to do all these things. And we have talked about how this is an injustice. We talk about how it's injustice, but here we are saying, let's go back to that. Let's go do that again. And that's what really I don't understand. Because when I came into this body a decade ago, I came in with members of the Tea Party. I came in with members of Republican Party who said they were for small government, that they were for letting adults do what adults want to do as long as it didn't hurt other people. That's what the discussions were all the time. Why is government interfering in this? Why are you engaged in this if it's only done by consenting adults? Regulate kids, let people know what's inside the materials, and let people make their own decisions. Because if we were saying, like, we should ban things that are bad for you, why don't we ban cigarettes? Why don't we ban alcohol? Why don't we ban a lot of things? Because we say, no, we want adults. We want adults to make their own decisions. We want adults who don't have problems abusing things to be able to have access to it and use it as they see fit. Everything complained about by Dr. Alderson, every single point that Dr. Alderson brought up about why THC should be banned, a healthy, robust, regulated market would solve those problems. And that's what we're trying to do on this bill without this amendment. I would urge you to vote no on this amendment. Don't take away something that Texans like and want and often need.
Mr. Lowe.
Mr. Speaker, members, I rise today in strong support of this amendment. As a combat veteran who served this country and suffered greatly from PTSD, I do not take this issue lightly. I stand before you today only by the grace of God, and I thank Him for the healing, strength, and purpose that allow me to stand alongside you fine patriots in this chamber. Some are using veterans with PTSD as a reason to oppose this bill. They argue that hemp is safer than pills made by Big Pharma. Let me be clear. There are benefits from hemp products for some individuals, but as someone who has lived through the darkness of war and its aftermath, I say this sincerely. Stop using veterans like me as a vehicle to push your unregulated hemp products. There is a difference between compassion and exploitation. SB 3 doesn't criminalize veterans. It doesn't outlaw compassion. What it does is it places a reasonable, common sense regulations to keep potentially dangerous, unregulated products, often marketed to children, off our shelves. That's not an attack on veterans. That's called responsible governance. I urge you to support Senate Bill 3 and this amendment. Let's protect the public, uphold the law, and stop hiding behind those who served as a shield for an unregulated market. Thank you.
Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I won't be long. Bans don't work. Products will find their way to market. Since 2019, these products have been regulated through the Department of State Health Services. It has, I think I recall from testimony, 3 investigators throughout the state. The committee substitute fixes that by putting boots on the ground to enforce a highly regulated, highly taxed regime through TABC. TABC is the most equipped agency to process licenses, review products for approval, and enforce these regulations. They're accustomed to this process through alcohol regulation, and it is better fitted to this program. Members, if we learned anything from Prohibition, we know that bans don't work. Everybody that I talk to on this issue, not on this floor, but out in community, say, hey, we need to highly regulate it, we need to tax it, we need to police it, we need to enforce it, but the ban will not work. And I really want to commend the author of the bill for working so hard on this. He's put hours into this because he too shares the knowledge that what we have is not an unregulated marketplace, it's an underregulated marketplace. We set up the program and we just never did right with the regulatory regime that would make it safe, effective, and easily enforceable. And that's what the committee substitute to SB3 does. I think the chairman has struck the right balance between enforcement and use in the marketplace, which we know will occur either in a legal marketplace or, if this amendment passes, in the black market, right? All the things that Dr. Oliverson talked about, and he's right about those things, they're dealt with in the bill. They're dealt with in this committee substitute. If you're concerned about synthetics, they're dealt with in the substitute. If you're concerned about enforcement, it's dealt with in the substitute. If you're concerned that your people don't want it, it's dealt with in the substitute. Your county could go dry through popular election. All those things are covered in the bill. And this amendment would undo all of them. Their packaging restrictions, their criminal penalties. There's age limitations. You must be 21. All of that gets undone. And what do we return to? A completely unregulated black market where these products will find their way to young people today. If anybody is to blame about the state of affairs, it's us in under-regulating this marketplace. We chose to be hands-off. Yes, bad actors entered. Yes, licenses were too easy to get. Yes, people popped up. This bill would clean all that up and would regulate about 80%, would get rid of about 80% of the marketplace, those bad actors that we want to get rid of. If you adopt this amendment, members, you're going to be driving people into the black market. You're going to be criminalizing veterans. You're going to be criminalizing young people, all for possession. The Moody Amendment, thank you, Dr. Oliverson, for taking it. That amendment to the amendment will make sure that our youngest people, minors, do not suffer these penalties. But if you vote for this, you're criminalizing your neighbor who uses this stuff. You're criminalizing grandma who may use this stuff for her knees. Maybe her kids offer it to her to help her with her pain. You're turning those people into criminals with a total ban. You're turning them into criminals. And I don't think that's what any Texan wants, members. So, members, I hope you'll join me in supporting the underlying bill. It's a very, very good bill, well thought out, many hours of work that went into it in the State Affairs Committee. I hope you support the chairman and reject this amendment. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Leo Wilson.
Members, I know it's really late. But as Mr. Wu was mentioning, we're going back in time. I grew up in the 60s and went through the 70s with Cheech and Chong and all of that. This is not the same. When we passed the hemp bill, we did not think we were getting into THC. And I'm going to tell you a story from the heart. I called my daughter, I have 5 kids. I called my daughter, who we had a real life experience with cannabis and THC. She spent 71 days on life support. I asked her if I could tell her story. This is a good kid. This is a kid that doesn't drink, doesn't do drugs, but she had anxiety really, really bad. She graduated from high school and got a great job in Nevada, where it is legal. You can get it like a pizza on the street corner. And she decided that that helped her more, and that she never really did like taking that medication, and so she started self-medicating. And I knew about it. I even went to a store with her, and they were selling it. This one's good for your stomach. This one's good if you can't sleep. This one's good for this. No warning, no labels, no nothing. And I thought, you know what? What can it hurt? It's cannabis, right? It's not going to hurt. And it seems to help her. And it did for a while, until it didn't. And it became her worst nightmare. Her boss called me one day and said, your daughter's losing weight. Your daughter's not showing up to work. And she had a great boss that kept her on insurance for a very long time as she went in and out of emergency rooms. On finally the 12th emergency room, the doctor pulled me over and he said, you know what your daughter has, don't you? And I said, no, because we had run every test in the world to figure out why she is losing weight fast, why she can't keep anything down. And he said she has what's called cannabis hypoemesis syndrome, and she's addicted to the THC, and she can't stop. And I had no idea what that was. And you can go home and you can look it up, cannabis hypoemesis syndrome, CHS. He said in states where it's legalized, 20% of our emergency room patients are seen with this. I had no idea. None whatsoever. So I started researching it. Well, she got sicker and sicker and sicker. She found relief in hot showers. That's one of the things that they do for relief, till it scalded her skin. She ended up being life-flighted by Angel Flight to a hospital in Denver. And I was frantic and I flew out. It's something else to see your child with tubes in and out of their nose and down their throat, and you don't know if they're going to live or not for 71 days. It was our nightmare. And it was caused from the THC and from what's called cannabis hypoemesis syndrome. She was allergic to the cannabis. We had no idea that cannabis could do this to a person. Her bones were sticking out of her. She weighed 85 pounds. Her hair was falling out. We honestly did not know if she would live or not. And one of the very tragic things that I learned was she had to go through, once in recovery, what's called refeeding syndrome. Never heard of that before either. 80% of the people that they removed from the concentration camps were so malnourished and starved and so much in pain that they did not survive even after rescue because of refeeding syndrome. They just could not eat ever again. And it was tragic. It's horrific to watch what she had to go through for recovery. And I just want to say, Maddie, you're my hero. Maddie wanted to die on multiple occasions. She was in so much pain. But I think she survived for me. She knew I would unconditionally love her no matter what, and that I would not be able to sustain or survive if she had passed away. We had to do tough love many times because the THC was addictive. And even after all that, she had a second time and a third time and even a fourth, because she kept thinking, maybe it's the dose, maybe it's the kind, maybe it's this and that, and I won't go through this again. But she did. And when she came to Texas, we took her back here, and she went through Narcan. And luckily, you don't have to say what drug, or you're not supposed to say what drug you were addicted to, because she would have been embarrassed to say, I was hooked on cannabis. because of the THC, because people wouldn't have believed it here. They think it's healthy. They think it's going to have positive benefits. But for us, it was our worst nightmare. And thank you, Maddie. She has been fine for 4 years, but I always worry about her because it's the same thing. She can never go back. She can never have cannabis ever again. She can't be around people with it, just like an alcoholic, but she helps other people now. She started a home, it's called Alexander House, for other people that are in recovery. And I'm so proud of her for the courage that it took to come back to life and to recover and to help other people. And to let me tell her story tonight. THC is not just a little thing. I'm sure it will help many people, but we can expand the compassionate use program. We can do many things like that where we know it helps people. But this is killing kids. It really is. We watched her almost die. So I'm asking you to support Dr. Oliverson's amendment tonight. For all the moms like me who thought it was just going to be something, okay, we're good with it. If it helps you, we're good. We're cool. That's okay. Until it wasn't. So thank you for allowing me to tell her story to you. Thank you, Maddie, for permission to let me tell it. I appreciate you. I love you more than anything. And thank you for your courage, and thank you for coming back to us. We love you.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority of the hemp business owners are small businesses. And we know that small businesses are the economic engines that drive our economy. In fact, the hemp industry is one of the fastest growing markets in the United States. In 2020 alone, the hemp-derived CBD industry was valued at over $4 billion and continues to expand at a rapid pace. In Texas, a state that prides itself on being business-friendly, the industry offers thousands of jobs, contributes to our significant tax base, and positions Texas as a leader in the future of agriculture, biotechnology, and wellness. The ban of the hemp-derived THC would send a clear and resounding message that Texas is not open to innovation and risks stifling an industry with incredible potential growth in our home state. In fact, based on the LBB, we know that the hemp in Texas, if this ban would destroy over 50,000 jobs and cost Texas $1.6 billion in wages overnight, directly harming hardworking Texans who have built legal businesses like many of your constituents in your districts. A reckless ban would cost the state, this is based on the LBBs, these aren't my projection, millions in lost tax revenue, nearly $20 million by 2027 alone, money that should be funding our schools and infrastructure. It directly attacks Texas farmers, manufacturers, and small businesses by outlawing products they legally cultivate, process, and sell under current law. A total ban tells Texans what they can and cannot purchase or possess in a legal market, restricting personal freedom and ignoring the will of the majority of Texans. Now let's look at the public health benefit. We must consider the reality that the lives of the people who use these products. Many of these Texans use these products as a means of managing pain, stress, anxiety, and many of them for coping with insomnia. These are not casual or frivolous choices. These are individuals who rely on these products daily or weekly as an alternative to pharmaceuticals, that has created the opioid crisis, with fewer side effects and lower risks of addiction. For many of these Texans, this is their lifeline. This has reduced anxiety. This has reduced levels of suicide. By banning these products, we are taking away a natural, non-addictive alternative to these prescription drugs that can sometimes do substantially more harm than good. It's important to remember that responsible adults should have the right to make informed decisions about what goes into their bodies. We should not, especially most of my conservative friends in here, want to allow the government to take that away from them. We know that the bill as filed, rather than a complete ban, is what we should be focusing on, a clear alternative to effective regulation. We know that the hemp industry, like many others, can have its share of bad actors. That's why proper testing, labeling, and consumer protections are critical. But banning a product that does not address the underlying issue, it simply removes options for consumers and penalizes responsible businesses. Texas can and should create a legal framework that allows the sale of these products while ensuring safety, transparency, and quality control. We have the capability, the resources, and the creativity to make this happen. Now, I want to talk about personal freedom. Many of us talk about this a lot. Personal freedom and responsibility. At the end of the day, this is the question. Shouldn't it be up to Texans to make decisions about what they put into their bodies? We live in a country founded on the principles of liberty and personal responsibility. If adults wish to use a product that is derived from hemp, a natural substance, then they should be free to do so, provided it is responsibly produced and regulated. By banning hemp-derived THC, we are essentially saying that we, as the government, know better than you how to manage your own body and well-being. That's not the Texas way. We trust our people to make responsible choices every single day, from health care to their finances to the cars that they drive. Why should this be any different? Finally, we must consider the broader picture. This bill is not just about hemp-derived THC. It's part of a larger pattern of restrictive measures that undermine the rights of Texans to make their own choices. If we give in to such measures, we risk setting a dangerous precedent, one that could open the door to more intrusive government action on a range of issues. It simply would open up the floodgates. The time to stand up for people's rights is now. This bill, this amendment, if passed, would be a setback for individual rights, economic opportunity, and public health. So I ask you to think about the overwhelming majority of Texans that support hemp. Think about their health and well-being. Think about all of the businesses that are creating jobs and contributing to our economy. Think about the values we hold near and dear: freedom, personal responsibility, and the pursuit of happiness. Rather than a ban, let us work together as the bill author to regulate this industry, ensuring consumers can safely and responsibly make their choices that's best for them. Let us protect both our economy and our personal freedoms, and most importantly, let's stand up for the Texans who depend on these products. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 3 under Rule 11, Section 2, and Rule 11, Section 3 of the House rules on the grounds that the committee substitute is not germane to the engrossed bill and the subjects have been changed.
Bring your point of order down. Point of order has been withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order under against further consideration of SB3 under Rule 4, Section 18B of the bill of the rules.
Bring your point of order down front. Point of order has been withdrawn. Ms. Garcia against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as I mentioned earlier, I'm part of less than 10% of this body that has ever served in uniform. Now, I respect my colleague, Representative Lowe, as a fellow combat veteran. But I think it's very important that we get on the record the truth about what's happening today. My colleague made a statement saying that, you know, people are using our veterans, you know, to make a point or whatnot. However, it's important that our veterans have representation. Because one thing that I know for a fact is that I had my staff go through every email that I have ever received this session. And I asked them specifically for emails from people asking us to ban THC and emails from people asking us to legalize THC. Well, I know all of you probably did the same thing, I would hope, because we're here to represent our communities. And I will say, out of hundreds of emails that I had, there's only one that I saw that was from a veteran asking us to ban THC, and we all got that letter on our desk today. One thing that has me very concerned when we're talking about supporting our veterans, a lot of you walk around calling yourself patriots and you wear the pin on your chest to represent a very free country that we live in, that we're afforded the privileges because we have sacrificed. Again, those of us who have chosen to wear the uniform have done so with the inherent knowledge that we are giving up our lives for our freedoms. The knowledge, the acceptance that we are sacrificing our life for our freedom. Combat veterans message me and call me every day because I represent Military City, USA, San Antonio, Bexar County, home of Lackland Air Force Base. I represent veterans who have come here day in, day out, advocating for legalization and for assistance. Day in, day out, they come and they're given a shell game of opportunity, a bait and switch, if you will. A claim that we're going to have assistance and there's going to be help and we're going to have relief and we're working real hard for you. However, we contradict that by now creating further legal ramifications for a veteran who is going to choose something other than opioids and pharmaceuticals to quiet the nightmares of what they've had to see in theater. I know it's funny to some folks. I know this sounds political to some of you, but we have a responsibility. And our responsibility is to make sure that we have options available to heal all of our community that's suffering from mental health. We sat here and we've talked about our homeless crisis geared in mental health issues. We've talked about the juvenile justice system geared in mental health issues, which now we are further criminalizing, because with this amendment and with this ban, it's guaranteeing that all of your children who come in contact with anything that has a THC label is now going to be criminalized. Your Theo, your Thea. Those veterans who are out at Blue Skies of Texas, a retirement home in Bexar County. Retirees who, back when I used to serve as their bartender during their birthday and anniversaries, some of them actually were members of the Great Escape. For those of you who are younger, the Great Escape is when soldiers who were POWs dug a tunnel out from their POW prison camp to freedom from the Nazis. These were veterans who would beg for the opportunity to have access to cannabis and to THC and to other things other than opioids and narcotics to heal their ills. And these aren't your Cheech and Chong hippies, as one of our other colleagues alluded to earlier. These are people who have really sacrificed life and limb for their country. One of them being my husband, Ramon Salcedo, who has been shot by the Taliban. This month, while we were here arguing about things, my husband has had to deal with the 14th anniversary of him bleeding out on a mountaintop. Bleeding out. 11 blood transfusions. Narcotics that you can't even pronounce. Darkness that none of you will ever understand. And while we sit here celebrating our patriotism, and having fun and making snide remarks and comments, I want you all to remember that my sole purpose is to be the messenger. My sole purpose is to be the voice of those veterans and the people who aren't here to advocate for themselves because they lost the battle. We've talked about bail reform. We're further criminalizing our community. We've talked about our law enforcement not having enough funds to operate. We're further exacerbating that issue because now they're going to have to go and chase after every corner store doobie in every kid's pocket. We talk about border security and the cartels. Well, guess what you do when you make something illegal? You drive us right back into the hands of the cartels. So everything that we're doing here sounds very contradicting to me. And I understand. Y'all have been in politics way longer than I have. This is my second session. First and only woman veteran to ever serve in this body.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Representation matters.
Would the gentlelady yield for questions?
Gentlelady for questions.
I yield. Yes,
Shields
sir.
for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank you for your service. Thank you for being a patriot, for putting your life on the line for our country and serving with distinction. Thank you for bringing that real world experience to the Texas House. You said you represent many veterans, the home of the largest number of veterans in the state. You represent that community, correct?
Yes, Military City, USA.
Military City, USA in San Antonio, in Bexar County, correct?
Yes.
Now, based on your communication with your constituent, your fellow veterans, is it true that they depend on these THC hemp products?
Absolutely.
Is it true that many of these veterans, these soldiers, these men and women that have served our country, these people suffer from PTSD? Is that correct?
Absolutely, and many other ailments as well. A lot of them physical, but many more mental that you can't see.
And instead of being addicted to prescription drugs that have many harmful side effects, many of these veterans have chosen to use THC products to deal with those ailments. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And isn't it also true that veterans suffer from a disproportionately high rate of suicide? Is that not correct?
Yes, they do. 22 a day. It's a number that we all know well.
Every single day, 22 a day.
Every day, and that number goes up many times.
And isn't it also true that many of these veterans use these THC products and hemp-derived products to cope, to keep from committing suicide?
Absolutely. They just want to feel okay. Okay. Think about that. When we think about navigation of life, remember that outside of that uniform, we're a totally different human being that a lot of us don't even recognize. A lot of us are expected to carry on our regular duties every day as a regular citizen, not knowing the reflection of the memories of what we've had to do in the name of freedom for our countries, while being further criminalized for a choice that we hope to make for ourselves. Because a lot of times we're given prescription narcotics, we're given prescription pharmaceuticals, prescription opioids, prescription psychotropic medications that doesn't translate outside of the military realm. I'm one of those people who suffered severely with my post-traumatic stress disorder after serving as an advisor to the Iraqi military. Upon my return to the United States and to my family, I didn't recognize what safety meant anymore because I over-prepared to die. Every day was like imminent threat, imminent death. I call it suicide by proxy. Suicide by proxy is what we experience when we don't have the courage, so to speak, to kill ourselves because we know people depend on us, but we pray every day that the Grim Reaper takes us. And I'll tell you right now.
And finally, veterans are fighting for our freedoms, but we're taking away those freedoms by taking away their ability to choose hemp products, correct?
Yes, we are. It's a dangerous precedent.
Mr. King on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, committee substitute to Senate Bill 3 came as a counter option to an outright ban. Some of you are for a ban, many of you aren't, and that's the reason we have a choice. How you vote on this amendment is completely up to you. I will be voting no on the amendment, and the reason is I read about the 1920s. I don't think prohibition worked in 1920. It's not going to work in 2020s. I also respect the members of the State Affairs Committee, the staff, the speaker, the countless hours that went into an alternative bill, and I'm going to support my bill. But I'm going to leave the Alverson Amendment to the will of the House. I'll be voting no, but it is to the will of the House.
Dr. Alverson to close.
Thank you, members. I move adoption.
Question occurs on adoption of the Alverson Amendment. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Dr. Alverson voting aye. King, nay. Have all members voted? Mr. Leo Wilson, aye. Ms. Hickland, aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 86 ayes, 53 nays. The amendment is adopted. Anyone wish to speak on, for, or against the bill as amended? Dr. Alverson to close. Go. King to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of SB 3, the third reading, record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Tinderholt voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 95 ayes, 44 nays. Senate Bill 3 is passed to third reading. Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB number 694, HB number 923, HB number 1875, HB number 1893, HB number 2071, HB number 2513, HB number 2522, HB number 2788, HB number 3033, HB number 3211, HB 3376, HB number 3751, HB number 3810, HB number 4219, HB number 4506, HB number 4529, HB number 4643, HB number 4753, HB number 5424, HCR number 90, HCR number 98.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the comments on the debate on Senate Bill 3 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. Mr. Emanuel moves the House adjourn until 10 a.m. Thursday in memory of Brenda Diane Calhoun Vaughn of Port Arthur. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the House stands adjourned.